And if you want your chance to compete in the big stage, this is the stepping stone. This is where you got to start. For those of you guys watching at home, you guys could boot up Marvel Rivals right now and take a look at what's going on with our tournaments, and maybe you could grab a team and compete in the next MRC.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where millions of dollars are on the line. So, international tournaments as well, we're going to have after those get fully announced. But we're starting off, down here in the grassroots of it, Vicky. I mean, this is where I know you've made your bread and butter back in the day, right? So, really, a lot of these squads are very passionate. A lot of players that are really in it for the love of the game. And you're going to see that today. There's still some players, I think, that have even been eliminated already that deserve shout outs that we'll go into later on. But I mean, starting off in the round 7, we're still, maybe having a few rounds left until we're going to actually see those top 3 teams get qualified for Ignite, and we could see some upsets.
Yeah, let's talk about it, right? Because it's still best 2 out of 3 here in territory, with a lot of our teams still trying to figure out what they got to ban. Because, of course, here in the MRC, it's not like what you've seen in the MRI where there's universal bans this time around in the MRC. So, you can't really be nitpicky and see what you could kind of figure out without trying to also sabotage yourself going into these matches. And we've seen a lot of these players before, right, Dogman? John Porky being one that definitely stood out to us in the past, too. And it's nice to see how a lot of these individual players have been able to not only build themselves up within the Marvel Rivals competitive scene, but how consistent that they've also been able to be competing in these different MRCs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been a ton of consistency in that regard, like you mentioned, with these players sticking around, and it's awesome to see. Some of them have made name for themselves, streaming on Twitch or whatever they may do outside of the game, and then also making a name for themselves in MRC, right? But like you said, we've seen them multiple times in the broadcast in the past couple years. So the fact that this game's almost been going on for 2 years, basically, or has been going for 2 years, is a little insane since the beta. But time flies when you're having fun. And if you take a look back at the schedule, we're already at that round 7, right? It is March 7th. So we're now entering the finally telecasted streams for you guys here on Twitch. But obviously, if you're in the in-game client, you can watch back any of those Ignite series matches in the open qualifiers and those 10 matches you play. You can even see some teams get upset early on, right? You can watch back those matches if you want to see that history there. But entering into today, Vicky, we're going to have some rematches. We're going to have a lot of very interesting matches entering that round 7.
I was about to say, right, like the run back opportunity is here, as we are not only in round 7, but looking at what's been going down in that lower bracket. How did some of our teams even get here, especially looking at the state of the game, right? I know it's on everyone's minds after looking at some of our previous regions, but Elsa Bloodstone, man, has made quite a statement on her release. Of course, you also cannot ignore Tank Pool, but that's going to be a different topic that we'll dive into, because aside from the schedule, Dogman, we got to talk about what's at stake. And as I already opened up here with the stream talking about the 3 slots that are also at stake, you gotta talk about the cash money as well. $14,500 prize pool too.
Yeah, nice little chunk of change on top of qualifying for Ignite. So, those 2 things qualify you into, or rather set you up, I guess, for the future in Marvel Rivals, right? That's what we're all kind of fighting for over here, as the players at least are, for the long term. Also trying to get into collegiate teams. So huge shout out to those players attempting to, maybe get some college degrees at the same time as competing in Marvel Rivals, as that affords you that opportunity. Same thing with the collaboration between a lot of collegiate signups and our own skins, right? Like if you sign up with your collegiate email, you can get some free skins, awesome stuff there. But $14,500, like you said, Vicky, on the line. And, it's really just about getting 3rd place, honestly. You just got to end up at least top 3. And I hate to say, you just got to look at obviously you want to set your sights for that 14,000, but if you can qualify, if you can get to that top 3, you're heading to Ignite. So I know that says top 2 over on the left, but there will be 3 teams heading to preseason if you qualify, or rather if you do get to the top 3 in MRC Season 6. So it's like you said, Vicky, elephant in the room, right? With Elsa being so strong, just waiting to be addressed. But man, that's a big deal. It's the first time ever in MRC we've had the direct qualification into Ignite.
And I miss this so much too, right, Dogman? Because the last time that you and I were able to cast, it was back in December, looking at the MRC there. And now we have 2 new characters within Marvel Rivals. You talk about the fact that it's been like 2 years. Like I blinked and it literally just flew past me. Like it's crazy to see where we are right now within Ignite, getting ready for that next season. And now looking at the MRC and how much has changed. Gambit nerfs, Rogue is out, and it's fantastic to see how also the team-ups have played a part into some of our universal bans going into today too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it really does matter, and there's a history, I think, even with a lot of these teams. If you take a look back at all of that ban system that happens, right? I mean, first of all, for you guys, if you're just tuning into the stream, and if it's your first time watching MRC, we're deep into it. But just to refresh you, right? We have the global ban system, so each team will take turns banning and then protecting a hero. Both teams get to ban 3 heroes total. Maybe are making 6 total for both teams, and they can protect 2 on each side. So you can kind of have a little bit of counterplay, like you said, Vicky. You ban one thing, other team tries to protect to counter your second ban, and it's this very interesting sort of chess match that happens before the game even begins. It adds some nuance to our esports scene.
It doesn't. It baits out bans too, right? Like we've seen a lot of teams get scared looking at a protect, and sometimes we've even had interviews with pro players, and they've told us that they know what they want to run, and to try to bait out maybe a waste on a protection, they'll try to do that, right? And you could still kind of do that if you know what the enemy team's strengths will look like in these universal bans if you can use it to your own advantage. We got to talk about, how strong still the iteration of what we've seen in the other regions, Loki Gambit. Loki Adam has still been a thing too, right? So now looking at these universal bans, will we see these strategists get away from jail?
Yeah, I really want to know. I mean, I think it depends per team, but we'll have to find out what each team's specific strength is, right? Like I think if you look at a lot of these teams, I think that they, like you mentioned, have a totally different setup, totally different strategies. Why do you think that is, Vicky? Do you think it's like playing around your best player, for example, or can it be a mixture of this is the best sort of composition for our squad as we enter our first match between Height Diff and the Beasts?
I think both, and then hand in hand together with what map we're going on, right? And of course, as we start things off, everybody, MRC here in America, we are back. Game number 1 on domination, and the first bans have already came out, and the universal bans say no Wolverine or Star-Lord allowed. And we talked about Elsa Bloodstone already before, Dogman, and that's going to be the protection from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an interesting match because for both squads, they played against each other, right? The Beasts also going against Height Diff earlier on. It is a rematch of the Centuries, considering the Beasts just basically 2-0'd them earlier on back in round 4 to send them to the loser brackets. And they've been sort of making that run up. But the Beasts going for that Star-Lord ban, Mantis ban, Gambit protect. Meanwhile, Height Diff keeping that Elsa in the protection, as well as getting rid of that Vanguard Deadpool, considering how the Beast, I think they have shown some focus towards that earlier on in the tournament as well. So it makes a lot of sense. By the way, both teams, I believe, earlier on, kind of doing a similar ban phase as to what they did before, right? That Star-Lord was focused for the Beast to get rid of. And then for Height Diff, they're trying to make sure they can maybe, not get upset yet again as we enter Krakoa for the first time in their matchups. Or second time in their matchups.
Yeah, because this is the run back, actually. We're talking about some teams getting the run back. Let's not forget that you were mentioning it to me, Dogman. Beast, I believe, had won 2-0 versus Height Diff the first time that they met in the upper bracket. So now this is an opportunity for Height Diff to get the run back. But you know what I see here? I see a protect on the Gambit, and I see the protect on the Loki. And now we got Rogue coming out, so we got the team up as well. And that the Raging Royal Flushes will start singing like a choir in this lobby.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. It's also a difference of last time, because if we take a look at their last matchup, they Height Diff, that is, banned the Wolverine last time first. That makes sense. Star-Lord on the other side was the same. But then there was the difference. Height Diff decided to protect the Elsa because last time it was banned by Team the Beast. So there's a little bit of change up there. But because of that sort of mix-up, right, they don't get to ban the Groot this time around. That gets through still. Same thing with that Vanguard Deadpool. So there's a little bit of change-ups, as well as they banned out the Loki Height Diff did the first time, and now they opt to play it. So it's going to be quite interesting to see that change-up for sure.
Give them a taste of their own now out here, right? Now going to be able to try to roll that in together with the Gambit Ultimate. Going to be able to cycle through that as we get set up here. You also have the Magneto team up on top of it. So you got a lot of damage here from the Vanguard. Blaziken going to be able to hold in those front lines. And another player that we've also seen before.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a lot of repeats for sure with 1.7 alongside Blaziken, like you said. We're going for some, I imagine, early portal plays like we always see from Doctor Strange. Early, boost packs, jump packs committed by that Rocket Raccoon. But with Elsa getting through, you're definitely going to see it on both squads, as well as, no Deadpool Vanguard. So teams kind of been prioritizing that version of Deadpool. But here's that Doctor Strange portal immediately by C-Dub, and they go right to point with the thing.
And getting back into the action here, now that we're reconnected, everybody. Height Diff, though, are not letting go of this point. They get the first pick onto that Bacon, though, and the counter-rotate, they were just trying to kite all the way to the backside, maybe try to find an opportunity, but these walls, too, as well as the Elsa DPS, has just been too crazy for them to deal with. Elsa Bloodstone as well, being able to have those dashes control so much space is going to try to control even more of this point. But the thing is, Height Diff still haven't been able to secure this. No nail in the coffin, but with these next 2 KOs, it definitely will be enough.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 1.7 looking clean back there, right? Just securing that first elimination, then the follow-up is in that sort of backline. The Beast switch over to Iron Fist, which is definitely unique, but regardless, that first pick by 1.7 was huge, like you said, and then the follow-up. I mean, that's the power of Elsa, I guess, for sure.
It's a matter of time before that Apex Predator is summoned. As you can see, Height Diff having 4 of these ultimates, honestly make it 5 with the Rogue Heartbreaker, but here he comes to bring everybody into the vicinity. Hot PvP is able to capitalize, but with the answer back to try to recontest here, the Rogue Heartbreaker is bringing everybody to the point, but he's playing pretty shattered. They did have that Loki God of Mischief to try to put them in that position before they cycle over to Fosh's and that Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, Height Diff looking good. I mean, disengaging ultimates, trying to connect with a better Gambit ult in the follow-up. I mean, the Beast kind of on the back foot right now. And again, I mean, just stagger after stagger. This Groot is just ending up oppressive currently. And, you know, it's kind of biting the Beast in the butt, the fact that, you know, they can't play the Wolverine after they've not focused onto that Groot. And definitely screwing them over at least a little bit now. We'll see if they can kind of re-engage with some ultimates this time. They have to connect with that Elsa ultimate. Comes out to the backside, does connect on the 2, but the Magneto to Peel plays the kid, looking for the Bacon, and slammed onto the Meteorite into the Bacon's face.
Summoning Glartrops and the Elsa back to the spawn, but it's fine because Necrobe is out here on the Loki, still finding these picks as Height Diff are able to control this choke. And look where D-Spooky is! The Groot building the walls and finding the Loki in the mouth of the spawn doors.
Yeah, they're trying to cancel out that portal just in case. Diabolical just to get out of spawn. The Groot, oh my gosh, the Unstoppable perfectly timed with that Ironwood wall, and now they get to walk on forward though regardless. The Groot goes down. Nice job from the Loki in the backline. Also in the point, IJRP does touch. They're able to find 2, but traded back on the backside. Overtime now kicks down. Here comes the Glartrops on the backside. PvP and doesn't really connect onto it necessarily until on the other side it looks like Crucius does fall. So they're missing a huge member of the squad with a Gambit, and C-Dub goes down. I mean, there's just too many people on the point at this current time. I don't think there's much they can do except the Bacon does find 1, has the Gambit ultimate, eventually still falls, and Height Diff actually take round number 1 on Krakoa.
And taking that pick off of C-Dub 2 made it impossible for them to even try to contest with another portal, even if they hadn't tried before, right? Because they held all the way up, preventing a recontest right there, forcing Beast to split up to try to recontest on the point and push it into overtime. But Height Diff did not let go of that point once.
Yeah, I mean, right now for the Beast, the only negative, I guess you could say, is like they just kept getting picked off, right? They just kept kind of one by one falling. You know, it could be a matter of nerves, you know, it could be a bunch of different things, but regardless, just a tough look for the Beast considering how this matchup went before. And on the flip side, you could definitely say Height Diff learned a thing or two, right? It seems like this Groot has been absolutely dominant, and look on the opposite side, the Beasts are trying to adapt by playing their own.
I think of what really also helped out there, and you mentioned it actually, Dogman, D-Spooky with this Groot and having these walls too. C-Dub now having to go over to the Groot themselves, making that swap over, putting them at 50% without ult charge. But IJRP does have that Heartbreaker, so seeing how they're going to try to open this. The biggest problem, I think, for me, though, has been what we've seen from Pop PvP. This Elsa Bloodstone needs to be stopped. I mean, with these final hits, I can only imagine that Pop PvP has been able to get so far. It's going to be interesting with this space that they're going to be able to control.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, you know, Elsa also, if you give her too much space, right, she inevitably builds up those levels very fast to get cooldown resets, get really fast shift and left click and right click resets. So, towards the point, here comes that Gambit. Raging Roll flushed onto the squad. Does the Beast try to force something out of Height Diff? No, they just go for the KOs as early falls as can't touch this. Necrobe also goes down, and that looks a lot better from the Beast. Interesting. Trailing Prison commits by C-Dub, but regardless, fight win minus another ultimate.
C-Dub just had to make a statement, I guess, here. But it's the first time that we get to see Beast finally take the real estate on the point. And they do have these 2 ultimates. And honestly, with Loki here from ASD, slowly getting into that God of Mischief, you can expect that Rage and Royal Flush. But is it going to be enough to deal with this as they get the pick? That's a big pick here, too. Very close to having that Apex Predator.
Yeah, sometimes this can happen on Elsa. You know, you get caught out on the other side. You get grabbed by IGRP, so huge play by that Rogue on the back angle to work with John Porky, too. I mean, a lot of these top MRC teams are going to be very well coordinated with these dives, and you can see already, huge advantage. Here comes Pato with that ultimate. The Apex Predator comes out, does find 2.
Wow.
Removes that bacon, and C-Dub, no Loki Crystals to save them. You do have the Gambit ult on the backside, but JRP eventually going to run out of it and go down.
Pop PvP with this Apex Predator being recalled right to him. The heavy damage that comes in right afterwards into that gun has been unstoppable. Make it another one. They clear them out. And now Height Diff, they finally make it onto the point, but still at least 62% of credit here for Beast.
Oh, they want more. But on the other side, they try to ult early with the Gambit. I mean, walk back towards the spawn. That's interesting. You know, at least it slows them down for now, but removing an ultimate, you didn't... Or I guess they had to, maybe, because they went for that copy in the Loki earlier on. So it inevitably needed to be forced. But now the Beasts come in. They go for the copy first. They have that Stratus ultimate advantage. It'd be really hard to lose this fight, I believe, for the side of the Beasts unless they get picked off by this Meteor M. But no, it's the Spooky who goes down. C-Dub coming to the backside, trying to find a little bit more. But one by one, Height Diff, they're running out of Stratus ultimates. They do commit Pop PvP's ultimate, but can it find anything? The peel coming through from the Magneto. They do find John Porky, but oh my goodness, the dodge of the Meteor M. What an anime type moment, but regardless, doesn't really matter. The fight is still lost. The Beasts take control yet again.
Elsa said, you won't. Shifts over to the right side real quick. The shimmy shade around the Meteor M after also taking out the Iron Fist together with the damage impact of the Apex Predator. But now the recontest from D-Spooky and that portal as C-Dub is waiting for the opportunity. Does have that prison entanglement though, but it's going to be cautious to start things up with the Rage and Royal Flush.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even build any other Stratus ultimates. That's the tough part, is that they did such a good job that the Beast did holding on to it, winning the fight with only 1, and now they're just going for more, right? They can smell blood of the water, 93% of the board, about to cap out. Sure, overtime's about to be forced, but can you even go for a portal play when there's CC towards your spawn? You have to go for full stall characters. You can't play Doctor Strange, go for the portal and risk getting stunned. So at this point, you just have Venom. Overtime tick down. You didn't even get the flip either, so one by one, they're going to slowly trickle in, and the Beasts are going to tie it up.
We knew that this was going to be a banger here. We knew this could have gone the distance since these two teams have faced against each other. But in this first map already going side by side here, Dogman, we got a banger on our hands as we go on to round number 3.
Oh, yeah. It's good to be back, Vicky. Back watching a lot of MRC with you. And, you know, coming into this next one, we definitely saw, at least on round 2, the Beast looked a lot better. They looked a lot smoother. They're also, you know, they've recycled their ultimates, too, if you can see. I mean, ASD, you mentioned before this broadcast, even you're talking about what a star player this guy was, right, Vicky? Like, this guy was crazy on Loki, like you mentioned, right?
Yeah, he was actually insane. And I was looking at him, I'm like, okay, well, we always talk about, like, blah, 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 Loki playing now, and he's got the God of Mischief, right?
Good name.
ASD, WASD. And now they can try to cycle through this, but it's a little distinct here, as Fasha still needs to try to build up that Gambit Ultimate too. But then you look at Height Difference, and you look at what they're bringing to the table for this first fight, and this is going to be difficult because Lucy's already close to that Rage and Royal Flush, and Necro is going to open things up, already getting the copy with the God of Mischief to get the Rage and Royal Flush first.
Yeah, Height Diff definitely have the edge in that department, but you would like to assume for the Beasts that they have gotten a lot better in the previous rounds, just a little bit smoother. And considering the last match and how it went, I'm curious to see what happens between these two squads. I can't touch us on the right side, trying to claim some space. You know, kind of just 1 versus 1 on the rogue side. Gambit ultimate, Raging World Flush on both sides. Committed by both Locals with the copies. Here comes that rogue on the backside too. Goes down to JRP though. Too much damage for I can't touch this in the middle of the fight. And even though Height Diff had the Stratus ultimate advantage, it didn't end up mattering. Blaziken now has to come back late with that Meteor M. They try to come back in with their own Gambit ult later, but no KOs until now. ASD does fall. That's a huge pick. Also, Focus didn't have ult yet, like they said at the very beginning, Vicky, and that does end up mattering because Pot PvP on the Height is going for multiple KOs. 3 in that fight. Huge work done by the Height Diff squad.
That all the ult economy from the cycling of the Raging Royal Flush, the impact on top of the team up that you get with the explosive entanglement, it just makes your eyes water. On top of it as well, Pop PvP has been putting in so much pressure that you would just get whiplash looking at where he's currently standing on top of the Raging Royal Flush that you're also dealing with in front of you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just too much, but now that the Beasts finally have ultimates, only 19% has been built on the board, too. They come in with the Gambit ult, immediately committing. The Iron Fist in the backside. Can they live? All of the damage that is coming, at least give up that point temporarily. They use the greens, but can they live for a little bit longer? No, JRP's fists are too much to deal with. Unfortunately, Pop PvP's ult's way too late, and that Larchrock's just going to get sent back to where it came from. Height Diff gets sent back to spawn as well.
Hey, they got the comeback before, and they do it again. Beast now, they retake the point. And looking on either side, being able to pry on Necro here as he's going to have that God of Mischief coming up. You'll have to look at Beast and what that Bacon can do here, as IJRP is also going to be able to have that Heartbreaker and C-Div to try to keep everybody together.
Yeah, right now you can see the power of Gambit in these fights, and there that copy comes out from Necro early with the Lady Loki skin. They walk on in forwards, committing 3 ultimates at once. They threw out that Strangling Prison, but it was eaten on the opposite side, I believe, or rather, I guess, missed maybe, but regardless, they come back through. Brute ultimate comes through. Does connect from the 3, but it's the follow-up there. Yes, it is. Can't touch this. Commits the ultimate. Able to find 2 immediately. And looking for more. Potentially does fall. The peel is there, but doesn't matter at this rate because Pop PvP on the opposite angle on the Elsa has been doing a ton of work yet again, but the Gambit ultimate's committed. They want to force out more, maybe before giving this up. Maybe come back in with the portal play. They're only 80% to capping the point right now. Height Diff need to find these KOs before the portal comes in. Otherwise, the stall is going to come through, and here's that portal. Now only almost about to capture it up, but the Beast still racking up that tickage, right? They're constantly getting it forward. Sure, you use the portal play, but you might have it yet again by the end of the match as they finally get that point flip. Height Diff control it.
What was so crazy in the beginning of that fight, and it was a sacrifice needed from Can't Touch This, as Rogue, the Heartbreaker was activated, and it took away the ult from the God of Mischief after he already got the copy on the Gambit for the Raging Royal Flush. That stopped Beast from trying to restabilize there at the very beginning of that fight. And now Height Diff, they still have all these ultimates getting ready.
I mean, yeah, Height Diff playing this incredibly well, but they have to disengage. Get another Gambit ultimate. Warcrock's on the backside and the Meteor just to live the Gambit ult, but can they even do so? C-Dub sitting with that Friendly Prison after all these ults as well. On the backside, they're able to find Lucy, who just gets slam dunked by Friendly Prison, or rather didn't get slam dunked, I suppose, and the Beast actually close out on Height Diff on this retouch and control 60% of the board.
This is what I like to see with a tug of war to open up our day here within the MRC. Beast retake it. They have the Strangling Prison, though, looking at C-Dub, seeing now as that Bacon is trying to control more of that space up on the high ground, trying to win away even more time, as Beasts are nearing that 80% threshold.
Absolutely, just slowly getting tickage. Maybe looking to end it too. I mean, they're coming up on that low-key copy. Height Diff also don't have a little bit of momentum shifter here on the backside angle, but you do commit. That's certainly Prison. Oh, JRP goes down. That's a huge pick onto the Beast because he was too far forward. So that's kind of worth it, right? You get one. There's no Rocket Raccoon, obviously no BRB to bring them back. We'll add a Warlock with the Resurrection. You have the Groot on the off angle trying to stay alive. Throws at the Strangling Prison, but they already have so much support. They can trade if they... Or they can in the middle of the fight trade, but they don't have enough damage now at this point. They've lost too many people. Height Diff control the point, commit the Rogue Ultimate on top of it as well, just to find the stagger KOs. No portal, by the way, I believe, for the Beast just yet either, so they have to run in quickly as we're entering the end of the map. Height Diff could close out on the Beasts and get revenge.
Another desync on the ultimates too. The Fashas didn't have that Raging Royal Flush when they tried to commit with the God of Mischief. It wasn't enough sustain, whereas Height Diff now they'll have Necro with the God of Mischief, and now Beasts have to contest 99% here nearing for Height Diff.
You do have that Rogue messing with the Loki, and that's huge, right? But you can't go down. Oh no, can't just go down. Can they trade it though? At least trading 1 and 2. Okay, they trade the Loki and the Rogue, and Pop PvP coming through trying to find a little bit more. You commit the Gambit ult a little bit too late, unfortunately, for the Beast, and that could cost them. Focus's ult, unfortunately, was held for too long or not built, and Height Diff, they've won Krakoa.
They got the run back and already looking better than what they looked like before when they had to go against the Beast in the winner side of things. Height Diff with a big back and forth though, Dogman. It wasn't that easy, but they did take that first map.
Absolutely, and you know, taking a look back at it, Obviously, you can point out Pop PvP, but you called out the Gambit play. The Rogue play was huge, I think, from Can't Touch This. And, you know, you can see on both squads, the Groot, yeah. And, that's really the most important thing you called out, Vicky, because that Wolverine got banned, makes Groot pretty much unstoppable, and you're not playing anything to really deal with it. And at this rate, you can see how good High Diff are playing it, or playing the Groot.
And with the best communication too, right? You have D-Spooky setting up walls preemptively to help also allow Pop PvP to pop off. You get that wall right there. You see the Glartrox. You try to control more of that space. And looking at these final hits, I was wondering, 22 for Pop PvP. And D-Spooky out here with 11 final hits. These stats are off the charts here. Very close together when it comes to the strategists. But you also have to consider the timing of these ultimates to help prevent you guys kind of link up together so you can allow a desync in a freer amount of time to allow for a contest.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you kind of got to play the Elsa, you would assume, just because, you know, playing that triple Vanguard lineup didn't really pan out for the Bacon and them. I mean, they're trying to play that Hyper Brawl comp, just go aggressive with their own Groot and with their own Iron Fist and stuff. But you could see, like you mentioned, Vicky, I mean, Pot was going off. I mean, nearly, was it 27,000 damage and 22 final hits? That was just unmatched by anybody else in the lobby.
I mean, every time we tuned into Pop PvP's point of view, it was always them setting up and getting, what, maybe 1 or 2 KOs consistently back to back. I mean, the damage output was there, but that, again, was something that we were not surprised to see after looking at the other regions and how they started out their MRC2. Also, Bloodstone, really, really good hero. I'm wondering if we're going to see a ban going into the next game.
We definitely could. We definitely could. I mean, there's some difference you have to do. I mean, we'll see what the protects are going to be as well, considering how strong Groot was. It could be the Elsa. It could be that for sure. I mean, Vanguard Deadpool is always a worry you have to think about, but that's a huge change-up, I think. Whatever worked for the squad of High Diff, they probably want to keep it up in the next map. It depends on what it is, obviously, right, as we enter that map number 2 in a moment, but you know, now it's going to be interesting for the Beasts, who are one of those top teams this tournament that people are looking out for. Maybe they want to mix things up. No, they're going to go immediately for that Star-Lord ban once again.
Okay. Not expecting that, but now going back and forth, the Wolverine getting banned also allows D-Spooky to stake onto that Groot, and the protection onto Elsa comes next. So we'll get to see even more PvP action, it looks like here from their side, but hopefully now with Beast already kind of figuring things out. It took a bit, right? It took like almost at the end of that first round, beginning of round number 2, where Beast started really stepping up, but then the Gambit Protect and the Loki ban means that we're going to have a different strategist lineup here.
Yeah, I think that's a smart way to go about it. I mean, at least, like, I think that the Beasts did well enough with the Gambit, but yeah, once you get 2 Gambits out there, the Lokis, it can get a little snowbally. It's hard to win when you're against 2 Gambit ultimates instead of just 1 at the very least, but you get that Invis Protect on the opposite side. High Diff want to keep some peel for their strategists, and a Cloak Protect on the opposite side, so maybe a difference of opinion of what you want to play exactly, because that Cloak ult can last a little bit longer. You get that Magneto ban on the opposite angle too for the Beast, so we'll see what they want to do after that. I mean, it is interesting that they're leaving that kind of Groot open after the Wolverine, but you get rid of the Loki, they assume that's kind of the problem, and for High Diff, I'm going to think about this one long and hard, but they've already gotten kind of what they wanted to get so far. And they're going to go for Daredevil ban on the opposite angle to make sure that John Porky can't go aggressive with the Beast if that's their style again.
The Prile, though, on protecting 3 strategists, it looks like here, right? With the Invisible Man. No Daredevil, of course, there too. Cloak and Dagger has been very interesting this season, actually, especially seeing a lot of our strategists having, you know, the cost charge of their ultimates nerfed as well. But with no Magneto, even with Gambit being protected, you'll at least have the Rogue team up, but you won't have that damage output that we know that Magneto could put down.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to head into that second map, which will be Hell's Heaven. And between these 2 squads, they haven't played on Hell's Heaven just yet. The second map in their first matchup was Hall of the Jalia, so a bit of a different map type in general. So regardless, going to another domination where, honestly, things can be up in the air, Vicky, right? Like, it's only a best out of 3 on Dom. It can go pretty fast, right? Like we just saw in the last match, once you get this Gambit in here, it can be rough, but maybe without the Loki, that removes a lot of the linchpin for High Diff. We'll see what happens here.
I definitely agree, because it prevents more of a drastic snowball, right? And here on Hell's Heaven, one of my favorite maps, one of the OGs that I started playing more rivals in, you know, you have the environmental KO potential that Apex Predator brings to the table with Elsa Bloodstone's ultimate. So we're going to see how that's going to play a part as we're going to look to get a TP kidnap with the penny.
Maybe.
No.
Yeah, they're going for that portal play.
No.
They've got the 3 Vanguards
Okay.
too. They get it. Nope, they just want to go on the backside to give up on it. And just control that height for now. We'll see what the Beast off to do, but they're using that portal as a bit of a shield to block off each other.
I like this option, though, to control more of that high ground, block off that point of view, so that way you can get a window to help enable PvP right through the cracks of that teleport, as now the point is activated. We have the contention going on, but it's the fight for the high ground as Blaziken comes out on the Snow Queen herself, as she controls a lot more of that space, and High-Tip are trying to take more of that point. They get it first. That's even big, despite D-Spooky going down.
Yeah, nice patience there, actually. I mean, I would assume Height Diff in terms of building ult charge. By the way, Pop PvP has that Glory Charge. Throws it out there. Does get Dr. Strange. They didn't build it. They didn't expect it to get built so quickly. On the opposite angle, I thought, honestly, John Porky did enough. But, I mean, realistically, Pop PvP built that ult so quick, was getting so much damage. But you did commit that Gambit ultimate because of the amount of damage that Pop PvP was doing. Regardless, you need to find these KOs. Wait, ASD finds 2 somehow on the backside, just with the suck and with that Terra Cave. And maybe they'll find more. I mean, the strategist doing so much, finding 3 in that fight, and that turns it.
But that was such big focus there, too, to make sure that Necro was not going to also get the Rage and Royal Flush. They had no way of trying to hold their ground there now, as Beast trying to get back into it. They finally flipped the point back in their favor. They're holding up to control more of that space. But I like what I'm seeing with between the double cloak and dagger, too.
Yeah, and you talked about, I mean, earlier on with the, sacrificial lamb type situation. DeBacon goes in, gets traded out, gets grabbed by the Gartrons, and John Porky does as well, but it ends up worthwhile because you come back in with the Gambit ult. But now, here on the back angle, Gambit ult committed, does get traded out by Cloak ult just to sustain for a bit longer. But you should assume for Height Diff, they have more ultimates on the back angle. Now they're all stunned. Oh, can't touch this, goes down though too. And Lucy, I think he got his ult canceled. Oh no, by the back angle. Nice stun by the Thing or whoever it was. I believe it was the Bacon with his ultimate. Canceling Lucy's ultimate. That ruined the entire fight for Height Diff.
That was crazy, and now this allows Beast to get even more on the point this time around, backing away, nearing already 55%, and they got ultimates to work with here. Botches is very close to that Rage and Royal Flush. D-Dub could go for a play here. Blaziken could try to put a stop to it, but it looks like what that wombo combo is going to look like together with D-Spooky if they want to wait for that Apex Predator from Pop PvP.
I think for the Beast, they keep looking out for Can't Touch This, who goes hyper aggressive, right, with the with the Rogue, just opting into playing that triple composition, playing heavily around John Porky, giving the damage resist as well. Now here comes that John Porky on the backside, or rather Can't Touch This again. He goes down. Yeah, they're just looking for him, hunting it, but they trade it out. JRP goes down. But the Gambit ultimate gives them a little bit of extra spacing. T-Dub gets stunned out, 2 on the backside of the Gartrox too, so that ultimate gets negated. And now he goes down, but it's only 1-for-1 at the current moment. Can they find any more before the Beast build up ult charge, right? They're playing back at the point, playing the anchor style. They do have that Emma getting up ult charge, or rather high beam charge. But can they find those KOs, right? There's so much health they have to chunk through with all of these Vanguards on the point. Also, you have that Gambit ult soon. But can they build it? JRP goes down. Blaziken able to find one. Will they find any more, though? At the moment, there's just a bunch of stall coming out from the Beast. They're totally fine just making this fight as darn as possible. They actually separate DeBacon, though, from the Cloak and Dagger ultimate. Nice job to remove him out of it. But you got to live past it, right? Falling back into the Cloak and Dagger cooldown, trying to live a little bit longer. Necro comes out for the peel. Good job out of him. The support is there. And finally, Height Diff might flip the point. And yes, they do.
What was so crucial there, Dogman, you talked about it, they let the Emma get the beam charge almost for free there, and the communication in Height Diff right now, I like what I'm seeing, the follow-up from Pop PvP to take out that Bacon, though, and now he does have that Eye of Agamotto going right back into this game, and also ASD was pretty far back in the backline after trying to utilize that Eternal Bond, getting a lot more aggressive, despite them trying to jump. Can't touch this. It's the recontesting going in as John Porky's very close to that Apex Predator with everybody in the side room as Blaziken finds C-Dub before he can unleash clobbering time. The follow-up together as everybody's grouped them together with the Heartbreaker. Sonic Seduction coming in from Blaziken as well for his ASD right back together, but they're going to be able to try to hold forward with this Terra Cave.
I mean, this keeps happening. On the opposite angle, you find one on Pop PvP with his ult, but after that, I mean, there's not really much else found. That Dr. Strange ult from DeBacon, though, just found 3 people. You do trade at least one. You find that early pick, but it doesn't matter when the Beast slow down sort of just throw their like one player away for the trade-offs. Overtime ticking down. Can you get the portal off in time? You do so. You jump out. You throw that diamond form to get some damage resist as well as getting that CC reduction. You come out with the cloak and dagger ultimate, but can they find the KOs? You get one. Blazers can find C-Dub, but they're close to that Stratus ultimate. They're so close to that cloak and dagger. JRP falls yet again, even with that rogue ultimate, and they back up for now. Concede the objective at the moment.
They retake it, but can we talk about that huge ante from Necro stopping C-Dub from even using another ultimate? They have the Rage and Royal Flush. D-Spooky goes for the play. He gets 3 off the Eye of Agamotto. The recontention as the Glortrunks is summoned, trying to take them off to the side, and Can't Touch Us goes in. High diff now. They flip the point, but overtime ticking away. Beasts are falling like flies.
I mean, one after another, and then you have that Emma you mentioned earlier just sitting there, getting so much damage. There goes another one. You do have that Gambit on the back line. Can they do it again, right? Can you find the KOs? The answer is no. Pop PvP is here, and they win the first round yet again, this time on Hell's Heaven. In domination, High Diff are diffing the Beasts.
One more round away from getting the comeback and retaking after Beast sent High Diff to this lower bracket, but I really like the way that they were able to recontend right there too. Right out of the mouth of the portal as well, they were able to focus down and get that ante from Necrobe, and then the follow-up together with Pop PvP, having that awareness on who he needs to hit next.
Yeah, this is a super close, ultra fun matchup. I mean, last match you could see the Beast, you know, they would assume, you know, you can play the Gambit still. You know, you're fine not playing the Loki, but it turns out the Gambit's still a bit of a problem, and you called them out. You called out ASD on Cloak and Dagger popping off. But regardless, it didn't end up mattering. I mean, High Diff just sort of whittled them down. They're playing their comp incredibly well at the current moment, forcing the Beast to play some different stuff, right? They're playing John Porky onto that Elsa, and Pop EVP is just getting so much value on Elsa throughout the series, like you said. So currently, High Diff putting themselves on map point right now, and after what happened earlier in the tournament, that's a huge deal.
And to put a highlight on it too, right? John Porky swapping over to this Elsa this time around has had a lot more success, which allowed Beast to even take control over that point in the first place, right? We saw them immediately contest as now they've already controlled a good amount of this space, but it's Groot v Groot. As you can see, D-Spooky is a lot closer to that prison entanglement comparatively with Blaziken having the Silent Seduction to start things off, but they gotta get through that shield, and with the command grab, they do just that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it slows everybody down for now, and it's enough. I mean, Blaziken just popping off at the current moment,
wow.
Just securing everything, all the space for Pop PvP. They remove the Groot walls as well, so they're able to kind of walk up forward. They also are against no Stratus ultimates at the current moment, so they get a walk up with the Gambit ultimate for free. They commit the Groot ultimate, and yeah, there's nothing you can do for the B side. They get cleaned up, done and dusted for High Diff first point.
Oh, they got put in the microwave right there. That was a lot of damage together with that Rage and Royal Flush, but holding it back here and looking at what High Diff also has, what they didn't use up in that previous fight. They still have that Eternal Bond, the Heartbreaker too from Can't Touch Us. Trying to predict here as Faucius does have that Rage and Royal Flush, but you also have to think about ASD, WASD, as Beasts have a lot of sustain going in.
Yeah, Pot's coming up on another ultimate as well. Here they go aggressive with the jump, with the Rogue ultimate to the backside, forcing out Gambit. Here comes that Strangling Prison on the back angle as well. Can they find any KOs, though, for the Beast? They come back in with the Cloak ult. Maybe they can find some more KOs as there's no Stratus ultimates on the opposite side. This is the advantage they need, but they have to not lose anybody during this. And wait, they don't. High Diff, they've walked all the way away without losing anybody but Jamaican, though. Looking for the Doctor Strange ultimate. It connects onto the Emma, it looks like, but that's a Vanguard. Can they live past it? No. Too much damage coming through. They don't have any Stratus ultimates to re-engage either, so that might be enough for the Google to separate them. Jamaican, though, finds or gets picked off. Strangling Prison on the back line, onto the Gambit, and he's going to go down. Faucius falls. There's no more Stratus as well besides that Cloak and Dagger, but you separate it off. I mean, D-Spooky just making sure he can separate the Cloak and Dagger from the squad, finding ASD that removes any and all healing. JRP has to clutch up for the Beast. If he doesn't, that's another wasted ultimate. They portal to come back in, but at this rate, you don't even have the point. Strangling Prison goes out there, just tossing ultimates in desperation right now, Vicky, as they get cleaned up yet again.
He parted up the walls together with the Groot walls, utilized the enemy Groot walls to his own advantage, and he went crazy. He said Halloween came in early. He'll really give them something to be spooked out about, because D-Spooky went crazy here. Blaziken holding up. Son of Seduction is ready, it looks like, but no portal play could come out now from that Bacon. They got to recontest as High Diff near 95%.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking very worrisome for the Beast. They come in with the Gambit ultimate. They find the KOs finally on the D-Spooky, so this is going to be a late Stratus ultimate committed by Lucy if they do want to use the Cloak and Dagger. And at the moment, they actually do commit it, right? They go in, they actually find the KO, and then the Doctor Strange from the Bacon, or from D-Spooky, does get CC'd for now, but it doesn't matter. Pop PvP has done so much throughout the series, and is looking to finally end it into the Beasts. I mean, they just got shut out on Hell's Heaven, potentially. No portal either. They come back in with their own. High Diff looked phenomenal. Gambit composition is something they are great at. 2-0 over the Beast. Get revenge to move on into round 8.
Spooky said, y'all didn't need me real quick. Gotta swap over the Doctor Strange portal right back in. He comes back. It is already cleared and won as Hype Diff. They get the comeback, and we get to see a banger of a match here, Dogman, to open up our day.
Yeah, absolutely, and well-deserved MVP for 1.7. I think there's a few things to discuss from that series, Vicky. Like, obviously this guy in Elsa's disgusting. But, man, I mean, like, the Star-Lord ban, I think, could be seen as a mistake now. Like, it worked out for him in the last matchup, but apparently this time, the Gambit was so smooth. And that Gambit Protect for the Beast, honestly, was not ideal considering how well it was played on the opposite angle with Necrobe and Lucy just playing things so well. I mean, just what great teamwork. And then, yeah, Pop EVP, 34k damage, just absolutely diffing in the Elsa department. Bit brutal for the Beasts.
Can we talk about, like, doing your homework as well and managing to contest a team that sent you down to that lower bracket, having some of that extra time and completely doing a 180 in your performance going into this next series? That's what I love about Marvel Rivals, right? Like, now you have a lot more time to digest what Elsa Bloodstone's all about. You get to see what you could really utilize together. You still have the group that's enabled. You want to prioritize the group? All right, get rid of the Wolverine, which is what they were able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you're right, a masterclass of doing your homework. I mean, they just managed to keep the Elsa this time. They go for that Protect. In the last series, like you said, I mean, it was banned out both times. So, when you get that Protect off and then you let 1.7 Pop PvP do what he did, it's gross, right? I mean, like, Elsa is definitely like a APM type hero, in my opinion, like a hero that can just do so much if you're just clicking your buttons and having good aim. And you can see, I mean, just literally 14,000 damage plus. The whole team played well around the Elsa.
I also think talking about the Rogue gameplay too, having that Heartbreaker at a time where a lot of these teams are trying to desperately brute force their way out of really pressured chokes, came in clutch, right? We had like 4 or 5 ultimates online looking at the other side here for Beast, and they were unable to get through that choke when you see that crate over to the side because the Heartbreaker really put a stunt to it, right? And they wanted to approach originally utilizing one of the strategist ultimates, and the timing on these Heartbreakers were on point.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, like, the rogue play is disgusting. I mean, it was like something we noticed last like Ignite, Vicky, but I don't know. What do you think? Like, these rogue players are just disgusting now. They've really leveled up again. It feels like everybody's reaching new heights, new peaks, and perfect time for Ignite coming up in a bit, right?
Yeah, that's why when you get to see the Gambit team up together with Rogue, don't sleep, man, because even if Magneto's not on the table, it's still going to hurt a lot. Together with that Gambit Rogue, I like the Rogue gameplay that we've been able to see. A lot different, too, on the approach on how Rogue has been played compared to what we saw, actually, last time back in December when we last casted the MRC Dog.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it does feel like everybody's improving. And even same thing for Elsa players, Vicky. I mean, this hero's like brand new, only a few weeks old. So, like, the fact that we're getting into it with this character and people have gotten so good in these past couple weeks, it's amazing. I know, like, I think Delena should be the highest ranked one at the current moment. I could be wrong about that. I believe there was like a Punisher main that hit rank 1 as well on the leaderboards too. Yeah, shotgun only Punisher, by the way. Huge shout out to him. I mean, yes, that's not a joke. He's literally flying into your face with a grapple hook with a shotgun, and he is not apologizing about it. This guy hit rank 1. It's kind of crazy. But Saife got it back, of course, as per usual. And, in this series in MRC, we're not going to see some Punishers with shotguns, I think, even though Punisher is still somewhat viable. You still have Phoenix that we haven't seen a lot of. That can be potentially banned. You saw a Star-Lord prioritization. But I don't know, Vicky, do you think Elsa's reached that #1 ranked duelist spot? I guess we'll discuss that in a bit as we do have a break. We'll come back and talk about it later.
Players out here, Dogman, but we've also been seeing some great Elsa Rogue Gambit play coming out. I mean, are we going to keep seeing this strategist backline really get through the ban phase?
I mean, it might, yeah. I mean, it's such high pace, right? Like, that's what we talk about. Like, currently, it does feel like Gambit, and also when Cloak and Dagger's out there are just so fast. And then on the opposite side, when you have Invis, right? Like, it was still protected, but we didn't get to see it because of Cloak and Dagger being out there with the Gambit. But I mean, she can have incredible sustain and also impact the game so heavily. So you're right. Strategists, again, kind of king of MRC. And, you know, heading into season six, it's a little bit of new faces, like you said, with Elsa joining the picture. But, man, it's been incredible performances out of Strat players for sure.
Yeah, and I like the point that you actually just brought up right now that we didn't really elaborate on, right? You see the Protect on the Invisible Woman, and you get to get away basically just with Cloak and Dagger having a much longer ultimate than what that Invisible Boundary provides here. So wondering, you know, taking some notes with the way that a lot of these teams have approached the pick and ban phase. The Elsa will not be used in this first game, but the Gambit will, as well as the Daredevil, going to be sent right back over to jail together with Elsa.
Yeah, big steppers kind of coming through with the ban phase that they like to stick with generally, but I mean, they've tried to go for strat bans first compared to this time around. They're going for that Elsa ban first into that Phoenix Protect, which is kind of the opposite of what they did. I think they banned out the Phoenix last time in the earlier rounds. And the opposite side for SXE, they go for that Daredevil ban that they've done before. Both these teams, by the way, did end up beating a team called They Ain't, the 7 Ain't, in a close 2-1 series. So both of these squads, unfortunately for They Ain't, losing twice in a very, very intense matchup. So a huge shout out to everybody on that team with Flo, Anakin Sims, Excel, Fictus Ambrosius, the 7-alls, and Yago. A lot of those guys are very good, but obviously sent out of the tournament early by both of these teams. Who probably will play a close matchup considering, you know, they also had good matches versus the same team.
Yeah, always got to give a shout out to our players who have been putting in so much time and dedication in making a name for themselves within the MRC, right? Because this is where legends are literally born, as we see the Protect onto the group. But you know what I like to see here, Doug, man? Loki getting banned after you see that Gambit Protect from the other side. And of course, when you see that Wolverine's no longer in play, you want to try to protect your group, because now your group is going to get enabled very similarly to what we saw before. But the Mantis ban, you know, looking at maybe the team up, so you won't have them on the table because of course there's no Loki or Mantis, but at least you will have those walls from the Gru and Cloak and Dagger getting a ban, which is going to enable the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a lot of focus on the strats you just talked about. I mean, you get rid of the Cloak, you get rid of the Loki, you leave the Gambit open, but you remove some of the characters that do well with Gambit, right? Those characters that can take advantage of the pace. So, you know, it is going to be a mix-up, like you mentioned. I think that it was a different approach, but a little bit of a better take by both teams, I think. Maybe both teams are a little, you know, cursed from really fast Gambit squads too, but the Wolverine ban came through. We're going to see Hell's Heaven yet again, Vicky, but we're in that round 7. So, you know, if you lose this, it's the elimination round for both teams. If you lose this, you aren't going to ignite in this upcoming stage, right? You're going to have to go play through MRC again, but you'll get some points in your bag for the long term at the very least.
Absolutely. The top 3 teams will have that opportunity, and it's quite a gauntlet run from here, Doug, man. But at least you get a lot of that practice. Hopefully you're not one of those players that experience burnout. You just get better as time passes, as you grind things out. And looking at what we have in store for us, you know who did get to go through here? It's going to be the Vanguard tank pool.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's definitely one of the strongest Vanguards right now in the game, if not the strongest for a lot of people's opinions. You know, Groot's in there. We're seeing a lot of Rogue today. In fact, for big steppers, they're going for that Mac Rogue combo with the Rogue team up in Gambit that you talked about before.
See if it's going to be able to fare against the tank pool. Will they get the Banhammer? We'll find out now, as now SXE already started moving up. Talk about the Star-Lord in our last series here. We get to see it in full shine together with that Phoenix controlling more of that space. But as now, Mike's Punch is going to be able to move up. He finds the snipe onto the Rogue, and that is not how you want to open up this first fight here, too, because now imagine the space with these walls, as now SXE and Jet get to walk up for free.
Yeah, kind of similar to the last series, except we do get to see that Vanguard Deadpool, like you mentioned, was removed before. But yeah, they just want to go aggressive, play together, or kind of brawl. You saw Iron Fist in Star-Lord's place because of the Star-Lord ban, but now you get to see that full, you know, aggressive brawly comp and style, and it's immediately panned out for SXE versus Big Steppers.
Also curious to see, I mean, with Boomer being on the Moon Knight, right? You want to be able to build up that ultimate just as quick to try to break through this chokehold of pressure, but he's setting up these walls here, backing away, still in the line of sight as XXE injected. Do have these two ultimates to help with the sustain, specifically Map here with that invisible boundary, as a Leo now moves in. They lost out on their Gambit, though. A nice little trade here, despite Map being able to follow up onto the road.
Yeah, nice play. Moon Knight ult in the backside, Gambit ult. Oh, they're right outside of the invisible boundary. Oh, no! They get cleaned up. What a crude ultimate by my coach, or Choach, on the back angle, and now they're trying to desperately run away, but a huge ultimate to stop them before they could get into safety.
Oh, with the selfie and two. I mean, literally cinematic. I love. Oh, no, he can't get it.
Oh, wait, they got... Oh, my goodness. That poor little ragdoll from the Gambit. But it's deserved, you know? I feel like it's deserved for Gambit players these days, but maybe that's just me. Now Big Steppers wants to come in. And again, the pace of play might be a bit much from SXE, though, here, right? With the Gambit ultimate.
I'm loving these group plays here, too. But you talk about Punisher before. It may not be the shotgun Punisher, but with the final judgment, he's looking around as a legendary. He finds him, and with the Meteor M, he finds Tuke here. Despite the trade-off going on, Worthless has not been contested from the skies, and all you need is my Chooch to keep feeling himself as he moves up, ignores the Uggs, he's got the walls, and they still stay on the point. They did not flip this point once looking at Big Steppers.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, these Vanguards are doing so much. There's so much damage output in Groot, Vanguard, Deadpool, and then Magneto. It's just like all of the top, like, damaging Vanguards. We're kind of entering a new meta. You know, we had triple strategist before. Now you're seeing triple Vanguard, but, you know, Deadpool in general is just such a strong hero, especially in that Vanguard role. They're able to find one, trade it back. Shotgun Punisher does come out. Talking about Shotgun only Punisher being somewhat viable, and now, you know, Vic on the opposite side does find one, coming back for the peel onto the Vanguard Deadpool, making sure to slow down the ultimate, and he just gets stuffed. Nice job from the Invisible Woman to slow him down temporarily, and in overtime, they're going to flip the objective.
It's a matter of time here. Overtime.
Oh, no!
They have to stay on it. They have to stay on it. They have to stay on it. Yo, I honestly clenched. Like, I think we've all, like, you know, maybe have had those moments of PTSD, but I thought they were just going to walk out right there. Okay, they're fine. They flipped the point. A little scary there, too, together. But looking at Matt being the first one that got taken down in that previous fight, Dog Man, that's what causes the minds of Injected. But now they have double threaded ultimates to start things off with the Legendary and the Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, that's so much damage. They get KOs even through that invisible boundary. And, you know, with that, they're all gone. I mean, rest in peace. They've been removed. I mean, maybe you can get that portal play. I don't remember if they used it earlier. The cooldown might not even be up, actually, considering he's been on that Doctor Strange, but he can stall it out with the Rogue, maybe. Nope, too much damage. Everybody else is here and cleaned up. SXE will take the point back. And I guess you see why that Star-Lord was prioritized before in the last series, because, man, Big Steppers, they won one fight, almost became Big C9ers instead of Big Steppers. And now we're moving to Eldritch Monument after SXE Cap Frozen Airfield.
Yeah, it was tough, though, to be able to see what SXE Injected still brought to the table, because I honestly, looking at Convex and those double Invisiwoman boundary ults, that was rough. Not only did you have your entire team pushed off the healing of your invisible boundary, thanks to my Chooch, who had that Strangling Prison, but then you have to deal with the damage output with your next invisible boundary, with the Gambit ultimate into Star-Lord's Legendary.
Yeah, it's just, that was ridiculous. I mean, you're seeing these multiple, you know, 3 ultimates popped, and it just pans out, right? You could build them up so quickly, considering, you know, characters in Marvel Rivals just build up ult so fast, especially with, like, Gambit too. You know, ult charging incredibly fast for the squad with the ultimate and Raging Royal Flush, and now Big Steppers, they have some decisions to make. They're going over to triple Vanguard as well, but this time, they're going to try to hard play around their Punisher, around Big Q, as he does have his Punisher ultimate. Final Judgment up, ready to go for this upcoming fight, but it's going to be against the Invisible Boundary and also Groot Ultimate. Although he can live for a little bit longer, the Meteor M should be able to counter him unless they delete it fast enough.
He will be able to start off the fight, though, with that Final Judgment, and they were waiting for it as they have the Invisible Boundary sniped together with the damage output of the Magneto team up together with the Gambit, which he still hasn't been contested, though. He managed to survive for right now until Leo sends him right back to the spawn room doors, aside from Mike Goose. They're looking at big steppers and they're wondering what their underground methods are looking like, because right now SXE injected, they didn't have to burn too much still at the same time, right? Because now they're gonna have their ultimate economy going up. The Leo still has that tankable banhammer, and Chu still is fighting these raw picks as he holds up.
Yeah, this is scary because they're going for those like last second swaps to mirror comp SXE on the opposite angle. And now they have speed, you know, playing the thing on the in SXE, not having to really worry about that hero too much, because you do have that Vanguard Deadpool alongside Magneto who can peel. But now they want to get, you know, maybe force something early out of Big Step, but no, they actually commit to Star-Lord ultimate. Gambit ultimate follow-up, and that removes 2 immediately. Nice job from Worthless. Make that 3, maybe 4. Yes, that's going to be 5 KOs just for him alone in the fight off the Gambit ult and Galactic Legend.
He's literally, I'm just looking at Gavin. If it isn't Loki, that's a problem. It's the Galactic Legend team up together with the damage output from that ultimate. Looking ahead, look how far up that they are holding up on this high ground. Both of these Vanguards, the big steppers, they do have these 4 ultimates coming up into the next fight. Make it 5 and both be making that swap over to the Star-Lord.
They're waiting on the backside. Wait, they send out the road. Oh, Food ultimate.
Oh my, no way.
My Cooch is crazy with it. VicQ goes down. Now you have on the backside, or 2 to the backside, sorry. Now Gambit goes down 2 to Lilo. I mean, maybe you can find something for Big Step, but you have the invisible boundary. Maybe you have to pop ultimates at this point, 80%. SXE falls low, but nobody's down. I mean, the peel is there. Everybody's keeping Worthless alive in the back. I mean, how are you doing this? The follow-up damage is there. And now this, I mean, Deadpool is way too late. You find one, maybe. But can you do anything else at this rate? It looks like the answer is no.
I think the desperate time call for those desperate measures are just trying to contest, forces it into overtime if you can stay alive. But my Chooch has been on fire, not only with these ultimates, but now controlling so much of the space. The recontest now comes in with that portal from Speedy here, and Devour does have that Heartbreaker.
Yeah, Heartbreaker ready. Devour on the point. Does go down, though. Across the map. VicQ able to find one. With the portal come back. I mean, you could stall it out a little bit longer. Lilo finds another. VicQ goes down, and at this rate, I mean, you walk at everybody else, and SXE get it done. 2-0 on Hell's Heaven.
That was dominating with the way that they were able to retake a lot of those points. And not only retake here, Dogman, the space that these Vanguards are controlling, the shutdowns from the ultimates have just been crazy. Blue ult catching the Star-Lord. I mean, when you take a look at the win condition, right, of these team compositions, that's where that damage output comes out for SXE injected. You get the Gambit Ranger Royal Flush together with the Galactic Legend. Now you stop the other team from trying to copy your homework, and that was your main focus right there. Then you try to draw out the fight, and you're staggering those ultimates. There is no retake possible there for Big Steppers, unfortunately here. But looking at the stats across the board, 11 final hits for my Chooch, and then you have 15 for Worthless being on that Star-Lord.
Yeah, that's tough to get group diff so hard, or rather team diff in general. I mean, that was just like pure dominance from the whole squad, but they go for that group protect on your angle, and then they play the group incredibly well. So SXE, I mean, they put themselves up in the series. We'll see what the second map is in a second, but I mean, that was an incredibly fast map too. I mean, we're entering like round 7, like we mentioned. This is an elimination round, and you know, these squads, there's not really many Celestial players left. We have like maybe a couple Celestial 2s, maybe 1s, but most of these players, Eternity, one above all. And obviously rank doesn't, you know, isn't the end all be all. You still have to, you know, play scrims and be incredibly talented outside of ranked, but it shows you're playing the game a lot. And you can see SXE definitely have an incredibly talented squad and pretty much stuffed Big Steppers at every angle.
Yeah, practice is practice out here too, and being able to see a lot of these teams try to get their run backs as well has been on another level, and how they've been able to adapt around these universal bans, but also what the meta may be shaped up for their team depending on which maps that we've been going on. We did see Hell's Heaven like back-to-back, right, from our previous series and the last game, now to open up this series too. But a rather quick one in that first game now as we go on to our second map in our second series.
Yeah, I mean, second series, second map, we'll see if there's adjustments. You talked about it in the first series. Really, we didn't see any adjustments, I think, in that map number 2, and you could see it bit the beasts it back, right? They unfortunately go down in the series without making any adjustments, any changes. We'll see if on the opposite angle we want to see Big Steppers do much, right? Because that Star-Lord was a bit of a problem. Same thing with the Gambit. I don't know. I mean, do they change up that? Do they let the Elsa go through? There's a lot of decisions that you have to make in this upcoming matchup, depending on map type as well.
I mean, hopefully maybe saving on the Wolverine so that way they don't enable the group, but that could also be a bait on its own like we've seen before. Here, I'm assuming here Mytruch probably has another crazy Vanguard that he could roll out with, but then you also have the hand-in-hand of, do you want to prio that and then maybe allow the mag to get through? Because then at that point there too, then you still have like the Rogue, Gambit, and mag team up that you could possibly bring out. Or are you going to finally try to prio the Gambit band there as well? That's another thing because we saw the Loki, I believe, being that prio band from the other side.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Loki is just such a priority, I think, for a lot of these teams, and it will continue to be so, considering that character is definitely crazy. I mean, he's just got the invulnerability for the team that heals you, and then also the fact that you can just copy any ultimate in the entire game. Like, that is ridiculous. Now we have the Gambit ban first for Big Steppers. That's the change up at the moment, Vicky, it looks like.
All right, so no Gambit. That means no team up, and that means we're probably going to see a different Vanguard lineup here too as well if we see that mag getting banged. Or maybe a Rogue that won't be out into play here, but also means that we're going to have a different strategist backline as Daredevil once again is unable to see play.
Yeah, what does SXE want to protect at this point? It's the Mantis. I believe that banned out last time as well by Big Steppers, so inevitably I think that was like their third or second ban, so it makes sense, I guess, to counter. Now we get that Phoenix Protect coming through, although Elsa still viable and still available for both squads. Neither wanting to focus on that until maybe now.
The Adam Warlock getting banned out next, as they don't want to run the risk. If they see that Protect on the Mantis, it instills fear. You don't want to ban out the Loki in case you want to use it here, but with the Adam Warlock being off the table as well as Gambit, that means you won't be cycling through these God of Mischiefs into infinite long time of fighting going down on the point.
I mean, you're allowing Groot so far. You ban out that Wolverine for SXE. Last time Big Steppers protected the Groot, and then they got countered by it. So, you know, our Big Steppers, we'll see what they want to do now. I mean, we go for that Vanguard Protect onto the Vanguard Deadpool because how good that was. And at this point, SXE, I mean, they're getting a few heroes right now. Invis, Cloak and Dagger now getting protected. Big Steppers not going for that Groot ban or protect this time. Maybe they go for the ban in that instance. But it's going to be the Magneto that gets banned out this time around for SXE. What do they opt to do? At this point, it does feel like Big Steppers have been kind of lulled and baited into focusing on that triple. I mean, you still get the Loki, Mantis, and Groot coming through potentially.
And Vanguard Deadpool too, that, you know, still put in a good amount of pressure, still gets through as that Protect comes out, as the Loki is the final ban. Sure, Cloak and Dagger is here on the table, but with the Mantis Protect too, you know, with Cloak and Dagger, her ultimate lasting a little bit longer there than the Invisible Boundary. That's something for some of these teams to consider if they could try to get these follow-ups.
Yeah, it is interesting. I guess SXE don't want to play against that Loki, even though they were given that Mantis and then the Groot, you know, potentially for that Loki triple team-up situation, but they like to play fast, very quick, and, you know, I guess the Loki wants to set up maybe a little bit more. Heading to hold the Jalia, so we're going to Convergence. That Loki would be pretty disgusting, but you got something to say?
Yeah, I just realized because we saw it in the first game. Elsa was like the first hero banned. Elsa does not get banned this game around, and now we get to see Worthless roll out after he just popped off, by the way, on Star-Lord. Now on the Elsa Bloodstone, and you know, with the KO potential off the environment, off to the side of the map, you could really try to funnel them into a room here and capitalize off of that ultimate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the ult is disgusting. They had to nerf it recently, and it still is crazy. So, and I'm not complaining. There's also one trick, so it's a pretty damn good ultimate. But regardless, you do have that Vanguard Deadpool getting through, like you mentioned. So we get that team up going alongside the Elsa as well, making her even stronger. And for Big Steppers, we'll see if they even want to do like a portal play or something on defense. They're not even going for the Elsa. They're going for their Phoenix Moon Knight composition yet again. So they're committed to that style. And they're against that Angela in the sky. I don't know if they're going to have too much to peel for it necessarily. So the Angela allows a little bit of space for SXE to hard pocket Worthless and this solid team up.
Makes you wonder the hero pool that he is working with here too, cycling between the Moon Knight and the Punisher, but he's the first to get taken out as Shifty's taking a quick nap here thanks to the hands of Mav. Leo taking a good amount of that damage, but being on the Ultron and having that triple strategist lineup from SXE keeps him up and alive, as Shu is also putting in a lot of that pressure already, has that S tier on the ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to get up that upgrade, just kind of walking towards the point. So much damage output. And now my choke over the back line, just able to find two. Worthless as well, another one. BQ does find a single KO at the very least, but for Big Steppers, sent away for now because of the peel from SXE. So much damage from, like you mentioned, the Mantis.
Looks like they're playing patty cake here too. Maybe just trying to get to recontest on the point quickly to try to help with that previous fight. But Biku was Spider-Man, now swapped right back over to that Moon Knight. Seeing how Big Steppers are going to try to go through this choke here too, because right now SXE Injected, they have that invisible boundary coming up first.
And that's going to be a big deal in the upcoming fight. And it's going to be tough for Devour. I mean, I get you want to play the things for dealing with the Angela, but you still have to deal with all the damage from Worthless, who's built up the ultimate. You're able to play slow, build up something. At the very least, you can have that cloaking dagger roll, but you have the Gartrox go out, does connect onto one. The cloak roll's too late, unfortunately, to save speed. So that root goes down. Moon Knight on the back line does get brought in by the Onk, so they do trade one. That's a huge KO, because that Mantis ult was so close to coming up. With a taunt coming through from the Deadpool into the sky. That Ultron's rage is here. And the follow-up damage. Oh, you're losing the woman in the middle of her ultimate. You trade one with Boomer and Big Q. But is that enough? Can they find any more? The Angela's still there. They do. They find Worthless, but Shu, again, finds more. He also gets the iframes on the point with the selfie. Stays inside the bubble. But no! Devour! He just slam dunks him with the Yancey Street, and everybody else gets collapsed on. Nice job from Big Steppers.
The final two Vanguards, so just contested long enough for the recontest to come through. It ain't over yet as Big Steppers, they portal back in here. Together, though, they don't really have that sustain as Dot Map had gone down, as you mentioned earlier, with that Mantis ultimate having that soul resurgence. They recontest again just with it, and now they have not been able to get that second point if you're looking at Big Steppers on the attack.
That's tough.
Wow.
That's really tough.
Wow.
Yeah. That was a really good jump. And, you know, now you sent back to spawn. Big Steppers, you know, sent away. Don't have that Vanguard dual pool, by the way, who was just getting stronger and stronger throughout the match. You see the value Shu has brought to the team. And like you mentioned with the Mantis, I mean, Cho just goes in with that damage boost, finds the back line, and just removes them because they're not playing a triple composition. So we're entering last fight territory already, Vicky. I mean, this could be it for Big Steppers in MRC. This could shut the doors on the dreams to qualify for Ignite in this stage.
Man, the Karika test there was absolutely insane. Not over here, but now you also have the Apex Predator, who's on the top of the food chain, his worthless buddy, together with the Glartrox, and now they melt down Big Steppers. You say Final Fight territory. They said they want more. They are hungry. Down to the last 30 seconds here, and SXE still have the invisible boundary coming out. Shu still has that survivability with that Banhammer and the Deadpool ultimate in general, as Leo could also make a play with the Eye of Agamotto.
Yes, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, like, yeah, you have the Eye, you have Choach sitting there with his ultimate. I don't know, man. Like, there's going to be so much CC on the back angle. You have to deal with the Mantis poke the entire time. Here comes the Angela, slows them down with the spear. Shu also commits that Deadpool ultimate, finds one with Worthless, and now they're staggering to the point. One after another, Big Steppers falls, and they've punched their ticket into the next round to send Big Steppers home. Big Steppers were, in fact, not that big of a step for SXE, it seems. Although it's not even over yet. Just kidding. They have to swap sides still. I'm calling a little bit too early. But regardless, that was a dominant first hold from SXE.
I was going to say, yeah, just the way that they were able to reset like that. Like, it could be a little dwindling on the mental, right? Because you have to imagine, you just also use clobbering time to solo ult the tank pool. The Angela somehow stays alive just long enough to prevent the takeover on the point to get the payload moving, and then had the Doctor Strange Portal recontest from SXE Injected right on cue. Great way here for SXE Injected to make a statement, but Big Steppers, it ain't over just yet, as now it's their turn on the defense.
Hey, you're right. It ain't over. It ain't over. But, you know, SXE, I think it's going to be interesting, too, because they didn't play the full Jeff team up, too. They're going for that Ultron style on the defense. Now they swap Sparkly over to the Ultron and Lilio over to Jeff the Landshark. So we'll see the maybe full team up between Elsa, Deadpool, and Jeff, which makes sense on the attack, I think, for sure. But you want that invisible woman's stability maybe on defense. But regardless, Big Steppers, I mean, you can see there's maybe a little bit of rigidness to their composition, to their, like, style of play, maybe due to their, you know, hero pool. Regardless, they're putting up a solid fight versus SXE, who look to be pretty flexible in this meta.
Talk about some of the timing, too, on the ult economy and how they're able to call this alpha, right? Because we know that Devour, imagine if he had that clobbering time in the mouth of the portal when they try to recontest, but having to try to focus down on just trying to get that point and getting a little desperate here. Got to slow things down. As now, BQ is still on the Punisher. You know, we going back and forth. If it wasn't the Moon Knight, it was a Spider-Man a little earlier just to try to get an early fight in. And now right back over to the Punisher to set up.
playing it slow at the current moment. But at the moment, you're just giving up space to SXE. You need somebody to sort of fight for those off angles because this Moon Knight and Punisher are getting collapsed upon very quickly. I mean, they get pulled in, 2 bubble zones them out. Everybody's inside one angle. You know where all the damage is. And now you just need the Angela to set up over there, maybe pull somebody away from that choke point or just build up strat ults. I mean, they've already built Deadpool's ultimate. Look at this. He just goes in immediately, decides to bounce on heads, go deep towards that Moon Knight, force them off of this choke. Actually building up strat ults, though. So maybe they can come back into it, but is it fast enough? Big Steppers, they do build that Rocket Raccoon ultimate, but can he use it before going down? He does pop it off, but everybody's shooting it, and they have control of that objective. All they have to do is walk away temporarily. This Moon Knight's not even built up his ultimate yet, but no! Boomer, cross map takes out Sparkly. Huge work from him. The follow-up damage from the team there, too.
And no invisible boundary, too, to try to keep this fight going. Instead, it's just going to force a reset here as SXE injected are backing away. Devourer may need some help, though, as he went pretty far. Nice protection right there as he was taking a nap. The group wall came in clutch.
Absolutely saves him for now. 2 minutes and 34 seconds left to go. Yeah, I mean, they still have a chance, right? They just used the 1 Rocket Raccoon ultimate, though. So using a strat ult is a little bit rough. You could build up another one, though. In this fight, they also did use Deadpool ultimate, who does build it up very quickly, but you do have that large box. Oh, okay, just shuts out 2 immediately. Walks on in there, Elsa Bloodstone making her name in the lobby right now as Worthless just takes them out, brings back the car trucks, didn't even need in the previous fight, and takes them off the map. There goes Convex. That's 3 in this fight alone. Sparkly connects onto another. And at this rate, Big Steppers, can they get the Portal play off in time? They didn't get 2 ticks. They have to run in now. Portal is here, and they're here to touch, but it's the Punisher, squishy as heck. Goes down immediately, and Sparkly as well with 3 in the fight total.
No invisible boundary necessary. They get the point and they get the series on top of it all. But can we talk about the survivability between having to stack up the Mantis ultimate and the Ultron ultimate that didn't get caught, by the way? The Ultra specifically avoiding the Strength in prison as they were all grouped up together. They burn out the Cloak and Dagger ult, and they still, just in case for insurance-wise, they had the invisible boundary if they needed to at the very end.
Yeah, what a clean work, clean play from this team. Looks like a very solid squad, right? I mean, like, both these teams, I think, like, had a tough matchup versus They Ain't before, but, you know, it just seems like SXE really had the solutions for every time Big Steppers wanted to do something. And, you know, huge shout out to the Big Steppers, obviously, for competing today and giving it their all, but at the current moment, it seems like SXE are just a little bit ahead of them and, you know, move forward again in this to round of 8. Which is huge for a squad, I think, on the come up. So huge shout out to Worthless Buddy as well. And you said the first series, I think in this one it was a little bit more quiet stats wise, but Angela doesn't really farm stats, right? She just creates space for the team, creates openings for the squad. But you saw them on group before. This squad looks insanely formidable considering Shu looked also really good on Vanguard Deadpool.
Yeah, definitely agree too. It didn't go as long too, right, as that first series, but it's the way that their hero pool looked like and the way that they're able to navigate through that universal pick and ban phase. I think that was the most important thing. I mean, you have Elsa get through, you take advantage of the Elsa. You had the Star-Lord get protected, you take advantage of the Star-Lord. From Big Stepper's point of view, the more that you get through these brackets here, Dogman, and you know this too, you know, speaking as a former player, you know the importance that is highlighted in having a much more flexible hero pool to work with. And if you see that a lot of these teams have been having so much success with, you know, the new duelist character that we currently have with Elsa, you have to consider, you know, the trade-off there, especially when you also have to worry about a Mantis damage boost too.
Yeah, there's so many things you have to worry about, and I think it's tough to expand on your hero pool, right? Especially if you're feeling so rigid at this point, right? Imagine you've been playing the game for so long, and you're just like, man, I don't want to play any of those melee characters, or man, I don't want to play any of those hit scan characters. That limits you, right? I can relate to that for sure. And there's a lot of really top tier players, you know, players on Na'Vi, on Virtus Pro, on FlyQuest, all these top organizations, Team Liquid, they have a lot of really flexible players, and a lot of those guys have been prioritizing on flexibility since the early seasons, right? So you're going to struggle always at the very beginning when you're learning a new hero, right? Like, that's always going to be a thing. But over the course of, you know, months, you know, weeks even, you can get better at heroes and improve at them, even if, like, you'll improve, basically. And a lot of these pros definitely have that emphasis, building up large hero pools, Terra being one of them, you know, building up 9, 10, 11 different heroes they're good at. But yeah, you're right. That is a huge point in this MRC, and we're going to continue to see it moving forward. But we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for game number 3. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky, and we're in game number 3 in the round of 7 Vicky, it's obviously been awesome to cast with you again for the first 2 games on this lovely Saturday evening. It's lovely to have you guys in the chat room. If you guys are interested, drop a follow and you want to keep up with the Marvel Rivals esports scene, we're going to be here all weekend. I mean, it's jam-packed. We got APAC, we got freaking EMEA, we got here in North America, Vicky, and all of this leads to Ignite with the qualifiers. And you mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, $14,500 for MRC.
And 3 slots up for grabs to compete within the MRI. There's a lot on the line here, and for those of you guys watching at home, you too could try your hand in competing against some of these pros. Every MRC for every new season brings us new heroes, but it also brings you guys opportunities to compete amongst some of the best as we get into our 3rd series of the day here in America. And I already like what I'm saying. You were talking to me a little bit about AW Olympians versus Cream Fiends.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Cream Fiends is a name that a lot of people are probably already giggling at, having a little bit of a laugh. But you know, they're a real team to watch out for. You know, with After Party, Kimchi, Marks, Matt, Screenboy, Minerva, and Isaac, they're a solid squad. And you know, this is also another rematch, right? We get that Loki ban first, we get that Vanguard Duelist or Deadpool ban first, and the Think Protect is interesting, and then an Elsa Protect. But these guys have played against each other, you know, back all the way at round 2. After the Ignite stage. That was a while ago, and Cream Fiends won 2-0 over AW Olympians. AW Olympians has sort of been running it up constantly in this lower bracket. Meanwhile, for Cream Fiends, they just lost to Vengeful in the round of 6, 2-0 fashion. So this is a rematch. It was a 2-0 before, and it was a fast 2-0, by the way. Cream Fiends just dominated. Krakoa first map last time was 6 minutes and 54 seconds. Then we went to Celestial Husk, which is the map we're playing on now. That was a little bit longer and more competitive. So we'll see how it goes, Vicky. As the lead up is over, we're headed to that ban phase. Group ban next, and the Phoenix.
And you know already, like we've seen it before, right? With Domination, it's so volatile with how this first team fight goes down. And with no Loki, Gambit still being up for grabs for now, as we see the next Protect being over to Star-Lord, this could enable this other team here looking at Cream Fiends to try to either protect the Gambit and enable the Elsa, or are you going to allow Gambit go through for the other team since it's universal bans and safety picks, and allow the Galactic Legend to pop off like we've seen before, as it is Venom who is protected.
Oh man, yeah, we're already seeing a lot of unique heroes coming through, and the Star-Lord, you're letting Gambit get through until now. Okay, just kidding. Gambit's banned. We'll see what that last ban. Maybe gonna be another strategist, right? Cloak and Dagger is still available. Invis, they go for the Daredevil. So a lot of focus towards those duelists and vanguards. Meanwhile, opposite side for Cream Fiends, focusing on strategists and vanguards. So a little bit of a difference of opinion, but pretty equal bans all around in these global ban systems. And I see Eager's hovering over that Namor, but we haven't actually seen that Hella Namor team up yet, even though I know it's very good in specific matchups. But for Cream Fiends, you know, they've opened up the door to a very unique style of compositions for both teams.
Yeah, we did see a lot of Namor, like back in Mia, actually. We saw a lot of utility being used into that Horn of Proteus here. But now seeing what we got on the table with After Party from Cream Fiends, rolling out maybe with that Namor, unless he ends up swapping. Interesting, though. Bans looking up. That means you won't get that reset with that Rage and Royal Flush, but you will have something a little bit different with the Cloak and Dagger Invisible Man, and then you look at Cream Fiends with that Cloak and Dagger and Rocket.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of interesting choices, I think, for both squads. But I mean, this is the beauty of MRC with the global ban system, that we get very unique matchups.
I'm laughing because, man, the names, they crack me up. You know, sometimes you got to take a little step back here. AW Olympians, Cloak and Dagger, really out here to make a name as Cream Fiends now also looking to make a swap up. Okay, so with Matt's actually going over to that Jeff, you at least have that team up between the Venom and the Jeff. If they stick with it, it looks like they ended up not going with it. Actually, they would rather prioritize the invisible boundary and how long that sustainability brings out.
That's a grassroots esports moment right there, baby. We just get the most unique names of all time, team names, player names. You know, we get the full gambit. You know, I used to have a teammate named FRD, which was short for something else. And,
oh yeah.
You know, yeah, that was interesting. But for Cream Fiends, they are trying to surround, right, with their composition with that Venom dive, but the Wolverine trying to come back for the Peel AW. Also playing around their thing, understanding that their win condition is to stop that Venom dive, but that's creating a lot of space for both this Namor and Elsa.
At least you could get the fastball special, though, if you can at least stay alive, because Minerva right here on the back end of the middle console is going to be able to find that first pick. Good control here from Creams, but the point has not flipped just yet. The stall was there, but it can't be stalled much longer. As you can currently see, Riverence, who's trying to recontest being on the thing, but he took way too much damage between the Angela. Also, Angela being so good on this map with the vertical options she has to reposition.
Yeah, I mean, they're all sent to the point immediately into the spears.
Oh my!
Oh my goodness. Quick little three-piece for the after party. And now it is the after party. Man, it's just like, I feel so bad for these Thing players, Vicky. Like, it just looks so rough to play against both this Elsa and this Namor right now.
It's funny, too, because the whole goal is to try to put a stop right on where you currently see Angela just trying to rotate from, as well as Minerva being on that Elsa. But you sent out the Apex Predator. You try to deal more of that damage, but it's just to try to control more of that space, it looks like. And you can currently see the cape come out here. Wife Lover does have the Eternal Bond to help survive.
Well, they use Eager's ultimate to try to catch onto the Venom, at least slow him down for now, but they had to commit 2 ultimates. No KO's just dead either. No combination as well. Invisible Boundary, but no ultimate from the Wolverine of AW to bring them outside of the Invisible Boundary. So Cream Fiend's going to come in late with their ultimate. Saldo Nexus times that Invisible ultimate perfectly. Invisible Boundary, rather, perfectly. Now they have to avoid the Whale. Oh no, Minerva stops Nexus from going anywhere. There's that ultimate, though, from the Wolverine. Only finds 1. Can they find any more? It looks like the answer is no. They sort of fully disengage it. After Party's still kind of chucking spears, being as free as he ever would be. And Minerva as well connects onto more. So with this, Cream Fiends shut them out again.
They must look like chameleons. They're looking at one angle at the Namor with the squids, as well as him just piercing them with the spear. And then you also have to worry about that gun from Minerva. It has been so much damage output together. March is also holding on to that Venom ultimate too. So he's going to be able to get the follow-up together with the anti onto AW Olympians, and Cream Fiends already nearing 85%.
Oh, Minerva, nice job. Nice. Oh, Nexus down again. I mean, that's a brutal start for them. 88%. And you get the spawn trap too, so no portal plays maybe. You're going to have to go to full stall, but at this point, you might want to go next round. You're onto the Angela to stall, but it may not matter. I mean, that was brutal, right? The rematch showing that Cream Fiend still has control over the series at the moment. I mean, you can't give this team Elsa, it seems. Last time, I believe, they also protected the Elsa or got it through, and it immediately punished AW Olympians again.
And just imagine the amount of damage output you have to worry about when you have Venom with Feast of the Abyss in your face, the anti-heal comes out, and then you also have to worry about the Glartrox just looking at you, knocking on your door to say hello. It's a lot of damage output that we're currently seeing from Cream Fiends, and then you could also technically block out AW Olympians' exit route with the Horn of Proteus if After Party's in position. He's slowly getting into that ultimate next, but that was a pretty dominating first round.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be tough. I mean, like, you're playing the counters, right? You're doing the right things by going the thing and stuff, but in an open map, it's always going to be tough. And you're going to switch over to Iron Fist now, at least. Maybe you can create a little bit more space this way. We've seen teams kind of go for that, like, triple Vanguard style to maybe kind of counter it a little bit, and at least, like, kind of take space. But AW seems to just, like, walk in, Vicky, and just kind of hold there until Cream Fiends finds that first ultimate pick.
And how these strategists have been rotating through their ultimates to keep these fights going even longer. Both Wife Lover and Kimchi close to the Eternal Bond here, as Minerva's already holding up here on the high ground, just trying to control not only some of that space, but to prevent the high to low ground disparity, as Isaac is waiting to see if they can shish kebab their next victim here. Been a while here, so you get to see even more Angela play, but with the Invisible Woman getting kidnapped, the peel is there, because Iron Fist says, hop off the Invis, as Isaac is going to be able to get the brunt end of those fists.
Oh my goodness, nice job. And the perk on the inside angle to come back for that peel job onto the Angela. And now with that, I mean, he's actually able to find back onto the Elsa, right? Shove her away from the fight, but Cloak and Dagger ultimates come out. No, Meteorite from Salas. Nice job from Kayla's. And that closes it out for AW to win their first fight, but they committed pretty much every ultimate to do so.
Yeah, really, the only thing they're going to have coming up next is going to be Living Chi from the Iron Fist, but it took a lot out of AW Olympians. I do like, though, how they staggered those ultimates originally, but there's going to be a lot of damage output coming up from Cream Fiends in their next push.
Yeah, absolutely. A ton of damage coming out. But they have to control that space at the very least, so there's something you can live with there, but it's those two dive heroes, right? The Venom, the Angela to create space. Here comes that Iron Fist, gets right-clicked by the Namor, so those squids are going to be enraged, and they're brought back, I forgot, by the Glartrox. Immediately into the Cloak and Dagger, Force Physics, removes 2 off the rip. That Iron Fist ultimate's going to look like nothing. As Afterparty gets traded at the very least by Eager. Regardless, job done by Cream Fiends. Maybe you get some portal plays to come through, but huge push by them and Minerva.
And then cleaning up whatever is left of AW Olympians before Cream Fiends retake the point. And they didn't burn that much too, right? Yes, they were able to really take advantage of the invisible boundaries that were used from both sides. But that Apex Predator not only knocking everybody out, but the follow-ups once they weren't finding themselves in that protection was even worse in controlling that space.
Yeah, absolutely. And if, by the way, if you're just watching for the first time, you're a Duelist, man, and haven't fully taken advantage of Elsa, play her while she's broken, guys. Because she's getting nerfed for sure next patch, I bet. Plays a lot like Gun's the dual hero. You kind of do whatever you want if anybody knows that old game. Maybe I'm too much of a boomer for that reference. But AW tries to fall back, live the peel. You can't. Minerva's there, though. Marks gets traded out. You take that 1-for-1, though, on this defensive hold because it's a Venom versus Invisible Woman. Nexus has been getting bullied. That's an early Glartrox. It just gets removed. That poor animal is getting abused by Cream Fiends, and these ultimates are too late.
He said, I thought I was the Apex Predator out here, though, but now it's Minerva's turn. Together, dropping down from the high ground, the protection from the Eternal Bond that was laid out from Kimchi despite losing out on the Namor. They don't even need it. Cream Fiends now, they're nearing 55% this time around, and they're staggering AW Olympians.
Yeah, I don't know if Peta's less happy with Glartrox getting shot in the face or being tossed off the map because their owner decided to int them off with a enemy. But regardless, Minerva, like you mentioned, just popping the hell off. I mean, this guy absolutely showing the pinnacle of Elsa.
The gameplay you gotta see. That's why I like Cassie with Dogman. He speaks the truth out here, giving y'all advice. Now taking advantage. Hey, he's got it. You got it. I'm gonna be able to. I'm freaking taking notes right now here too, looking at all this Elsa Bloodstone play, and now you have at least the invisible boundary from Cream Fiends to try to negate more of that damage. But they're gonna be able to live for a while as Nexus can try to match that in this Venn diagram. He sets it up first, but a first pick onto the Cloak and Dagger, the Venom getting that immediately, and even with the clobbering time, you're stuck and slowed inside this invisible boundary. But you're looking around as you get Whiplash and Angela controlling even more space, together with Mad Scream being able to find the Ditto. Kickoff onto the enemy Invisible Woman.
Yeah, nice job from them. And Cream Fiends, there's a portal from Wife Lover, but they're going to have to pray for some assistance on the point at this point because, your overtime spawns, and Cream Fiends have just been really destroying them with the pace of play. It's looking like the old Ignite series with the, super mobile compositions on Celestial Husk. Cream Fiends get it done. They go up 1 in this series. It is a best out of 3, so they have to win 1 more to move on to the round of 8.
Also really like to see the peeling and kiting that we saw specifically from Cream Fiends there. Was a lot of times where the strategists in the backline were focused, but the positioning that we currently saw Minerva in being able to follow up together with that swap up with what we saw from the other side and trying to make something happen on the Iron Fist. It was good retaliation, but then you still have to worry about Afterparty and his squids, the damage output from Marks being on that Venom. And we get to take a look at the scores with Minerva having 15 final hits.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the stats across the board, it's amazing. I mean, you're going to see this all day, I think, as long as Elsa gets through. And the character's so good, right? Like, I was kind of talking to you about this before, about how, there's a lot of really good duelists, but Elsa is just kind of at the top. And it does feel like this is a patch. If you remember a few patches ago with Human Torch being as disgusting as he was, this is kind of around that level. I mean, Human Torch was probably still more broken. I mean, that character was just server admin, 24/7. I mean, maybe she's equivalent to season 1 Psylocke or maybe even season 1 Hela or something like that. But I feel like duelists have to be at such a high level to reach the pinnacle of this game because, a lot of these strategists, you've seen Loki, Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger. These are all heroes that can really put a stop to any carry potential out of duelists, except Elsa right now. This character can do so much with the given space provided.
That's what I really like too, because you have Elsa. You talk about strategies, right? What are your answers here to prevent these fights from going as far as it can? You had the Meteor M a lot of the times from AW Olympians, Callus being able to land that one big hit, but then you also have the Glartrox right there to push everybody out of an invisible boundary. On top of that, you have Marks, who is on Venom, the only Venom in the lobby, who could get that anti with his ultimate, still pressure a Cloak and Dagger who just used their Eternal Bond, and you get everybody to 3-2-1 and focus the Cloak and Dagger. Just little notes to take into consideration, since we did see a prio on banning some of those strategists, which forced out that Cloak and Dagger Invisible Woman, as we get set up for our next game.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun, I think, between these two squads, at least to see what Cream is, like, their potential is, right? Even when there's sweeps, you can see what a lot of these squads are bringing to the table, at least in terms of if they're forced to play different things. You can at least, if you're watching this from the outside of, like, a competitor getting ready for a matchup against these guys, you're probably curious what they're banning first, you know, what they want to protect, what they're playing around, and you could already go for those counter swaps. I mean, it's only best out of 3 in MRC, so you have to make those adjustments quickly, and you could, you know, risk losing a spot. There's a lot of pressure on these players for sure to make the right decisions. But Vicky, if you've noticed, for example, something like, for example, you're seeing the Elsa right now, or even, you know, maybe a Cloak and Dagger and stuff, do you go for that first ban if you're going against these guys blind? Is this the first ban you would try to do, or would you think it's better to play your own game?
I'll ban Elsa. If you can't match the Elsa, yeah. I'll ban Elsa.
Get off Elsa.
Yeah, I'll ban Elsa immediately. Frame 1, that character would not see the light of day after that first match. I mean, again, like reflecting, what was it? Minerva with 31-1, like with those 15 finals, and the Loki ban coming out next. We did see that as a first ban instead of the Elsa, starting off our first map. So, you know, changing things up just a bit, but this also prevents that Loki God of Mischief copy into the Gambit. But we're gonna also have to see if Gambit does get through, as Tank Pool is back in.
Yep, tank pool coming in, and that's the trade-off for sure. And it's a very interesting patch for sure, because you have to worry about the Loki, the Gambit, the tank pool, the Elsa, right? And those are sort of those like top 4 heroes. You can maybe throw an Invisible Woman and Cloak and Dagger as well. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be, then you look at Groot as well. Like, there's so many characters on the outside kind of looking in / barely peeking in. I mean, you could say Elsa dominates for sure, but there's definitely a way to match it if you have a good Elsa player too. So AW deciding not to play it, obviously you just saw in the last series, might as well ban it.
I agree. And the thing being protected, though, I don't know how I feel about this. I know they tried to open up with the fastball special, but again, like, all the players that we've been seeing just try to make some of these moves happen. It could be difficult, especially if Marks is going to also still stay on the Venom and get more of these follow-ups together with the damage output that he's been harassing the backline with. Daredevil at least being out, though, means that he won't have maybe those potential follow-ups, but we could probably expect, with Star-Lord still being around, to at least be utilized, because that's kind of been the flip-flop, right? We've seen in our last previous matches. If it wasn't the Elsa being banned out, it was possibly that Star-Lord, and Wolverine being banned next means that we could also maybe enable Groot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of options right now. Phoenix being prioritized for Cream Fiends. They want to make sure their hit scan players feeling comfortable after we've already banned the Daredevil and the Elsa. But like you said, there's a lot of strategists open. There's that Star-Lord you talked about. Could be a potential option for AW to go aggressive. I mean, they saw that they wanted to play group together, play hyper aggressive, but maybe that forces out a Gambit ban from Cream Fiends.
With Invisible being out, though, next, you gotta consider, are we gonna keep that Cloak and Dagger? We probably will. I mean, especially with the way that Cloak and Daggers are getting so much out of the Terror Capes, too. And Gambit being banned next. Who will fill in that second strategist? Rocket, perhaps, here. Luna is also, yeah, I was gonna say Luna and Iron Fist together here, to seeing how they're gonna be a rollout together also with the Phoenix.
Yeah, it seems to me that Cream Fiends love to play around their Vanguard / Duelists, and you can see why, but at least in the last series I've seen, they've never tried to protect any of their strategists, right? They're just kind of they're like, okay, you guys can kind of play whatever. We'll play like our dive stuff, because they could play Angela, they could play Venom, they could play, you know, it looks like Vanguard, Deadpool as well. So they're kind of forcing Kimchi and Matt to have that flexibility you talked about earlier, and it's kind of working, right? At least in terms of the ban phase, they got rid of the Gambit. They know that Olympians want to play aggressive as like a brawl comp, and they just stopped that from even happening and playing around this sort of duelist combo of Minerva and Afterparty.
Yeah, and you also have now the Luna Snow together with the Iron Fist that we got a little sneak glimpse with, and we got that team up as well, so just little changes going into our next map, but I really like what we've been seeing so far with the flexibility of a lot of our players within the MRC. Again, it does get a little harder going through, but you mentioned Phoenix earlier on in the broadcast, seeing that Elsa's kind of taken up that mantle, and with Elsa being off the table, you get to see her come right back in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Phoenix definitely a top-tier hero at the current moment. People even avoiding, that Namor Hela team up just because, Namor's pretty good on him by himself with the squids and his damage output. And then, yeah, the Phoenix just can pump so much damage out like Elsa can. Maybe not as good, but definitely up there. And you talk about that, interesting hero pool with the Iron Fist. Oh my god, that Venom's taking so much damage. But, a lot of Ignite squads are picking up, like, Spider-Man players and stuff, too. So we might see some of that later on in the tournament, potentially, depending on what teams we see.
Hey, look at Rivens. He's taking so much here. Minerva already set up. Swapping spots, by the way. Now being in the Namor themselves with the spear is just enough to find that Luna Snow halt, that ult economy, and although it finds ice, like, they still have that rocket BRB to come back.
Yeah, but they did give up 2 ticks, though, which is quite interesting. That was quite the play by them. And also, yeah, playing Luna in 2026 is kind of brutal as well, though, sadly. I mean, you do get the team like mentioned, but... I don't know, man. I've heard a lot about how playing Luna can be a bit of a throw unless you set up your flanks really hardcore. Maybe you get Eager on an off angle to find those picks, or perk 30 goes off on Iron Fist. But if Cream Fiend strategists are smart, and if they play around, Minerva's angles, After Party's angles, also run away to health packs, they might just be okay. But Venom Ultimate early by Reverence, interesting on the height. That was quite early.
That felt like the Venom Ditto ego check real quick that sometimes you have to deal with here on the other side. But, it gets some pressure. You try to split more of that attention, and Minerva is having their way with another strategist. This time, both of them with Cloak and Dagger and Luna being off the table. The core group just trying to run away, but with no sustain. It's just a huge stagger in favor for Cream Fiends.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would understand if you want to play, like, triple strategist maybe here if you're AW Olympians, but... I mean, the comp's just weird, right? You got the Iron Fist, you got the Venom dive, and then it's split because, like, you have the group main kind of core that wants to play together, or they want to play, off angles, so then your strategists are left alone. It's just like a Luna and a Cloak and Dagger. It's just brutal, man. Like, this comp, I don't think it's going to work, really, unless something really goes right for them for a single fight.
Because you have the group ult, right? But the combo, the one combo you want to get together is with Eager. Eager having to stay alive, trailing right behind. Here comes a Strangling Prison, but now you have the Rocket Ultimate follow-up as well. The damage output as Marks goes in. And AW Olympians do not stand a chance. They do not have the sustainability thanks to the anti that came out from Beast of the Abyss.
Yeah, well coordinated. 3 ultimates just straight into AW Olympians back to spawn. You have less than a minute left. You do have those 2 ticks they got earlier, though. So they could do something cheeky, later on if they want to go for that Doctor Strange setup or something. There's a lot of options here, but AW, I mean, they walk up slower than molasses, right? They have to get all the way through this choke point, and they're watched this whole time by Marks of the Height.
Away with it, as now sneaking up behind them. Minerva just keeps getting these strategists off guard from the side.
Ooh.
Now they're just trickling in, and After Party gets at least sent out because that was going to be a big one considering you had the Phoenix reset off the table, forcing out the Eternal Bond, but they're down 1. AW Olympians will come right back together as a unit as they also paint the floor with their own Eternal Bond, isolating one from the high ground, though. It's going to be the take pool that gets caught off. Living Chi activated, and Iron Fist going crazy with Eager, just trying to find the mark and allowing more of this damage output to come through. Calls out the rocket, sends it back to the spawn room doors, and with a 1v1, Eager gets the 2K.
Yeah, nice job. Yeah, nice 3K in that fight, and you have some extra follow-up there because of the 2 ticks given, and there we go. A big mistake there by Cream Fiends on the back angle, and a huge play by Eager to take advantage. I mean, you talk about these really good Phoenix players. You'll notice a lot of Phoenix players making mistakes where they'll toss their E out, a little bit too early.
Oh, yeah.
It's just such an OP ability because you just get that stun in one shot, so you have to hit it. It's like the most important part of Phoenix's kit, honestly. And, at the moment, Eager set up his team with those first picks.
Getting cheeky with a different off angle here, this Cream Fiends. Looking to recontest, but I like the space. Looking at AW Olympians, My Flubber has to stay alive because you do have the fate of both worlds. The anti coming in, Park gets caught by the Horde of Prometheus here, and Nexus is going to be caught in the middle of it with no Cloak and Dagger, only leaving Y Flubber to keep all of AW alive. This allows Cream Fiends to control more of that space by the double statue.
Yeah, there's going to be so much pressure on the side of AW Olympian, specifically on Eager, right? Like he's talked about. He's got that Luna Snowflake. He's got to set something up because Cream Fiends, we talked about the ban phase. They're leaving their supports open. They're trying to just open. But, you know, you have to be able to get on them. And these off angles are controlled by, you know, in this case, Vanguard Deadpool.
Ready to put on a show.
We try to catch him right at the start here of the Pitiful Twirls, just trying to keep everybody alive. Ensong Infernal is activated from After Party. We're diving down, though, and just trying to find more of these raw hits. They haven't called out where these BRBs are, and Mad Scream just brings Minerva right back after they finally pinpoint where he is. You can see Khaled, so he's hungry. He's got the Strangling Prison, but he may not need it. With After Party getting taken down next, Nex is holding onto their own Eternal Bond. Brute Wall, though, almost a double-edged sword, but is able to navigate right around it as Eager dives all the way up and tries to clear that space away from Mad Scream Boy being on the rock on the high ground.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm loving this matchup. I mean, you get that mismatch at least with the Phoenix, but okay, Minerva wins it on the height. After Party finds another. Eventually, Minerva and Marks go down. But regardless, that's not a bad matchup for Eager. He's doing quite well with that Luna pocket. You do have to still stay alive, though. This group barely staying alive due to Vanguard Deadpool's just overall damage output. More like a dual pool right now. Here's that Brute Ultimate on the back angle. Can they find the KOs after? It looks like the answer is no. They do have the res if they need it, the BRB, but oh, Reverend's going a little bit too aggressive. Now here comes the Venom Ultimate on the opposite side. Gets his mismatch, and then they find the KO on the back angle with 23 seconds left to go. AW trying to go for a reset, and they're going to get it.
After that ban hammer here too, but I do see that AW Olympians, they wanted to get that Group Ultimate reset. The goal is to try to group everybody together and have Eager pop off with that Ensong Inferno, but they already had desynced here, but little to no time with less than 10 seconds to try to get to that second checkpoint, and right now Cream Fiends still have that Sia available as well as After Party with the Ensong Inferno combo.
And here it is. There you go, there's that Sia. Now here's that follow-up, like you mentioned, Vicky. Goes through the portal, but doesn't get the KO. No. Didn't find the KOs in the meanwhile, but Perk still goes down to Minerva in the sky. They pop 3 ultimates like they did in the past. It enables them to find one. That portal's eventually going to go away as well. But now, I mean, you do have that flank from After Party. And then, okay, finds another one of the wipe levers. So that moves to Luna. No support now for that Cloak and Dagger, who gets Venom ulted. Piece to the Abyss. Is going to send AW back to spawn in overtime. They made it to the latter half of the Streets phase, but they're stopped now. Cream Fiends are going to win on that first defense.
And Marks has had Cloak and Dagger's head in his pocket, basically, because trying to pinpoint the ult economy, too, from that Cloak and Dagger, nearing that Eternal Bond, it would have been difficult. You would have to play a lot more behind. But Beast of the Abyss, the focus there on that Cloak and Dagger, takes them out as Marks and the rest of Cream Fiends, they hold them back, but they still have to get that payload right before that second checkpoint.
Yeah, that was overall clean work. I think, we saw the value of having that Luna Snowflake on the Phoenix, I feel like, but generally your backline's just still going to be in a rough spot, right? And you talked about the BRB. Matt Scream always placed them in a good spot, brought back one in every fight. The value of Rocket Raccoon getting so much there. And yeah, Cream Fiends taking huge advantage in that second phase. AW made it pretty far due to some maybe, people not looking at Rivence, but that's going to be really tough. Maybe on defense, you can set something up and find this Rocket and Cloak and Dagger early. That's going to be the win con, I think, for AW if they want to have any shot in this series.
I wonder if Perk is going to stick to this Moon Knight. Looks like just maybe break through a chokehold here, looking at Cream Fiends and how they're going to approach on their attack. But Matt Scream, as you already mentioned, and we keep talking about it, right? Between these BRBs, placing out these Sias as well as Kimchi, I feel like has been doing a good amount of damage with the Eternal Bond and controlling a lot of that space to retake the point. Isaac as well with that tank pool has been putting in a lot of pressure, and you mentioned it before too with the damage output that tank pool has. It's intimidating, and if you're Groot right now and you're caught off guard, really behind your walls and you're out in the open, it's hard to try to get back to your team, who are also getting nitpicked by Minerva and Marks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's easier said than done for the squad of AW, but Cream Fiends, they do, kind of control that space with that Venom on the height, setting up the flanks. Here comes Rivence on the main, low ground. Able to find one on Kimchi. Nice job. Gets it done again. Had the follow-up there from the Iron Fist, and that's all you really need, or rather from the squad of Perk. Nice job by AW.
All that hard work, though, for the BRB to come right back around. Again, another issue here is Cream Fiends at least are just trying to see and scout ahead. You saw Matt Scream was up on the high ground, talking about where they were positioned more all over to that left side. Minerva also getting closer to that Galactic Legend, but even faster to me. Isaac with that ban hammer.
might make the difference in the upcoming fight. For AW, they're just going to keep playing it slow. I mean, there's already a minute off the clock. They've done a good job stunting Cream for now, but longer this fight goes, the more that setup is happening on the background. And there it is. Minerva follows up onto that Deadpool ultimate from Isaac. Kimchi goes low, but it doesn't end up mattering as Minerva, with 3 in the fight, made a name for himself on Elsa earlier. Now on Star-Lord, looking just as good.
Oh my.
Able to find the follow-up. Kayla's falls. They're going to get the portal TP off, and Eager does find one. Can they get a touching time? Probably, but if Eager, oh, that's a brutal stagger for them. They're going to be missing their Phoenix in this upcoming fight.
And at least the Venom try to contest for as long as possible. It stops him from fully taking the point. And with the portal plays here from AW Olympians, they're not giving it up just yet. Here comes Sia, though. They get grouped up together, but it gets canceled. It looks like here from the Hydra on the end song Inferno follows up. Actually, it was a follow-up onto Calistos and that ultimate Cream Fiends. They're taking way too much damage. And with Kimchi nowhere in sight, they couldn't help them. He comes right back around here from the other side of the garage and paints the floor purple. Eye of Agamotto, it finds Marks. He's trying to stay alive. He parks the armor, and Kimchi in the back has been ignored. It's really only Rivens who has his mark. He does have Feast of the Abyss, but it's forcing him to back away and needs help with the peeling.
Oh my goodness, the stagger coming through. Eager goes down. They're coming back into it. Cream Fiends at bottom of time without going down, and that's the crucial factor. However, Kimchi inevitably falls. They did live for a little bit longer, but the BRB, again, Matt Screen brings back Kimchi, so huge value out of the Rocket for this offensive angle. They're able to buy time with that Luna dance floor, though Nexus is not going to be in the fight. They're waiting for that dance floor to end. The Rocket just doing a good job evading everybody, following back to the squad. Now they want to go in. Missing one on the side of AW. And oh my goodness, the two gets zoned out. No heals because of the bubble from that Deadpool. Great zoning there from Isaac, but needs to live on the back angle. Can he do so? Marks does go down to Wildflower across map. You do commit to see you later. Again, with the Rocket Raccoon value, is it found? The answer is yes. Kimchi finds one, the follow-up there, and inevitably, Cream Fiends get it done, moving to second phase.
Off that time, and by the way, the damage boost that comes from that, your eyes will water from how much damage you end up taking there, and they capitalize off of it. As you currently see, Minerva already moving all the way up, close to that Galactic Legend, has that recall available thanks to the team up of Matt Screen being on the Rocket Raccoon. But all eyes to see how Eager and Callus want to try to get a wombo combo done again, but so much damage off the Terror Cape. There is nowhere for you to swing to, as unfortunately for Rivens, he gets taken out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's trying to hard carry the squad right now, playing, you know, overstaying his welcome sometimes, trying to just go in to find solo KOs. Inevitably in that fight, not able to do so. Now Eager tries to find a little bit more, does get that Snowflake, and also has the ult ready to go. Maybe in this Cloak and Dagger ult, they can also find something with the group, but Kayla needs to find this trailing the present early. There it is. On to Matt, able to find him with the Cloak, or with the Moon Knight. Able to come back into their Cloak ult as well. Wipe Lover does go down, but it's traded. Minerva goes down in the middle of the fight, and Cream Fiends, once this ult is over, unless they found any KOs, this is going to be a huge fight for AW if they can find him. Here comes After Party in the sky. Does land the Phoenix Ultimate on the top of the staircase, but no KOs. Just using it to live a little bit longer. But those are some ultimates out for AW without too much in trade, and they have their own ready to go for Eager.
Yeah, I do really like the stall, though, that we're seeing. You're mentioning it from Rivens, just trying to make sure there's no progress on the cart being on this Venom, having to get more of these resets. He's used up the armor for right now, but the best impact on the Eternal Bond does come from Nexus' side, as unfortunately for Cream Fiends, Minerva was a little too high up to get healed from the Eternal Bond, but Callus with a nice little snipe onto Kimchi. You do have that BRB, but that's a good amount of a cooldown now. Waits it away before the reset test happens.
Yeah, Cream Fiends looking a little bit desynced at points. I mean, 1:30 seconds left to go. They're walking in with that Luna Snow dance floor, but they're peeled off for now. Everybody disengages it, waits it out. Now you have strategist advantage for Cream Fiends. But Matt goes down! Oh! Matt goes down to Eager! Although they trade it, Kalos goes down, Nexus also falls. And finally, there's enough KOs done by Cream Fiends. That was a little nerve-wracking, I think, for the side of Cream Fiends because they've lost one, but regardless, the damage is there. And this portal might be really late unless this stall is nice. This is going to be rough for AW.
Because you have to consider they have to go big right now with Strangling Prison and Eager together, because now you're down to less than 60 seconds on the clock. Prevent Cream Fiends are getting to the final point with the Galactic Legend. The bubble here is able to isolate the front lines, allows Isaac to get that pick onto Callus. That is 3 off the table from AW Olympians, and that means they do not get that brutal. Eager is just shooting blindly with the Endsong Inferno and nobody to contest and stall Cream Fiends.
I don't know why I didn't use brutal there, man. Like, that's brutal situation for AW. I mean, yeah, they had the touch last second. He's worried about that, maybe trying to get a good ultimate, but regardless, job done. On the opposite angle, Vicky, they've moved forward. Cream Fiends are going to be a name we're going to have to, not have to, we're going to keep casting later on in this tournament as they move to the next round. Congrats to them and their squad. They get rid of AW Olympians.
And if Minerva wasn't the MVP before on the Elsa, we'll see it once again now on the Star-Lord. 23 final hits. Consistently, we did see Minerva also on that Namor, but holding that back line hostage, essentially, and always trying to be sneaky to obtain not only that KOs, but marks, and the follow-ups that we saw there were fantastic. Matt Scream did a great job, not only at placing those BRBs too, because I feel like that's something that Rivens was trying to call out, but wasn't able to really consistently find it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also a huge shout out to After Party as well. I mean, like, you're playing against the Luna Stowe matchup. It's obviously a huge advantage for your team, but specifically in that Luna or that Phoenix matchup, if you get the Snowflake obviously on the other Luna, you're going to be at a disadvantage. And he was still matching on the opposite side. So After Party being like that really good secondary duelist to Minerva to set up the squad. So overall, this team looks really good at the current moment, Vicky. I mean, only downsides you could maybe say is like, they lacked coordination at some points. Yeah. But we'll see how that really, if that bites them in the butt later on in the tournament.
Yeah, when your win con is trying to rely, if you look on the other side, the team AW Olympians, who unfortunately weren't able to close it out, you have to be able to try to get these follows with your win con. You want to be able to get the Ensong Inferno to go big. You want the group to be able to bring everybody grouped up together, but it's really hard to do that when you're also dealing with a Star-Lord, Venom, harassing your backline. Your backline's trying to stay alive. They're trying to rotate through those ultimates, and it can get tricky. Once again, seeing another series in the books within our MRC.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a lot of fun to watch back, to see a lot of Elsa, to now see Phoenix yet again. A little bit tuned down version of Phoenix compared to the last, but yeah, she's still really good. So, I mean, it's going to be, a tough matchup, I think, moving forward for a lot of these teams that can't play Elsa, right? Like, I feel like Elsa has been such a mainstay. You have to give up on it at a certain time and certain angles, but it's going to be interesting to see moving forward which teams are good at Elsa and which are not in MRC.
And how you deal with it, right? Because that's going to be the one thing a lot of these players who are climbing through ladder on their own are looking forward to, right? If you are going to be dealing with an Elsa, trying to match the Elsa just being better, it's usually, you hear that about anything, but then having to deal with it on certain maps, I think is the trickiest part. We haven't seen as many utilization of the environmental KOs that we can see from Elsa, looking at our previous maps that we've just had thus far, aside from the ones that she has been banned at, because that's something else a lot of teams are considering too, right? Look at the map that you're going to, as it is randomized there, going on after map number 1, and then seeing, if you could work with it and have the Elsa be on your team, or if you just would rather feel like you are gonna get diff on the Elsa, just end up putting it away.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if we take a look at that matchup too, I mean, maybe you could, I guess if you're nitpicking for the side of Cream Fiends, they looked a little bit shaky when we headed to Convergence off of the domination that we saw them on before. And for the side of AW Olympians, I mean, huge shout out to them. I think they played well on that map type. They did pretty good with the Luna, composition and with the Phoenix. So maybe we'll see them in future MRCs. Maybe we'll see some of their players get poached even for Ignite. But it's going to have to be something we'll watch moving forward as they're now eliminated. Cream Fiends finds himself in another match later on. Vicky, so far from the day, if we take a look back at everything that's happened, in terms of heroes, in terms of maybe players even, what's been the most standout thing for you so far in MRC Season 6?
Well, I feel like aside from like what we've talked about, like with Elsa, putting that to the side, I feel like the group gameplay today has been chef's kiss. I really like to see high-level group play, but also being able to have great communication is the number one downfall. Honestly, when you talk about teams that lack that communication, it's their number one downfall. And so having that good communication and getting these combos, isolating a lot of these strategists that they have been able to. We saw our group ult once push everybody outside of an invisible woman ult just earlier today. And knowing what strategy you're dealing with, right? If you have to cycle through being forced to ban Gambit, then you at least try to take out the team up out of the picture. Then you don't really have to be so worried about Rogue, but then Rogue comes into the play and has that Heartbreaker, takes that away from the strategist, prevents maybe Loki, God of Mischief, from coming through. So I feel like all these little micro plays for Season 6.5 have been very enjoyable to watch because it's always like ring around the rosy on who can control more of this space, but I feel like it's also been just so much more aggressive. I've been seeing a lot more damage output together with how these strategists have been trying to survive.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right. I think like you've covered a lot of ground there, and I think that really emphasize your point. You're right. I think that this patch has been a very different patch, I think, compared to the last few we've had. Like, I know that there wasn't a ton of changes, but Elsa really threw a spanner into the ban phase specifically. And, you know, like you mentioned, with Group being so good, with Vanguard, Deadpool being so good at the current moment, it's changed things. You know, I feel like the last patch when we had how Gambit, how strong he was before, it was kind of triple support meta and stuff, triple strategist meta. But now, you know, it could be anything, right? You could have Elsa that really just ruins everything with the Glartrox and stuff. And I know strategist mains will be complaining about it, but at the moment, like I said to you, Vicky, I mean, the only way, at least at the highest level, some of these duelists stand out is if they're really broken. Like, that's really the only way they stand out. Otherwise, you're just another Iron Fist sitting there just punching air, right? Like, that's just the unfortunate reality of being a duelist player at the current moment. There's a reason why we haven't seen Psylocke since she was broken, since maybe...
To the MRC Season 6 American region, we have been going through so many great series back-to-back, dog, and looking at these players, both familiar names, getting their run backs here against some previous teams that may have sent them down to lower bracket, and we move on to another 2 out of 3 match for our next series.
Yeah, we're heading into Arius versus DK Fan Club. So we're heading to Celestial Husk yet again, first for domination. And these two squads as well, it should be a good one. I think that, you know, there's a lot of talent in these two teams. We've seen Arius, I believe, in the last round before getting sent down here to the lower brackets. But, you know, for the opposite side, for DK Fan Club, they've been running it up through lower brackets. We might see a potential revenge match again. But at the current moment for DK, they're going to ban out Cloak and Dagger first, which is the first time I think we've seen that.
Well, we saw it one other time, very early in the day.
Okay.
I think it was like either...
Oh, it's fantastic!
Oh, okay, well, that's
that,
the first time. That's the first time we see that. Well, these fans already got me on the edge of my seat wondering what these teams are going to cook. Of course, the Elsa, though, I'm not surprised getting through. I mean, I am surprised, actually. More so the protection, I'm not surprised. And the tank pool, too, coming through. Actually, yeah, coming through another version of Deadpool.
Yeah, all right, all right. So 2 of the strongest characters in the game get protected second after 2 of the most strange characters in the game. Actually, I guess Cloak and Dagger's not that strange. But Mr. Fantastic Ban is definitely crazy. Invis Ban coming out in the opposite angle. I don't know, maybe these guys just played against, yeah, we lost earlier on in the tournament or something. Because, I mean, Mr. Fantastic, I think, you can't play in some situations. DK Fan Club, I'm sure, probably have a guy, you know, in their back pocket. Somebody who is Mr. Fantastic main. But a Gambit ban on the opposite angle. A lot of focus for strategists besides that first ban of Reed.
Well, and with no Invisible Man, looks like the power couple is going to have to be put away for now. Although Gambit getting banned out means that we probably won't be seeing that rogue out. I mean, I want to get your opinion here too, Dogman, because we've still been seeing a lot of these teams try to stick to the thing. I don't think we are going to see Dylan actually commit to that, but it's been interesting to try to help peel for these backliners. And then you see the Jeff coming out. It makes you wonder, are they trying to bait out a ban maybe from the Venom side, as with no Loki, you also could get rid of the thought of having to deal with God of Mischief copy into Adam Warlock and all the resurrections that you could expect.
Yeah, there's a lot of options, I think, in that sort of matchup as well. I mean, you get that triple team up with the Elsa, the Storm Band comes through on domination.
Whoa,
very unique, to say the least, I think, in this matchup. But the Groot, yeah, getting through is quite interesting. No Wolverine ban either, so that might be something in the books. I know for Arius, I saw them play against Server Admin earlier, and Server Admin destroyed, by the way, in that matchup, 2-0. But every time against Arius, they got Elsa banned. So this time they're going to get it through, and we get to see, in this case, Pivot play that Elsa, in which he could play it to an incredibly high level. I know Jurassic's been a guy who's been around too for quite some time. So there's quite a few names, I believe, that we can recognize over the course of a few years that have been around in MRC.
So crazy to still say that, by the way. Like, a few years that we've been saying MRC really go down, and how it's evolved right now between the different compositions that we've been exposed to. Still with the universal bans, though, it also makes a lot of these teams play differently, maybe get away with a lot more too, give them some freedom here, as they're going to be able to get some of that extra healing with the shield from Aunt Nancy being on that rocket, and so maybe sticking to it. But BRB is also really coming in clutch in our last series that we just saw too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like we've been through like our GOATS era almost already. Like, I feel like we just sped ran the esports, path, because we had the, remember Adam Warlock triple res comps, and the fights would last about 3 minutes. Honestly, some of the best memories that I have in Marvel Rebels esports personally. I don't know about you, Vic.
Oh man, I love it. I love being able to just survive for as long as possible here, but it's also looking at what these different maps provide. That's why you sometimes see the storm, right? Like when you try to go back and try to deal with convoy, but on domination, it's a bit of a different look. You are playing around that middle console. You see the petty coming out, but Mirror over in the back, it's gonna find Dylan.
Yeah, nice pick from Auslander, man. Make that 2. The follow-up is there from the Penny Parker of all things. And, okay, you can see why all these strange heroes have been banned. It's because of this. Like, on your screen right now, you get Hulk, you get freaking Jeff, you get Mantis, and you get a Penny Parker. Like, this, who runs a backline of Jeff and Mantis unless they're running this wacky-ass composition? And for Arius, they're going to have to match something and figure something out against it.
I mean, what year is it? Is this something that we may look to see in the future? I mean, there's usually a composition that you wouldn't really expect to roll out with what's at stake right now within the MRC, right? You got 3 slots still up for grabs here within the MRI, but these teams got to stay alive. As Turbo gets the pickoff to Aunt Nancy. Meanwhile, Ann Elephant is at the circus juggling around pivot. They follow up together as Austin's going to be able to find Hybrid next too, and DK Fan Club, they are clearing shop versus Euros.
The plat players watching the stream right now are yelling at their monitors. They're screaming. Man, we told you guys Penny Parker's broken. We told you. Nobody's been listening, and now, you know, we get to see it. Turbo Loser just hits the shot of a century with the right-click cross map, and now Arius, they're down 50% of the board, Vicky. They could potentially lose to this today.
Their team's capture progress
It's crazy. Now we're looking at the ultimate economy that they also have to work with here. Thailand, tank pool close to that ultimate themselves, but Ymir has also been able to get into position so quickly and helping them out with these bubbles. The S tier is activated. Final judgment from Pivot, looking back at the Hulk, who can't get away, but they also have to think about Turbo Loser, who is setting up the path to allow DK Fan Club to control more of this space, preventing Pivot from moving up.
And right now they're trying to get it. Maybe get towards that objective. At least avoid the one-shots in the Penny and then find her. Nice job. Turbo Loser goes down. In this case, got Turbo Laser down. But here's the Spider-Man from Ann in the sky. Oh, Jurassic can't even get back down to his own Mantis. And the Spider-Man coming to fruition, finding the pop-off. And then Auslander's there with Pivot. Pivot's having to pivot so many different times in a single fight. And they can't even get a single fight win. They're holding on to their Ultron's Rage still, Vicky, because they haven't had a situation to use it. They're about to lose.
They haven't had the opportunity to be able to take advantage of it, right? And look at them from the swap up from the Hulk over to Ann Elephant. It looked like they were trying to contest here over at the same time, and they did cancel the Mantis, by the way.
Yeah. He grabbed the Doctor Strange going for the portal to negate that TP back. So cooldown removed on top of a beautiful play from Ann. Yeah, the DK Fan Club is kind of reminding me of, yeah, we lost a little bit, like in terms of just wacky stuff they're willing to play.
Not only that, too, like Hybrid was trying so hard to protect with the sleep right there, too, on top of Ann. And now Ann getting away with not only going from over to the Hulk to the Spider-Man. It was a great swap in terms of timing on when to reset that ultimate, just to add in the extra pressure of going right back to the point when they were in the middle of that fight earlier.
I don't think I've seen the Jurassic Spider-Man before, but I guess we'll see it today. They're playing the Namor with it as well. Makes sense, I think, for the Spidey. And we've seen how good Namor can be. But they're going to have to keep this Rocket Raccoon pack alive, because that's going to be kind of interesting due to how many Stratus bans came through. This backline's always going to be a tough spot. That's what we talked about earlier with, you know, very much like a target focus towards Stratus. What happens?
Yeah, it's also, when you take a look at DK Fan Club and Nerdy being able to pop off being on that Mantis together now with the Jeff. Originally, they did have, like, what, triple Vanguard with Tank Pool added to the mix together with Penny and Hope originally before the swap off. So it was still a lot of damage output, and they still kept up the sustainability. Whereas Eurus, at least with Aunt Nancy going into this round, does have that fate of both worlds.
Now, Slander's going to be always a threat. Meanwhile, they try to go to the point. Here comes that Spider ultimate from Ann. Gets stunned out of it and deleted by Twitch.
Wow.
Nice job with the dance floor as well. From Nancy, able to walk into the Penny Parker mines now and force that away. But Ymir on the backside angle, able to find Hybrid, who was walking up close on that see you later. Maybe they could build up ultimates now. Deadpool able to get a little bit of iframe, sustain the point. Spider-Man back from spawn, looks towards the back line of Ludus. No! 1 HP, does find the KO, so even if he gets found, that's enough of a value right there. But Ann still lives. Auslander's there with the follow-up, and they did it again. They control the point. DK Fan Club do in this fight.
Oh, Slenderman 2 getting away with what they want to do here over to that side point from that contested point 2. As you can see, Meatloaf Mike hanging out up on the high ground, sitting pretty over on the Jeff and getting more of that piercing, healing right through their teammates, as well as Jurassic just trying to get into position, trying to pull them right back together, but also pinpointing where they're located up on the high ground, because it's difficult to try to contest a team that's already set up like this.
I mean, sort of getting soft countered too by just Penny existing, and Dylan gets brought back in because of the Gartrox, and now Auslander, again, you called out earlier how good this guy's been, and yet again, another Elsa player popping off. That's 3 in the fight.
Elsa Bloodstone, welcome! Marvel Rivals has been a completely different game, I feel like, with the inclusion of both Elsa and Deadpool. But man, the output you get from Elsa in repositioning, they pull in Ymir, but Ymir tries to back away and manages to survive. The Jeff keeps up the Deadpool.
Yeah, that was a nice job from the Jeff cross map. And by the way, no, this is the Jeff skin, the bit Jeff skin. Don't worry, you're not on PS3 right now. Meanwhile, Spider-Man fighting each other, the backside, and just gifting Jurassic. Meanwhile, looking all like Jitward out here now, and coming to the backside angle. Jurassic has to walk back with the Spidey ult, and Ann is built, by the way, a second one, I believe, before Jurassic's even able to have just one, and it doesn't matter if that whale comes in because he just walks away from it. And nice job so far on Spidey, as 70% of the board is built up. DK Fan Club just doing a victory lap around the point with Turbo Loser.
Man, you know what goes hand in hand here, too? We got to talk about it. With this current composition that DK Fan Club are running, they got Mr. Pool's interdimensional toy box actually working in their favor, as Yours is just trying to force her way through this choke. You have Jurassic, he's got the ultimate ready to go, but Ymir pops his first, trying to pull them towards him, and gets that extra damage just done to find Hybrid.
Yeah, it feels bad. I feel really bad for the strategist of Arius. I mean, they're not able to get anything done. They're all so low. Jurassic does have the ultimate, able to find Ann, though. Nice job on the Spidey. Has to avoid the mines, though, who are waiting around the corner. But Auslander, again, towards that choke point, comes back for Twitch. Nice job to get that KO. The comeback portal is here. They get the heals through from that rocket, but Turbo, again, just cross-map. He didn't even see the guy he just KO'd, but Pivot, does he get rezzed? I don't think he did because he died through the portal. So, yeah, he's not going to be back in the fight. And finds Die. And right now, you have the Spider Ult, but gets stopped again by Turbo Loser on Penny Parker, of all things. And at this rate, I don't know if there's much more Arius could do. DK Fan Club just put on a performance and a half on Celestial Husk.
All right, DK Fan Club, you've made a fan out of me. I want in on this club because of not only with this composition, but the Penny plays out of the portal. I mean, I feel like that's like a Penny Parker thing too, right? You're like, oh no, without even looking at the player he just picked off right now and setting up the mines preemptively at the mouth of that portal, you're just asking for trouble here too. And now Penny getting set up also very early on the point made it so hard to retake the high ground from them.
Yeah, that was rough. That was really rough for the side of Arius. And you know, you would assume, okay, Arius was the ones in the upper bracket having to, you know, play against DK Fan Club who were working through that lower bracket. So, you know, maybe they would be at edge. But yeah, taking a look at the stats. Nice job from Auslander. Huge, great, like, performance by the entire squad, Vicky. What stands out to you?
I mean, the fact that Auslander and Demir literally did not go down once. And Meatloaf Mike, by the way, on the Jeff, uncontested, just making sure his team is up and healed. And the fact that you have that together with Pivot, who wanted to try to match that on the Elsa, Jurassic, who was on the Spider-Man, their strategists here, looking on the side of DK Fan Club, were not as harassed as we saw Ymir and Ann follow up on together with Auslanderman taking off angles against Hybrid and Aunt Nancy, the strategist lineup on Eurus.
I feel like these are like the traditional rank games where you're like, why do I have more final hits than my Elsa? But like, that's not really what happened. That doesn't tell the full story. You know, people in ranked are like quick to blame the broken character or a really strong character, when in reality it was the ban phase. Like, taking a look at the Arius bans, they had no strategists to play around, and DK knew, okay, we're not going to have any of those really strong support ults or strategist ults, so we're just going to play hyper aggressive, just be annoying, and it worked out because on the opposite angle, their strategists were sitting ducks, Vicky, and they got farmed. It was brutal.
Yeah, it also goes hand in hand too. Like, if you see an enemy Elsa popping up, you're gonna need to get enabled and probably swap over to the Elsa too, expanding on your hero pool. But that was only game number 1, Doug. Man, we still got a series on our hands to see how far the distance this one could specifically go and what that pick and ban phase is gonna look like, right? As everybody has said before in the past, going through MRC and MRI, the most important part of the game is always at the very beginning when you take a look at the pick and ban phase to help enable you. So when you didn't have strategists to work with, and that's where you lean into your strengths, you got to try to prioritize those safety picks onto those strats.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. We got to protect a strategist at this point, or maybe get some better bans or something. Like the Mr. Fantastic ban is definitely unique. I don't know how important that is. Honestly, you know, first ban Spider-Man may not be bad. It's a little bit of a troll. Don't get me wrong, considering there's so many other heroes that you could play, such as Elsa. But regardless, you got to protect the strategist, like you mentioned. And Arius goes for that Vanguard Deadpool off the rip to stop that team up that was annoying earlier on with the Jeff and the Elsa, at least.
At least they're fans of Donkey Kong, maybe Diddy Kong. We got to see here with that fan club just accepting even more members as we see the Mr. Fantastic protected, by the way. So this is homework being done, Dogman. When they try to prio ban Mr. Fantastic, what is DK Fan Club about to cook with these unorthodox compositions?
Yeah, they gotta cook something with it, and you know that I guess there's a reason why that ban came out. And you go for that Penny Parker ban on the opposite side. You at least focus on the Vanguards a little bit. Maybe we'll see DK Fan Club go for Protect onto that Hulk this time around, or another character if they want to go for that Brawl situation. They go for the Adam Warlock because we're focusing on strategists and making sure they can't play a triple comp that is in Arius' favor. But Arius, I'm sure, are going to adapt moving forward. Do they want to protect that Loki so it doesn't get banned out? Here's that Elsa protect for DK, specifically Slenderman, who had a really strong performance last map.
Yeah, do you let the Mantis get through here too? With no Adam Warlock, that means that they probably want to at least see if Loki could get by without having to waste either a ban or a protect here if looking what the other team wants to roll out with. But with Elsa still getting through here too, and if you do let the Mantis get through, that damage boost was crazy. But now with the Loki being protected, we won't have to worry about that. Because now you have to think about Gambit.
Yeah, I guarantee it's just Hybrid and Zolf or Dylan are just begging in the back. They're just like, please, guys, can I just get a strategist that can live for like more than 2 seconds? And they finally got those two, Invis and Loki. They can live for quite some time, but DK, I'm sure, have plays around it. And an Elephant is going to be playing Mr. Fantastic, obviously with that sick portrait. He's got his hand out, begging for skins like his wife has. On the other side with Meatloaf Mike.
So true. Oh, man, I love that, actually. I mean, Invisible Woman's got so many good skins. I think I have almost all of them, if not all of them, for real. And looking at, too, the Mantis and Gambit being banned, with Eurus down a map here, trying to make the Loki work together with the Invisible Woman. You're going to be rotating through these Invisible Woman ults, but will they be crucial if you have to deal with the Apex Predator at the hands of Elsa Bloodstone, knocking you all out of it?
This is very unique. I mean, we might even see the Iron Man coming out alongside the Ultron in the sky with the traditional 2-2-2 composition, which could be interesting. But I mean, they want the Iron Man for if they play like that tanky comp. And also, I feel like Jurassic reminds me a lot of Ryan Mazing of all people, oddly enough. He's like sort of that jack of all trades, also a guy willing to pull out the Iron Man whenever, you know, the team may potentially need it, even though Iron Man's kind of been on the downfall in terms of meta.
You know, you were talking about like the Storm ban on Dom, which was very interesting. Although it was Celestial Husk, it'd still be very difficult. But usually here on Yggdrasil and Convoy, you can expect a more of a difficult hole to break through from this exact corner. And with Jurassic having more of that vertical space, could contest the Angela up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Auslander's trying to go in and contest that Storm, but has to back out quickly. Meanwhile, DK building up those ults fast, right? Building towards those straddles due to how much damage output is coming, right? You're going to be against that Moonlight ult inevitably. So you're going to need either that Loki or the Invis copy, but Auslander doing the same thing. I mean, nearly 80, 90, then and with the follow-up, the fist to the face off of the nice stun. That's 3 for Ann in that fight.
You talk about being flexible as a duelist. Ann has rolled out, not only starting off the series with the Hulk, but making that swap to crucial timing on the Spider-Man, and now is putting on a display as to maybe why Mr. Fantastic was banned.
Beautiful stuff out of this un-KOable demon so far. I mean, he just kind of off angles, fall back to the team, build up those straddles too. Now here comes the standard time off the map potentially. Nope, they able to KO the Gartrox before it leaves, also using the crystals though. So that's a lot of cooldowns out just through that ultimate, regardless, no KOs. Arius now got able to walk in this fight, although they're down the crystals right now. Oh my goodness, Hybrid cross-tap takes down Ymir. Nice job with the Loki to remove Angela playing aggressive. Now here's that Moonlight into the Mr. Fantastic, and they remove an Elephant out of the fight as well.
I like that though, being able to take care of Ann now gets the one big threat off the table. I was surprised if they were going to hold on to that Moon Knight ultimate together to wait for Die land in that Strangling Prison, but he finds Turbo Loser before he can get away. The Venn diagram now of the invisible boundary. He pushes them back, but it still snipes them. They got to keep each other alive as they're outside the invisible boundary. They're up for now before Pivot gets up onto the high ground and finds Meatloaf Mike.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, the patty cake is one of the most disgusting abilities in the game that supports have in their tool bag, strategists do. Unfortunately, not enough to live through 6 people shooting at you. So, Arius, understanding the situation they're in, trying to cap out. Portal play comes back, though. They're touching last second, Vic.
Drastic, though, acting with the Omega Hurricane first, delaying it, looking at the mouth of that portal before coming right back in, so that way that he could delay it. Trying to look behind them, though. The invisible boundary keeps Iris alive, but they lost on Thailand, who falls off the map, by the way. Wondering if he jumped from the other side of the portal and he was on the edge, but we're gonna have to look at that again, as that could be crucial. They won't have the walls, they won't have the defensive capabilities of controlling more of this space, and Elephant does have a reset off that ultimate.
Oh my goodness, I mean, he's getting hard pocketed, but it's not enough. Jurassic goes down, Pivot. Trades it at the very least. I mean, they're still touching away from the point, though. They're going to get back and regroup with the group, trying to walk back in with a newfound sort of semblance of stability, but slowed down. Nice job. Oh, wait, and actually the one to find the KO on the Pivot. Huge job with the ult. Removes that Moon Knight immediately. They'll get traded.
Fine, though. Going to be able to at least delay even more time away from yours and their attack. They do have the survivability. You're looking at the invisible boundary from both sides this time, but Nerdy also has that God of Mischief to elongate this fight, something that Hybrid does not have and could put Iris in the back burner of this next fight.
Early invisible boundary, but Jurassic finds Amir regardless of it. Nice push, force physics away. And honestly, on the opposite angle, Aunt Auntie's doing phenomenal on this invisible woman, really kind of bringing the team alive, keeping them in it. Now you have Jurassic with the damage boost trying to find Elephant, does so. Nice job. And now here comes the Glartox in the back angle. Meatloaf Mike able to trade back one. Also showing some huge performances on Invisible Woman. Nice little boundary, but you still find the KO on the Hybrid, not able to get the triples off in time. So they remove everybody off of that, even through the invisible boundary. And inevitably, DK Fan Club stuff Arius with 2 seconds left. There's no portal in time. They get stopped.
And a huge 3-man Eye of Agamotto to close off that push from Eurus. DK Fan Club holding the ground now as we make the swap up over to the attack, but talk about making those last-minute swaps, right? We also saw the Spider-Man once again come up from An Elephant just to recontest, before now we see the swap right back over to the Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think it worked pretty damn good, Vicky. I would say so myself, if I was a DK Fan Club fan. And if I was a part of the fan club of DK Fan Club. You know what I'm saying? You get the vibe?
Oh, yeah, I'm part of the DK Fan Club.
Oh, you're already in the fan. Okay, you're already in the DK Fan Club. You got a shirt? You got a t-shirt?
Yeah, well,
playing the bongos
listen,
too?
I got the hat. I got the hat instead. Yeah, I've got to play the famous DK song. You know how it is. But you got to also elevate the vibes and energy out here if you're a DK Fan Club, because you're also running some pretty interesting compositions, right? Like, if it isn't the Elsa that they need to lean on, it's just a completely different look. And that's with Elsa, by the way, not being banned in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't have to, I guess, in this rate. Right now, Arius, it's going to be tough, right? They have to hold for 89 meters in DK. They're kind of just finding picks through, like you mentioned with Ostlander, cross map. You already know Arius is going to play that triple comp, so you can see DK scouting for it, ready to go. Or rather not, they're playing the triple. They're playing triple strategist alongside their own Storm. But DK going for something unique. They might play... No, they're not going to do it. Okay, I thought they were going to play Human Torch alongside Storm. But same comp, except we got Storm on offense instead of the Elsa.
I feel like you low-key miss him. Sometimes I do, too. Look into the skies, you know, what I have to be afraid of. But this time it's Jurassic.
Exactly.
This time, though, you gotta look to the skies because you still have Storm out in play to try to break through these chokeholds. It's gonna be the Ditto match on each side, but Dylan with the snipe onto Turbo Loser is gonna have to force DK Fan Club to back up just a little bit, but that doesn't stop An Elephant from holding this corner together with Ymir being on thing.
Yeah, huge job just to control it. I mean, it's still winnable. We've seen first point holds before. You know, specifically at Ignite, I think we've seen 100 Thieves get first point held and also do the first point holding, so... I mean, you can get 3 fights easily here, or even 2 solid fights if you're smart about it. But now here comes Mr. Fantastic with, oh my goodness, the damage boost out of the Storm and the speed boost. Oh, wait, gets traded though. Nice heal. Eventually getting rid of An Elephant.
Now, he tied anchors to Ultron's ankles right there, but they still were able to deal with them. And now the Omega Hurricane comes in together. with the Jeffy, but no! Dylan says, I'm putting that stuff to sleep. Takes them both out, and now DK Fan Club out 2 members here. It's really up to Nerdy, who does have that invisible boundary for that sustain, but 3 members from DK Fan Club are just still wasting more time away from Eurus.
It's tough. I mean, the strength of that combination with the Storm and the Jeff is you could maybe get somebody with the Eat, but Jurassic intelligently committed the Ultron's Rage and gives himself unstoppable, right? Make sure he can't get eaten CC immunity in that Ultron's Rage and avoids all of that ultimate. He was the target. And all the peel from Dylan, like you said, here comes the Mr. Fantastic. Incredibly early, by the way. This is very unique.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes down. Okay, like he has HP. I get it. You're aggressive as Mr. Fantastic, but that was interesting. Now they're down to Mr. Fantastic, and another pick comes through. So everybody playing by themselves right now, and that's the type. I guess that's what you would expect out of a team like this. But the staggers are now coming for Arius.
Yeah, the spouses were sent to court right there. It was unfortunate because, yeah, like you said, maybe a bit of miscommunication right there. You want to control some space because you want to desperately recontest on the point, but now you're also feeding into those ultimates that Eurus are holding on to here, and they will have that God of Mischief coming up with Aunt Nancy and the survivability of that invisible boundary. Same thing with Meatloaf Mike technically could save this Jeff ult to deal with that first invisible boundary.
There it is. There's the first one. Counter comes through. Meteor M from Dylan. Does not find Nerdy, who escapes and evades for now. Here comes Pivot in the sky, though. Does connect onto the Jeff, and he gets people in his mouth. For Meatloaf Mike goes down in the sky to Pivot, who has Ultron's Rage to support it. And with that, they try to use even more to come back into it, but the copter comes out from the Loki. He pops the invisible boundary. We have no damage with a minute left, unless Auslander just had an ultimate out of nowhere, but he doesn't, and Elephant goes down yet again. This has been a total flip on these overall aggression for Arius.
It's been so much damage output from Eurus here. It really highlights the triple strategist, also boosting Storm together, having Pivot in the Omega Hurricane, damage boosting the rest of their team to help reposition for them. And he finds an Elephant. No stretching Mr. Fantastic here, and no ultimate, a second ultimate in a row that basically gets shut down.
Yeah, I feel like I understand why they're called DK Fan Club now. It's because they are a fan of when Mr. Fantastic screams fan and then doesn't say tastic because he gets KO'd mid-ultimate. Brutal situation.
Oh, no.
30 seconds left now, Vicky. I mean, can they get it done? There's so many ultimates now for Arius on defense. They've got that Ultron's Rage again and the Storm ult versus just the Invisible Boundary and see you later. I mean, they could sustain. They have the BRB at the very least. That's not going to get found, but this is going to be a tough fight for DK Fan Club.
Cranky Kong will not be happy about this one, but they looked at the survivability that Eurus has as well, but they're going to first, looking at DK Fan Club, have that Sia to start off this fight around the next corner. Have the invisible boundary first activated from Aunt Nancy, and now with the Omega Hurricane, this is going to possibly force out the next set of strategists, but calling it out as they're right behind the invisible boundary is not what they had planned. That is 2 out, but overtime is still taking away with DK Fan Club planting their feet on the point, and at least Meatloaf Mike will be able to get back quick.
Yeah, they get the guy with the Ultron's Rage away. Meatloaf also finds Pivot. But Arius might be choking this. I mean, Hybrid's got the ult. They back it up. They go for the copy. Invis boundary available. Wait, did they get caught the either wall in the copy? Looks like they get it off in time. The nice pocket to keep them alive. Jurassic also to come back with that Ultron's Rage. Turbo Laser, or Loser, goes down. Gonna have Portal after coming back from spawn. Us land on the right side angle. Does get pushed away for now. They're down 1, but here's the Ultron's Rage. They can go aggressive with it if they want, but Angel in the sky trying to connect onto the Ultrons. The pocket's there. The Goldrock's on the mid-side angle. Does connect onto the Emma, who gets brought away by the Angela. Can they find the KO in time? They do.
That was huge here. Now you won't have to worry about another shield. They're going to be forced to go over to the Doctor Strange portal right back in to recontest. Ymir, though, with the Heaven's Retribution, sends it right down at their feet. Catches 4 of them, leaving Dylan by themselves at the hands of all Slendermen. They were held back for now, but now you currently see Eurus unfortunately getting staggered, and with everybody in the It's Jeff, they're trying to desperately recontest. There goes that portal, but DK Fan Club, they're moving the payload.
Yeah, in overtime now to both strategists. He just built Invis Ultimate as well. In DK Fan Club, last second, it was looking unfruitful throughout the entire map until about now on offense. But Elephant comes back onto the thing to close it out. Maybe Spider-Man could do something in another universe because Arius are stopped. DK Fan Club will wait 2-0 with a very unique situation on hands.
Not this Peter Parker here. And honestly, the only thing Eurus had to help them for the end of that fight was the invisible boundary. And with the invisible woman going down just slightly early, they could not have gone through that portal to keep that fight going.
I think this is, I mean, honestly, huge performance out of us Landerman throughout the series on Elsa. But, I mean, the Angela as well out of DK Fan Club.
Yes.
That opened it up. Like, really, Ymir was popping off at the end. Stats may not show it, but, I mean, Vicky, like, they found in the sky Jurassic on Ultron, and he didn't get off the Ultron's rage, and it all snowballed from there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just looking at Ymir too, and like what we saw Ymir bring out with originally, we saw the Thing as well. Maybe a little tease at that torch there, but it's also the flexibility that I feel like this entire team has. And even with the final hits, looking Ymir aside, the way that they were able to hold back DK Fan Club when they were initially the ones on the attack. 10 final hits in favor for Dylan. I did see a play there from Dylan where he did get stunned, the only one to get stunned from an Eye of Agamotto. He did trade with the Doctor Strange, and he did stun him temporarily, preventing him from taking a lot of damage. But the way that we saw DK Fan Club split that team up from invisible boundary to invisible boundary, then looking at the Omega Hurricanes was great. That was literally the best option that DK Fan Club could have taken right there and getting some of those raw staggers.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you just don't get like this, right? Like, you have these close fights last second at the very end of first point. I mean, second phase in Convergence, you can definitely get snowballed a lot of the times, but, you know, first point, they fought 2-3 times there, and it was a close one. But that first corner, just such an awkward angle. And then it's Jeff you called out at the very end. That was the nail in the coffin for Arius, who are now out of the tournament, and DK Fan Club move on to that round of 8, which I believe we're going to be covering after this break. We'll find out. But, Vicky, incredibly fun matchup, right? We get one of these, I feel like, every MRC, right? Like, we get a goofy, Mr. Fantastic, Spider-Man type game every once in a while.
It's a really big shocker, too, because then you just see these individual duelists really pop off, dog, man. And also highlights, you know, you never know what's up somebody's sleeve. When we saw that first lineup of the pick and ban phase, you and I were wondering, okay, well, they definitely have done their homework.
See.
Yeah, because we were looking at the lower bracket, a lot of the action, and how a lot of these teams got there. Now we get to take a trip over to the upper bracket and some familiar names. This time, familiar teams. Coming up next, I'm excited to see how Nightmare Academy versus Extinction go down.
Yeah, absolutely. First game in this upper bracket, right, in this round of 8. So, you know, I think both these squads have a lot to prove today for the broadcast. I know they've been playing a ton off stream. You know, and both these teams have been around too. Nightmare, we know from the past, obviously winning some of the original MRCs, and then on the opposite side, Extinction's been around too. I mean, they've fielded tons of competitive squads throughout Ignite, throughout MRC too. So, you know, it really is up in the air considering it's Nightmare Academy versus Extinction, like you said. And I'm sure a lot of the people that are fans of these individual players are going to be excited to finally see them live on the broadcast.
Yeah, we've also seen, you know, a lot of former players of Nightmare get moved over to other teams. And I'm wondering here if we're going to have like we had Juker back in the day over on the old Extinction, seeing where a lot of these players have found themselves. As I hear the music ringing out in my ears, let's get this started, everybody. Our next series this time in the upper bracket. Pick and ban phase are universal for those of you guys tuning in just a little late. This is the MRC, so it's not going to be going back and forth like you usually would see with the MRI. But with Wolverine being banned, and as we've seen time and time again, Dustin, now this means that Groot will probably be coming out into play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's going to be something we have to watch out for, especially like, you know, Loki alongside the Gambit we saw just ran through everybody. That was insane. Now Nightmare, they go for the protection of the Phoenix. So this time around, trying to keep that in their back pocket, make sure that they have a little bit more hit scan. There's that Loki ban to come out, making sure that we don't get to see any of that really fast-paced Gambit Loki stuff. But this is one of the first, I think, Gambit protects we've seen on the main broadcast, at least. And to a Punisher ban of all things against Nightmare.
Again, some homework being done by these teams in the back end, and it did force out that Loki ban too, if you really consider it, because, you know, if Nightmare Academy don't want to deal with an enemy Loki having to cycle through the God of Mischief, getting another Raging Royal Flush, we've seen it before, and with Rogue being protected, you already know what team up could come through, but this would also try to force out a Magneto ban unless they use it to their own advantage.
And decisions. For sure. We go for that Vanguard duelist, or Deadpool coming through as well, considering, you know, we talked about how good that hero was earlier on. I know he doesn't have that Elsa team up, but you maybe still could play with a Jeff, considering we're going to Domination. Star-Lord ban on the opposite side. I mean, considering how strong we saw that Star-Lord Gambit, it makes sense. You want to get rid of it, and then they go for the Iron Fist ban of all things. So like you said, yeah, maybe homework specifically dictating towards Nightmare Academy.
Okay, running things down out here to see what they're going to be rolling out with. You got the Invisible Woman from one side, maybe looking to see if they want to swap things up. Because Nightmare Academy, they're looking to roll out with that Rocket together with Think. We've seen sometimes get shut down a lot, but then you have the triple Vanguard lineup as well between the tank pool too.
There's a lot of different situations that we could see out of both squads.
Man.
You know, and obviously, you know, like you called it out, Vicky. I mean, we got a lot of players who've been around the block, right? We got Pro Builder coming back. We got Alfie, Zanji, and then on the opposite side for Nightmare Academy, Coco as well, by the way, and Zombie 12. I think we've seen Crazy Mage pop up before, Cyber, Akuna, right? Ripken, Paradox. These are all very, you know, players that have been around the block, at least in MRC and Ignite.
Players that have experience here too, because I'm just looking right now at the lineup that we have between Rocket on Nightmare Academy side, and then you have Kuna over onto the Phoenix, the Ensong Inferno, when you know that the Elsa was going to get banned before. A lot of damage potential on top of the Rage of Royal Flush that they could try to stagger through together and trying to take these fights. Looking at Extinctions as they're going to get ready to also roll out with something very similar. This time, though, with the Invisible Man, is it going to be enough to deal with that and Paradox being on the Jeff as the one difference maker?
We're starting out here in the next round, one step closer to the prize pool. And Pro Builder, you know, obviously letting us know where his location is for this squad. But Nightmare, you know, they want to walk up around. Both teams playing the thing, so both are trying to play heavily grouped around each other.
They're happy with how Deadpool is in this game right now, but looking at the fight already starting off right here in this choke, it's all about this poke pressure as Crazy Mage trying to build into that Rage and Roll Plus. Now Alfie taking a lot of damage himself first. Cyber is going to be able to get that first KO to put Nightmare Academy in the driver's seat right here. Now it's Extinction do get that trade-off. They have the Dr. Strange now swap over to the portal so that they can go right back off again. And with no road from Nightmare Academy, Cyber's taking a lot of that damage. And then you got the tank pool who gets their ultimates to contest that together early on.
Yeah, nice job out of Zanji as well. And the follow-up is there. And it's very interesting. Both rogues kind of being that sacrificial lamb at the very beginning of the fights. You would assume, you know, Vanguard, that it should be tankier than that. But against both teams, you know, with how strong dual or Vanguard Deadpool is, with how much damage output Phoenix provides, I mean, that's just, you get deleted so fast on Rogue.
Before you can even fly up, you'll find yourself having your hair burned right beforehand. Nightmare Academy closing in on some of these ultimates with Extinction, having the advantage on this point. Here goes all the ultimates. Put everything in the kitchen sink because you can't get away with no survivability through that invisible boundary of Nightmare Academies.
Yeah, beautiful combination from Extinction. Collapsed among them and then have to drop 4 ultimates, but it's worth it to get that fight win. Now we're heading to 50% of the board, Vicky, it looks like. And for Extinction, I wonder if they want to force out ults early, try to bait something out. It looks like they almost get to pick on Akuna, but not just... he lives a little bit of HP.
Coco still has that Rage and Royal Flush here, too. They're already nearing 60% on the points. Crazy Mage is going to start things off with their own Rage and Royal Flush to combat that. Coco is forced to use his. Alfie has Heartbreaker, though, to pull that away from Ripken, who is so close to it his own. He cannot match the button as he gets forced out and pressured at the hands of Alfie. Kuna manages to stay alive for now, and Zombie taking a lot of damage themselves. And Nightmare Academy are forced to back away and waste even more time.
That's a tough situation. I mean, you trade Gambit ults and Phoenix, but, you know, you don't find anything. You can't walk into this fight. Now you commit to Deadpool. On the right side, Pro Builder distracting. It looks like Zombie 12, who pops his own Deadpool ultimate. And, oh, Zanji, nice jukes, nice movement, but it's not enough to save himself from Kuna. Nice angle with that E. Still having to deal with the Deadpool in his side the whole time. Dives towards the force, back towards the portal. Will chase down the Gambit, who isn't being looked at by his invisible. No! Crazy goes down. Invisible boundary. He was trying to set that up, so he got tunnel visioned away. And now your invisible woman's stunned by a clobber in time. The follow-up is there. Everybody's purple. And Pro Builder has the dualies out in the back angle.
Aurora with a beautiful follow-up and getting that clobbering time, looking at the rest of Extinction. Overtime ticking away and no members left of Nightmare Academy as Zombie is sent back to the spawn room gates. And talk about a dominating first game.
Yeah, Vanguard dual pull is just crazy. Like, Deadpool is just insane.
Always.
Like, the amount of damage, yeah, it's just brutal. I mean, like, what do you do? Like, the amount of damage the pistols do, you don't have to worry about Elsa this game, but man. And then also, you saw Pro Builder was impacting these fights so much. Bubbling away the strategists as they try to walk in, you know, able to find Ripken multiple times like you pointed out, Vicky. I mean, this has been a tough series for Ripken compared to Extinction and Alfie, who has slowed it down since that very first pickoff that happened.
Yeah, definitely agree too. And then being able to isolate a lot of these strategists, the invisible boundaries also blocks out your vision too. So if you're a Gambit call out of position, you can't really help follow up with your team or get into safety. A few of these things just trickling down here as Paradox just looking to give some extra shields here on the Rocket.
Yeah, it's trickled down Deadpool economics. This is not funny at all. I'm sorry for that one. Extinction. We'll see what they want to do first, Vicky, is they have ultimates, right? They can go aggressive again in Nightmare. I mean, they have to play slow a little bit now. They've gone over to the Jeff, maybe going back over to Invisible Run just for the speed boost out of spawn. But they're going to have to build up ults fast. So that's the point here in this first fight.
And now noting about the damage output that could just burn them through that invisible boundary. You need all the help here. Also looking at Pro Builder and how they've been able to get that ultimate online so quickly, that Banhammer, but trying to get these snipes. Kuna does have the reset as he comes in together with the Raging Royal Flush, dealing just amount of that damage, but I like it, the way that Crazy Mage was able to kite away to activate their own Crazy Royal Flush.
Yeah, nice job, but they still go down! What an off angle by
way.
Kuna in Nightmare. They come back into it as well. Deadpool ultimate's a little bit too late for Pro Builder and Coco. Yeah, he's going to fall the Zombie 12, who's finally come online. You do have Zange in the background, at least to sustain a little bit longer with this Deadpool, but eventually he's going to fall. And Nightmare Academy have their first fight win and take the point first.
Getting a little bit of that momentum built up. It takes a bit sometimes when you find yourself losing fight after fight in that first round, but Extinction still have that invisible boundary coming up, although Nightmare Academy could make a big play here with Cyber having that clobbering time, Ripken with the Heartbreaker. They're waiting here by the choke, but then you also see Coco being a little distinct with that Raging Royal Flush themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something you have to worry about. Now, Kuna trying to stop this Deadpool's flank, does so, comes back, looks at Aurora. Nice job to target focus what the team was shooting at. Aurora going down, removes the thing ultimate out of this fight,
no.
and meanwhile, their own thing finds a huge ultimate in the middle of the invisible boundary that you talked about before to give themselves even more momentum.
Talk about starting these fights with the Heartbreaker to take away the invisible boundary to even start off that push. It delayed it just a little bit. Yes, they used their own invisible boundary, but the focus fire and the damage output, once again, just burns them right through that invisible boundary.
Solid work so far out of Nightmare. Can they keep it up, though? 50% of the board. Commit that Deadpool ultimate as long as Rogue, or as well as Rogue, rather. They're able to find Kuna off of it. Nice job with that timing. Able to collapse completely onto the Phoenix, who had that ultimate, the Ansong Inferno. Now here's the other clobbering time and able to find two off of that. So eventually Aurora gets their revenge, but inevitably Nightmare gave up the point, and now we're flipping it for Extinction, who flipped it at 62%.
Talk about a different change up here, too, as Shanji moving up on the Psylocke, by the way. Dance of the Butterflies is online, as well as Coco having that Raging Royal Flush, but with Extinction finally flipping the point this time around, with Nightmare Academy being the ones to have the extra credit, holding on to it to trying to see how Kuna and Crazy Mage are going to combo together with that damage output.
Silent plays it back right now. Notice the controller player as well. Looking towards that thing, who walks in, takes a ton of damage, but here's that Gambit ultimate. Aggressive, countered, no. Oh my goodness, Paradox, nice job with the Force Physics onto Silent Blaze, removes that invisible one of the fight. That's going to be a huge impact here. Phoenix ultimate from Kuna as well to keep up their momentum. Is the peel there, the clap coming through out of both players. Nice job to sustain. Nightmare Academy strategist doing a huge job back here, staying alive throughout all of this until now. Pro Builder decides to end it all with a huge amount of damage from those duelists, or from those, rather, duelees. And now they're able to kind of follow up after the ultimates end. Surely, inevitably, Nightmare will take it, though. Wait, hold on. Pro Builder. He does get one, rather. Cyber trades it back with an ultimate committed, but nobody is really there for the follow-up.
Just don't forget my name real quick here. Cyber does get taken out a little bit earlier. Ripken taking way too much of that damage. No sustainability from Nightmare Academy as Extinction come right back onto the point to take control. And Silent does have that invisible boundary ready to go, with Aurora going to be able to clobber them down, as Alfie could also take away from more of those ultimates if they want to hold on to that for Nightmare Academy's next push, because they could still portal in.
There's a lot on the line right now for Extinction to close out. I mean, they've got all the ultimates. Nightmare have nothing, and not a lot of time left either. They're going to have to play slow for it or find that pick-off. Maybe onto a Psylocke who's a little overzealous, but now here comes that Rogue ultimate from Alfie. I mean, they can surely find a pick with it, right? Alfie falls super low, though, to sustain. Everybody's grouped together. Cyber falls low. Invisible Boundary as well from Extinction to sustain for a little bit longer. Kuna trying to find the pick. Has to do it outside of that Invisible Boundary. Can't find the Gambit. Oh, my God! He does! Coco going down with ultimate is huge. They had such a huge advantage, but Kuna shuts it off. And then finds Zanji as well. Cyber onto the point, another one. And now, my goodness, Nightmare. They just won an unwinnable fight.
They just went the distance. They got those crucial picks. And Kuna, the fact that Kuna stayed alive for so long, even more impressive in trying to find those individual 1v1s in the back part of the health pack. Nightmare Academy, they see another day for now, but Extinction are looking to recontest here. They still have Dance of Butterflies as well as Coco and that Rage and Roll Flush.
I mean, with how Nightmare Academy's backline's been playing, I'm curious how the Psylocke ultimate goes with the Gambit. I mean, they could still win it, but Deadpool as well as Zombie 12 popping off. Same thing with Pro Builder pulled in. Ripken is not panicking, just dead on the rogue, sort of. Deadpool ultimate popped, Invisible Boundary from Paradox, and then jumps away. Invisible. Psylocke ultimate comes out. Do they have the target focus to find anything? No, not right now. But here's the clobbering time. Is it slowing down anybody? Yes, it catches the thing, and Cyber shuts down Aurora, so Nightmare keeps it up. Though the rogue on his Angie slows him down. Pro Builder does have the ultimate last second. Ripken found Zanji. That's 2 removed for Extinction, and they don't touch the point either. Nightmare have done it. They've tied us up 1-1.
That was so good with the way that they also split them up in terms of pressure. They were looking to get through like 3 different chokes and isolating the Psylocke on top of it with the command grab, and then also the clobbering time onto the thing. Double stuns from each side of that choke and preventing Extinction from recontesting.
I mean, huge shout out to the original person who kind of created that was Kuna, right? Like Kuna able to find pickoffs onto people who had ultimates. The Invisible Boundary is so aggressive, and then it looks like Invisible Woman players just don't want to be in the ultimate in case of those combinations he talked about. So he's just trying to play safe, but then Kuna obviously reads it, finds that KO on Phoenix, finding so much value so far to enable Nightmare to tie us up and bring us to this 3rd round on the first map between these 2 incredible teams.
So close, and that's what you could expect when you're looking at teams still in that winner's bracket looking for their opportunity. And not only the big bucks here, Dogman, but at having their own chance at competing against other MRI teams. Moving up now, though, it was pretty close. Now tied 1-1 in terms of rounds in this first map. Crazy Mage may not have that Rage and Royal Flush, but neither does Extinction looking at Coco. You also are slowly building up that Invisible Boundary, but Silent Blaze will get it first.
Yeah, you're right. Both teams have plenty of experience in MRI as well, so they want to get back to it. Now here comes that thing damage immediately. Is there going to be an ultimate from Aurora? I mean, he's found the counters before. No, doesn't even need it. Just Sovar. Ripken goes down from the off angle from Pro Builder. Here's that clobbering time on the back angle. Has the follow-up is there from Zanji. Takes down Crazy Mage. That's 2. Nightmare give it up off of that. And those 2 picks.
Also, huge anti, by the way, coming out from the Gambit on the Extinction side. Coco still trying to get the ultimate charge up, as well as Sanji Goose dealing so much damage here just before backing away, but gonna be able to now go and see what Nightmare Academy is working with because those ultimates are charging up. And currently look at Pro Builder looking at the back line to try to get them towards him.
I mean, these Deadpools just kind of playing full flank, sort of like you will on Hella. Now they sort of have to run away. It's kind of flip-flopping the sides, and oh my goodness, Zombie 12 just dualies in your face. You can't live from that, no matter how much healing you have. Here's the Phoenix ultimate too. Zanji finds one with the Phoenix ultimate at the very least, but you know, at this rate, wait, maybe another one. Can they find even more? Looks like the answer is yes, because of Pro Builder's initial engage. Zombie 12 trying to find these KOs, able to find 2 as well, so they bring it back. Even though Extinction were finding some trades, Nightmare control the point again.
I mean, no sustainability when you got Zombie out here taking out both of the strategists. No Coco, no Silent Blaze here. Coco will be able to approach, getting closer to that ultimate here, but Nightmare Academy have 3 to answer right back.
Yeah, this is getting so close. It's neck and neck. They know they have the ultimate advantage. Nightmare does. Except maybe that Gambit ultimate. I'm sure they read it. Here's that Visible Boundary. Aurora goes low. He goes down. No Gambit ultimate in sight to save anybody. They disengage, although they do almost cap the point back. But does that create a little bit of confusion unless Pro Builder goes down? Oh, Zanji's trying to find something, but they have to give it up at the moment because of that Invisible Boundary.
At least they took them off from the high ground for right now. That's what they wanted to do, is just try to replace their positioning. Chenji's getting a lot of information from their own positioning right here before dealing just a good amount of that burst damage, forcing them to go right back around the tree trunks. Your Extinction are just poking away as Coco's still holding on to that Raging Royal Flush, but the Heartbreaker, it took away for just a brief amount of time before Coco was able to activate it.
Dive it in. Alfie finds one as well. Cyber to fall. And same thing with Kuna. So nice job just collapsing on him with that Gambit and the Deadpool. Or rather, with the follow-up from Aurora. And Nightmare, I mean, they try to commit stuff. They're trying to commit something with Zombie 12. It's not enough. They give up the point, and it's flipping back and forth again. This is the third time the point is flipped. Control.
Also better look to see how Zombie, who had so much impact on their previous Banhammer, now gets set out as he was in the middle of that ultimate here. And now Nightmare Academy do have Cyber with that Cloudbring time. Crazy Mage could help Kuna follow up with that damage boost off the Raging Royal Flush, but it's neck to neck with Nightmare Academy, only even that 65% as Extinction try to wrap that.
Right, I mean, there's so much on the line right now, and you have a ton of ultimates now for the re-engage. Cyber still able to find Aurora. Nice job with that bubble from Zombie 12, it looked like, and you have that Banhammer committed by Pro Builder at the very least to try to trade it, but can they? Stunned immediately again, twice. I mean, Pro Builder hasn't moved in a century, it looks like, but finally is going to recover and surely get a KO. Now Pro Builder finds Kuna, looks like. Nice job on that Aang, and with that, they're still in control of the point. If they find these stagger picks right now, too, that could be so deadly. But no, they don't. They're secured on the inside angle. 90% looking to retouch with some ults here, Vicky.
They have to. Desperate times cover, desperate measures. Like Extinction are looking to take this map, Pro Builder. Together, it's going to be able to find Cyber, but it's a trade-off. With Coco going down, that's a really big pick. No Raging Royal Flush, but Aurora is going crazy. He gets stuck by the stump, but he gets the health pack. He comes right back around. He's taking so much damage. The Phoenix, he's poking, playing ring around the Rosie behind the wall, but with the invisible bounty being right there, he's just trying to stall. Overtime taken away as Nightmare Academy, they try to flip it, but he contests just in time. Not Portal.
The Aurora plays were insane, and Alfie's there with the follow-up as well, and can they find any more? You do have Crazy Mage still coming back with that Raging Roll Flush. Was enough done by Aurora and Alfie. We'll have to find out in a second. Both Gambit ults are out as well. Rogue ultimates committed by Ripkin, but no KOs just yet. Alfie's still alive. Overtime ticking down. Control of the point is in favor of Extinction, though, by the way. So if Nightmare even hop off the point, give up their control for a second, it's over. But it doesn't matter. Alfie and Aurora, who came back on Venom, combined for more. And the Vanguards are doing it all for Extinction. Zombie coming down to end it, too. No, it's Silent Blaze who does so. Nightmare. They're sent off the point. Krakoa is in control of Extinction.
Extinction! They were looking a little grim when it came to the ult economy of that possible last fight, but the way that they recontested right there just in time for the portal was crazy. Aurora being on thing? Talk about the survivability and, of course, tank pool too.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, yeah, Pro Builder MVP, obviously, the amount of damage output is insane, but it's, as you mentioned, Aurora at the very end, just with a highlight play. We're talking, you know, moments per 10. That was crazy, right? He just played on the outside. You would think that, I'm assuming Kuna thought that maybe he'd be dead or something, but regardless, you look at those stats, you could say Zanji was popping off, and he was for sure. Same thing with Pro Builder, but what a play by Aurora at the very end to just live and just make that coordinated effort out of the whole squad, too. I mean, everybody dove upon Aurora's thing play. I mean, sure, it cost them their life, but I mean, the amount of space created was insane.
Yeah, and that was at the face of like Cyber just trying to allow his team to come right back after they expended so much of those ultimates and still stalling, still surviving with the health pack being right there. What also helped out too, right? You have the invisible boundary, everyone's playing inside of it. No one's really trying to look back, wondering, man, where's the thing? You know, he's so big, how do we miss him? Except they did in that point, and we got to see a lot of these initial picks too. Coco staying alive, trying to get that Raging Roll Flush, because they had to get their own ultimates online for that last fight to deal with damage output that they really wanted to have sent out if you're a Nightmare Academy.
Yeah, he did the opposite of like the those old cartoons where they build like the fake tunnel with a train. You know, he pulled the thing and he was like I'm the wall now, and now he's just waiting there, and nobody found him. So yeah, great job, great maneuverability. He plays a lot of prop hunt, you can see. And, you know, overall, I think this team just looked like they have really solid coordination at the very end. I mean, this is definitely very high level, Vicky. You talked about these two teams being Ignite level. They are. I mean, we just saw a phenomenal performance out of both squads, and I'm excited for map number 2 after that.
Players that are looking to find themselves right back over to the MRI, giving themselves another shot, are right here performing. And with a banger like this, Extinction, they want to stay in this upper bracket. One more game to go if they manage to take it, or we could see this go the distance versus a Nightmare Academy who had so many signs of life. They were able to control so much space, and then also were playing ring around the Rosie from being on the high ground, trying to look at where the pressure from the Phoenix was coming from the opposite end. We do move on to Brennan T'Challa, though, on another domination map, though. And we know time and time again, Dogman, how volatile Dom could be. And it looks like Elsa is stuck in jail. This time, Elsa will not be played in the series.
Yeah, it makes sense. Some teams just don't want to play it, right? It's they pick their poison, right? And at the moment, it does seem like both teams, you can't really say either was bad at the Gambit comp, right? Like that wasn't necessarily like a big negative for either teams. The Loki ban, I think, was fine overall. Maybe one of these teams are better at Loki than the other. That could be something you want to let through potentially this time around. Or the Gambit, you want to ban out, maybe try to mix things up on domination. But it looks pretty similar to the last ban phase, I believe. We're going to go for that Phoenix Protect for Nightmare as well, feeling confident in Kuna.
Oh, but this time, it's going to be a ban onto the Gambit, although Tankpool will be saved. It was around the time where we saw Loki getting banned. So with Gambit not being around, Loki could still be a threat if you do have that Adam Warlock in play.
Yeah, there's got to be something specifically you don't want to play against that Gambit comp. But you mentioned domination can be kind of, flippy floppy. You can get a little crazy with it sometimes. So it makes sense to get rid of it. I think just to slow things down for your team, slow things down for the mental. Because sometimes you need that, right? Sometimes you would need a change of flow. Maybe the other team's also not expecting it. So fair play to them to get rid of it. But we'll see if it bites them in the butt this upcoming map. Because like we said, Vicky, I mean, that was still a very, very close game. And I wouldn't even be mad if both teams decided to go for the same exact ban phase, even though it's a best out of 3.
Yeah, I agree. Although the Protect on the Venom also highlights like the comfortability that Aurora has being on that Venom after we saw that quick swap at the very end. But the combo that was there with the Phoenix and Clawbring time had a lot of impact, and Phoenix is still safe. Cloak and Dagger is the next to go, but I'm expecting more of these anti-heal follow-ups this time around, maybe from Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always these like Vanguard players that become star players almost. It's kind of interesting because I feel like Vanguard isn't necessarily like a role you would assume would become stars, I guess. But it does seem like every genre necessarily, we just have like these Vanguards that pop off and become big streamers or whatever. And it's not necessarily like the full aim that brings them there. It's through fantastic Vanguard play.
And we've seen Shanji so many times before. But one thing that we have to highlight, because we didn't see it go through, I believe, in that last game, but like we have Daredevil available to play now because you try to prio ban 2 strategists. So that's going to be interesting as Zombie's going to try to match that, it looks like, on the Daredevil himself. And now looking back at what we've seen here with Aurora together with the rest of this team, Extinction, they're in the driver's seat. Looking at Nightmare Academy, a team that also has experience. Kuna had their own pop-off moments on the Phoenix too.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we get to see that matchup. You called it out, Zanji versus Zombie 12 on that Daredevil. And, we've seen these guys in the past play it. We'll see how, by the way, Ripken and Alfie both do, playing some Deadpool this time around. So, these duelists picking up Vanguard Deadpool, it makes sense considering how strong he is as a tank or a Vanguard and a duelist in one single role.
See how a lot of our heroes, in terms of the last few patches, have been able to adapt around this pick and ban phase too, whether it be within your own respective matches or here in the MRC with these universal bans that try to follow that together with the ranked matches. Paradox is on that Loki to get the copy onto the Invisibleman, so you get to get more of that invisible boundary time at the very least. But this also enables Coco to use the It's Jeff and take everybody that's stuck inside.
Oh man, that's going to be a lot of fun to see. Going for that more split composition, leaving the Loki unmatched. By the way, if you're wondering what Zanji did for that rollout there, a lot of heroes can do this bunny hop tech if you use the chains or if you Star-Lord bunny hop while you're flying. You can get a little bit of momentum. Now here's that flank. Set it up perfectly. Kuna dead. Even before the crystals could receive the healing for Kuna, that is. And removing the Phoenix is huge in that fight, Vicky. I mean, that removes so much damage.
Call the Amber Alert right now because they literally just disappeared. I do not know where he went as Alfie follows up to get Cyber. That is 3 out for Nightmare Academy. Another strong opening in favor for Extinction. Sure, you lose out on your Invisibleman, but that's the thing. This is what you have to deal with when you're running Invisibleman into the Daredevil.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, that damage output's insane. Zanji weaving in that damage into Ripken. And it's tough because Ripken also used Deadpool Ultimate. You can build it up fast for sure, but still a tough situation to be in. I mean, Cyber's not able to do much so far on the Venom. Extinction, so far with the Jeff composition, with the constant flow of healing from the downstream pouring of healing from Coco is beautiful.
Sure, now looking at the way that Extinction's trying to counteract this together with the strategist lineups that we're currently seeing from Nightmare Academy, even Paradox, who wants to stay close to those relics, are gonna have to worry about Coco once that Itch Chef is online. Nice shield right there just to allow him to back away around the next corner. Ripken putting in even more pressure, being on this tank pool. He doesn't have the ultimate though if you look at Alpha, who has that Banhammer, and Aurora just diving in. He has the armor, he gets the reset, and he has a piece of the Abyss that can follow up a Pro Builder here.
Oh my goodness. I mean, too many ults to deal with, sadly. Kuna goes down again. Second time in a row now for them. And it's been tough ever since that first map. Nice pull from Silent Blaze as well. Remove Zombie 12. And slowly but surely, they're getting rid of individuals on the side of Nightmare. You trade one at the very least, but they did use the invisible boundary. Paradox goes for the copy. They want to keep going forward, even though they're down a lot of players. But can they find the KOs during this? Coco has that Jeff ultimate for the invisible boundary like you called out earlier. But Nightmare, they finally built up ultimates. They're missing some players. They can maybe stall it out. Extinction still are control this point. They're playing back, anchor style. They're trying to secure that objective, make sure they're not giving up any ticks. Crystal's out. Venom ultimate used to force that. Now here comes the Devil in the high ground. And oh no! The Devil's getting sent straight to hell. Zombie 12 back to the spawn he goes. Excellent shots from the player out of Extinction. Can Pro Builder find more after going on Deadpool? This man has been on fire. Paradox down 2. He hasn't missed a shot so far. And Pro Builder wants to end it here and now. This was even more dominant than the last one looked like, as there's maybe some tickage taken by Cyber. But man, that was insane shots from Pro Builder, and he wants more.
When your Daredevil isn't put back in the box that Pro Builder has built to send Cyber into it, Ripken gets taken out, and no members left from Nightmare Academy to force us into overtime. A dominating round number 1 once again, this time from Extinction.
Beautiful. I mean, I remember how good, Pro Builder has been in the past. I think we've seen them play a ton of like Iron Man and stuff in previous patches.
Yeah.
But I mean, what a star player so far. On Deadpool, look insane. Now onto that Phoenix. Definitely somebody you're going to have to keep your eye on. And I believe, I could be mistaken, but I believe Zombie and Pro Builder have been on teams in the past, too. Like, these guys are constantly hopping around, going from team to team, whoever will take them. You know, these guys are really strong duelists. You can slot in. And at the moment, the team's playing around them well. Extinction now up 1. That looked very different than the last series, Vicky, or last map, rather, where it was definitely back and forth with the Gambit ults.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like round 2 was like where Nightmare Academy really shined and trying to force out more staggers as well. But Extinction coming back this time around with a Daredevil isolating these Invisible Women. I mean, I wouldn't want to be the Invisible Woman on any of these teams having to deal with that on the other side. But at least for Nightmare Academy, they swapped off the Daredevil. They have realized that Shanji together with Pro Builder has just been too much damage output to help with that sustain. So they're opting for something different to help with the pressure that their backline is receiving.
Yeah, they're walking in, they're going to that group comp, so a little bit of a difference for sure. Now here comes that Phoenix ultimate on the backside. And okay, just gets hosed down by Coco across map. Just hitting them with the water, telling them to cool down, sent back to spawn before the point even unlocked.
Crazy is that you feel that slowdown, and it feels like it's extra long when you hear the end song Inferno ring in your ears too. Pro Builder gonna be able to also pressure them over to the side, and Silent Blaze still has that invisible boundary. Alfie too with the Banhammer, and looking at Nightmare Academy, they really only have that survivability from Crazy Mage, but do they want to use it here in this choke if they feel that pressure?
They might. Definitely something that you can do. Try to force out ultimates, but Pro Builder taking some damage from Ripken. He backs up for now. You'll notice, unlike a lot of Deadpools in ranked, he's not trying to switch out and pop open his book for upgrades in the middle of a team fight, as he's trying to focus on keeping the squad alive. Everybody inside their invisible boundary, so able to live a little bit longer, force out the counter invisible boundary. Venom, nice to poke damage onto them. But the healing from Crazy Mage is too much at the current moment. Pocket comes back on Akuna. Here comes that Jeff ultimate from Coco. Is it disengaged? Who does he get? It's the Venom. Aurora walks to the health pack. Does he even get it? I don't think so. Slowed down by the Invisible Woman, but gets support. Pocketed by the squad. Kuna comes through from Silent Blaze, who is trying to help them run. And Kuna finally coming online with a nice 2-piece in that fight. And inevitably makes it 3 as well to close out and finally cap the point back.
Paradox did what Paradox had to do, splitting a lot of the attention from the team right there. Extinction were spread thin, although they did go down here, Dogman. They're moving back around with 4 ultimates ready to go. He did have used up that Banhammer just a little bit earlier, but Kuna and Cyber could put a stop to it with a damage output that could await the Extinction with the anti-heal from Cyber.
A lot of individual mechanical ability and ultimates you got to think about in this upcoming fight. So many different things. That's why we equate Marvel Rivals sometimes to even a MOBA. An FPS MOBA.
No.
Pro Builder shuts that theory down. It's an FPS. Remove Zombie from the point. They already get a tick too. Pro Builder's holding onto the ultimate, ready to combo with somebody potentially. There's Alfie going in with the ultimate. Phoenix sold. Oh my! Crazy Mate tries to bunny hop away, goes down. Kuna trades back Silent Blaze at the very least, but you're missing your invis early. There's also a Daredevil on your back line. Zanji, he's been dominant so far as well, but Aurora, again, nice job from him and Zanji, inevitably getting more. Paradox falls. Zombie does trade him at the very least, but I mean, everybody's still here. Point almost gets recapped by Extinction. But they're still touching Nightmare R. Here comes that Jeff ultimate on the high ground. Does get his teammate, sadly for him. Comes back into the invisible boundary or to his own healing. But nobody's really flipped the point on Extinction's side, it seems to be. Everybody in Nightmare grouping together really well around the objective.
Really awkward fight here for Extinction 2 because they controlled so much space, but the way that Nightmare Academy had disengaged before recontesting Kuna, he heard us talk a little bit too much about Pro Builder in that last round. He said, now it's my turn. The damage output here has been great, and this is a good hold too for Kuna over to the side because he gets over to that low to high ground, and they're still dwindling time in their favor. 85% nearing, and Extinction really only have that invisible boundary.
And they're trying to set up the perfect Venom Daredevil dive as they have only the Jeff ultimate here. Now they come back in. 2-5 Pro Builder. Nice job to collapse at the perfect time with the Venom. But will they live? Do they get the sustain? They do for now, and they try to keep Silent alive through the healing of the Jeff. They want to throw the invisible boundary in a good spot. It's going to be towards the point, so it's in a better angle for Silent. Jumps back away, tries to avoid the Jeff ultimate. Nice job, and everybody's avoided. Paradox goes down. The amount of annoying things on your screen is Invisible Woman trying to deal with the Daredevil taunt is insane, but Alfie able to find Crazy Mage, and same thing with Zombie 12. They've done it. They've made it to the point without making a mistake. Even though that early pick happened, it's not enough to stop Extinction from recapping the objective.
They'll go finding Kuna too, being the nail in the coffin as Cyber's just trying to get away, but they needed this here, and they didn't really utilize too much aside from that invisible boundary that they had. Alfie here still building into that banhammer here, but getting information from Shanti as he's trying to see where the contention's going to come in from the Daredevil Zombie, just trying to get into position as they both are marked.
He's just waiting. All hacks perma on a character.
You won't.
No, you won't. You won't. He dives in. Zanji goes in. Go. Backs to the healing. Doesn't get it, though. Nice job from Kuno, though. With the sparks to take him out is huge. There's that Venom towards that point to try to maybe set up a Venom ult as well, trying to heal into the Jet, but no, wait, they're disengaging. Pro Builder! Oh my god! This man hasn't missed a shot all series. It feels like he's going to the point. Kuna trades it back, though. You mentioned this guy has been popping off as well. Does have the E ready to go. When does he use it? Goes in with the slash or the dash, and then the Phoenix ultimate takes down Paradox with the sparks on him. That Jeff ain't gonna live. Zanji's there with the follow-up as well, but the Devil out on a Crazy Mage in overtime, slowly dwindling now. Zombie comes back from spawn with it, but man, he's got no sustain. Able to find one, but they're dead to Jeff. Cross map Coco again, who has been an unsung hero throughout the series, finds more, and they get it done versus Nightmare Academy 2-0 on Burn the Chala.
Who said Jeff wasn't a KO monster? Look at the way he was also left uncontested over to the back end here too. Was waiting for those opportunities to just not only help out their own backline, but to try to also use like It's Jeff to separate the team so many times. Even if some of them didn't land right there, Coco had so much piercing pressure, and the slowdown also helped with the Endsong Inferno and getting those double strategists in the back, because the Endsong Inferno may have not KO'd the Invisible Woman, but it left her bludgeoned to be one-tapped to the Daredevil, letting the Devil out.
I mean, that was really insane work out of both squads. Anji feeling over to that Daredevil looking clean. But man, I mean, what a series out of both squads. Extinction are the victors, though, over Nightmare Academy at the current moment, putting themselves even one step further into that round 9, Vicky. We get to see these guys moving forward. And again, right, like the Extinction squad, you mentioned it before at Ignite. They've been around the block, and they're looking to win MRC. They are not slowing down at the current moment.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing too with the communication coming out from this team. Even Alfie was ready just in case they had to teleport right back onto the point, swapping over to that Doctor Strange. If we're looking at some of these replays and how a lot of these fights started, it was, even though it was a 2-0, it was pretty back and forth in terms of a lot of these fights. The recontention and the way that a lot of these teams have been able to back away and then find those crucial picks between Kuna waking up too in that second map compared to what we saw from Pro Builder was the Phoenix 1v1 that we've seen so many times, dog man.
Yeah, that was awesome. I mean, the Phoenix players that are at the highest level are intimidating, to say the least. And, I mean, Kuna put up a good fight, right, on the opposite angle. But, I mean, Pro Builder might have leveled up, right? This guy has been working for quite some time in the dark.
Yeah, and Shanty too, right? Because Shanty having that experience, I've seen Shanty go over to that devil before and had what, like 13 final hits there, was able to pinpoint where a lot of these Invisible Womans were. The Invisible Womans were having some difficult times on trying to get the placement right with that invisible boundary just to make sure that they wouldn't get beamed down.
Welcome back, everybody, to MRC Season 6. My name's Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty, and we just finished up a series between both Nightmare Academy and Extinction. Both teams putting up a good fight in the round of 8 in that upper bracket, but Extinction are the ones to win today versus Nightmare. And now we get to moving on in round of 8, Vicky. Pretty good way to start out the top round of 8, right? Like, that was insane. What a fun series it was between two teams that are definitely Night caliber.
Again, even though it was like, 2-0, it was still very close and great talent showing up, and with some familiar names off of these teams and faces, now we get to go on to 2 other teams that you and I have gotten to see a lot.
Yeah, Tri-Z Force versus Cafe Rose coming up in just a second. We're going to head to Krakoa first between Cafe Rose and Tri-Z Force, and I know this Cafe Rose team has been in the media a little bit recently, but for the squad, they're making it far at the current moment with the new team. They got Tree, they got Really Sticky. They got a lot of players who've also been around for a bit. But for Tri-Z Force as well, this is going to be a tough matchup. I mean, just because of Cafe Rose and how much they've done before in MRC. We're going to head into that ban phase right now to Krakoa first coming up. And we just saw Krakoa on the first map as well, Vicky.
Yeah.
We're going to see it again.
I feel like we've been seeing so much Krakoa in general, actually, today.
Yeah.
I want to see some action
Let's
off
get
of
my
the
Krakoa.
map. Yeah, we're going back to the action where it starts. And the Spider-Man ban, you already know, is focused onto Really Sticky. For those of you guys who don't know Really Sticky, he streams on Twitch as well, but he is a young gun legend who is an insane Spider-Man. Although they banned the Daredevil next, the Elsa gets to protect it from Tri-Z Force.
It's very interesting, yeah, because the Daredevil is something that I know Sticky can play as well, but, we'll find out what they opt to play after that. And for Cafe Rose, they go for that Cloak and Dagger ban as well. I mean, we've seen that before. We saw that from one of the gimmick teams before, which makes sense, I think, for this team a little bit, just to remove some of that sustain, that ultimate that can last forever. Also the Terra Cape. There's so many things that Cloak and Dagger brings to the table. Makes her somewhat competitive, but that's still leaving the Gambit and the Loki open so far.
Yeah, because then if you really want to lean onto your Invisible Woman and you know that your Invisible Woman is just really good at playing that one strategist here too, then having the Cloak and Dagger off the table really does come in clutch. You do have to still also think about maybe Jeff, but now with no Venom, maybe we won't see that team up happen here as we wait for that next Protect to come out. Considering it is Krakoa, it's Angela. We do have that vertical high to low ground that we'd seen a lot more Angelas utilize depending on what map we've been going on to. Yeah,
Angela can be a nuisance. Although I don't know if we've seen her too much on this map. I think we saw her on, Aegisil Path. But yeah, I mean, that's a very annoying character just because of the amount of displacement. It's Wolverine, but can fly, right? And there's Wolverine, too. In the game, might as well. Why not? Because Groot might as well not have a place in this game. You don't even have to ban it at this point, considering how many counters to him are on the table at the current moment.
Yeah. Something that they don't have to worry about in terms of their last ban here. I mean, the Phoenix has also been popping off. If you have the Elsa get by, you don't want to have the double damage that you could possibly have. And with the Phoenix, okay, it is going to get banned. I'm still thinking about damage boost potential that we could be seeing from the Elsa, whether it could come in the shape of that Gambit who gets by, as Gambit and Loki are also free. He gets to cycle through these Rage and Royal Flushes for days. And this also opens up the Rogue and Magneto team up together with the Gambit.
Yeah, we enter in triple Vanguard meta, baby. We might have a lot. This is actually a ton of damage, too. Like, you would assume, okay, man, they got 3 Vanguards. They have that much damage. But no, yeah, Deadpool almost does as much as Elsa in terms of damage output. And then Rogues, if they're left uncontested, can also be insane. Then Magneto, yeah, you mentioned the team up. It's brutal to deal with. So at the current moment for Cafe Rose, they're locking towards that triple. And as is Tri-Z Force. This has been a mainstay so far in this patch in Season 6, and, we'll see if that continues throughout the series and throughout the entire tournament as, Deadpool, and you mentioned how much these characters have changed in Season 6, the whole landscape of Marvel Rivals, it's definitely in full force now.
Yeah, tank pool being a big piece to that too. Even if you don't see Elsa Bloodstone because she gets banned, the tank pool has been another problem on its own. And then seeing how these teams have been taken advantage of, right? You still have Rocket with the BRB. We've been seeing some great Rocket BRB placements throughout the course of today's tournament. And there's still more action to go as we get started with our very first round of our first game here between Tri4C and then Cafe Rose.
It's been a lot of fun to watch these squads go at it, and definitely both teams going for a different approach now towards that left angle, towards that pit side. Both teams doing it, actually, though. So we're meeting over here. We're catching each other in the middle of this angle. You can see that mag going high up. That rocket boost. Now they come through on the outside angle, try to seclude that point, try to control it. And they're doing so far. No KOs so far at all, but we're building up Stratus ultimates during this fight.
Having to deal with Tree, though, on the other side, a player that we've seen so many times. There's a lot of pressure that can come out, but I like the way that TriZ is playing this very patiently, trying to back away, trying to provide some of that extra support. Relic has been called in, at least now, from Respect, and they did lose out on Tree just a little bit earlier, but TriZ wanted to try to capitalize off of this, while Hyde has the God of Mischief. They get the combination for coming in, and a nice little selfie as Reason follows up to find Respect.
Yeah, that's why you upgrade the Deagles first. The Deadpool just goes in with that Gambit ultimate. And then you have the explosions coming from those Deagles to smoke that Loki who couldn't really do much, right? They used the Loki crystals earlier in the fight due to the damage output that happened to that Magneto and trying to control that space. And you can see they didn't really earn that space. But, the damage is crazy.
We're worried about Rager Royal Flush, ready to go from Pixel, setting them all up to recontest. Cafe Rose also have Respect that can cycle through another God of Mischief, but letting out the Apex Predator. Would it be enough here? As now, Tankful gonna bring everybody to him. Banhammer coming out, Reason getting stunned just early, and TriZ, they were split up. Cafe Rose still holding on to all their ultimates. They really only use that Rager Royal Flush, while TriZ trying to throw everything to survive.
And this is why Loki's one of the highest skill cap characters in the game. I mean, they pop the Gambit ultimate, then you throw the clone onto the point, and, poor Gambit back there couldn't live. Or I think it was the Loki, actually, that went down first. They portal play back, so they're going to use that cooldown from Dingo and remove it immediately. He's going back over to the Rogue, but now we remember, now that portal play is gone, Cafe Rose also have a lot of ultimates, but huge play from that Gambit ult and Respect, damaging on Loki.
And maybe a little bit of room to breathe, right? Because they're waiting on their ultimates here. They finally reclaimed the points. TriZ just got barely to that 50% mark, 46% on the mark for them specifically. While Wild does have that Meteor M, no binds, goes in with the Heartbreaker, looking at everybody in their sights, taking that away from Wild Thing. No Meteor M on the table. We're really sticky, playing a little bit more passive here. Has a Meteor M themselves. Cycling through these ultimates, you still have that God of Mischief from Respect and that Rage and Royal Flush.
Yeah, they live the Rogue ultimate. Nice job disengaging it. Nice job from the other Rogue, from Dingo, to grab him. But now here comes No Binds in the high ground still. No Rogues actually beating too much, honestly. The support has been insane for both of them. Now here comes that ultimate committed by Tree. They have the follow-up too. And there we go. Just removes the fight out of the question, right? Cafe Rose, even more breathing room required. In fact, this might be momentum shifting as TriZ forced to send all the way back to the spot and had to use their Loki crystals off of that ultimate from Tree.
Ursa called in those lamps here. There's a lot of that pressure. Cafe Rose, again, being very patient. Lyric swapping over to the Tankful himself. Got the triple Vanguard now running up from Cafe Rose to try to swap things up. And TriZ do have those ultimates to answer back. There goes that God of Mischief. No. Okay. Well, now I'm going to be able to try to contest with the Rage of Royal Flush. Try to break through this choke. But they jump right on top of Respect.
Yeah, they baited the portal. They tried to show that they were going to go portal, and then they didn't. And now, yeah, Xerax is looking beautiful so far with that ultimate, though. Gets traded by Tree. However, the damage might be done regardless. I mean, so much. Wait, hold on. Lyric coming back. Hidden Lamps goes down. Oh, what are you aiming at on the inside angle towards that Magneto? Sends him low. Is the follow-up there? The answer is yes, because they committed the Rogue ult too. Respect trying to hide. Ducks back around. Dingo goes down, and they've done it. Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. And Cafe Rose, there's no portal either. 2% away. You can't touch because of Magneto. No, you do touch. Last second. But again, there's no portal, Vicky, sadly. So, I mean, sure, this is, you touch the point, but overtime ticks, and we're going to the next round.
And that's the room to breathe right there. That's the cushion that they needed. They saw that the Doctor Strange was trying to come out. They canceled his own portal after making the swap, and they take that first round. As Cafe Rose were able to retake that point, while TriZ, they did open up really well. We're moving on to the Grove.
Ooh, yeah, close back and forth game. I mean, this Gambit Really, he's done a lot on both squads, but realistically, it's the Deadpools too. Like in the middle of these fights, they're changing that entire situation. I mean, that was beautiful from him, and the Vanguards are definitely kind of taking over in terms of the stars of the show. It feels like this season, Vicky.
Yeah, I agree. And really sticky, too. By the way, highlighting their flexibility after getting target banned with the Magneto and playing into the team up together with the triple Vanguard lineup that they were dealing with from the other side. And Tree, too. Looking at this next round now and what Respect is bringing up to the table, just getting a little bit of that extra armor here before rolling out. And Tree does have that Apex Predator for that next fight, too, as well as Tri-Z-Force was Zeraxis.
We're walking out, going for a portal play early from Lyric. Tri-Z not doing the same thing, by the way, so if they want to go for a potential kidnap play onto somebody, they do. They block off the strategist. Oh, and he walks through! Straight into the face! Straight into Tree! Who just shoves him back to the spawn. 3 down, and that's the end of the fight right there.
No way. There's no way. 9-1, but hell, there's the reset right there. There's nothing they could do. But remember, when we talk about Dom, how volatile that first point takeover can be, despite even Tri-Z getting in that last time, the retake could be so difficult. And now Cafe Rose, they have control of the point, first free.
Yeah, nice job. I mean, the portal came out right time, wrong place for Tri-Z, and Haru felt a little bit bad about that, I'm sure, but you can still come back in this, although you are down a round. It's still back and forth. Cafe Rose, though, Meteor M ready to go. They counter some potential ultimates. Haru committing that ultimate. There's that Meteor M. Doesn't connect onto anybody with a stun. Potentially, the Lord Cross coming out on a Haru. Gets the bubble. And then dashes away. Nice job to save him from Wild Thing and the rest of the squad. And that's enough. I mean, they walk on forward now with that and find even more KOs. The heavy peel, although Rogue does commit the ultimate here. Do they have enough damage? You do commit the Deadpool ultimate as well. I mean, they've made it dicey before like this, Cafe Rose, that is, but it's not enough in this situation. Don't they commit the Deadpool ultimate as well? I mean, they're trying to do everything at the current moment. It's almost kind of working, but there's too much healing now at this juncture.
Oh.
And you're down, unfortunately, for Lyric. The also Loki peel from the high ground and damage is too much. Eventually, controls the point.
And talking about the damage output here again from Zeraxis without having to burn out on that Apex Predator. Reason getting that final hit onto Respect, another big stagger. And it was like Cafe Rose trying to take a page out of what we had seen from Tri-Z, where when they were trying to stall for as long as possible, Cafe Rose were trying to do the same exact thing there. Just stall, get extra points here. 47% as he tries to get away. He survives, he pops the bubble, and the Rage and Royal Flush to start the fight.
Yeah, they use their own. Hidden Lamps goes back, just tries to peel off this Deadpool was hunting him. I mean, he's being tracked down by a man in a suit. Currently diving towards his backline, but the Meteor M again. Wild Thing, could he find another one? And the peel job done from him. Now they come back for that Deadpool.
Oh!
Sending him into the sky! And a trick shot sends him back to spawn. Then comes back Reason. Selfie mode. Back towards the health pack on top of it. 2 KOs. The peel is phenomenal out of the side of Tri-Z-Force. Their momentum is shifting into their favor yet again.
Wait, let me take a selfie real quick here. Just for the taunt and moving back. Gets the reset here. We're getting another upgrade. Reason taking a lot of that damage, but that's just going to build into Hidden Lamps and having that God of Mischief. Wild Thing here too. Backing away as Cafe Rose are looking to engage with Tree, having that Apex Predator too. Oh, but Zeraxis is going crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the Gambit, he dashes in. Zeraxis is just nutty with it so far. Dingo also commits into that backline deep to find even more, and yeah, that's enough to send Cafe Rose back to spawn thinking about what they've just done. But that's every ultimate used, right, Vicky? Right, there's not a lot going into this. You do have that Elsa ult at least to maybe do something, but this is going to be a tough fight for Tri-Z-Force unless they have the perfect Elsa ult.
I mean, right now, it's getting a little dicey. 90% in favor of Tri-Z-Force and can't pull right now as Tree's trying to harass the backline. Nice follow-up here as he finds Dingo. At least Sticky also still holding on to that Meteor M, but we're nearing 99% here. Tri-Z-Force, they're dropping like flies, allowing Cafe Rose to finally rip at this point.
Yeah, it's always going to be a tough fight. Zeraxis does trade one at the very least with the right click and the Deadpool team up. Ooh, entering nearly last fight territory. Vicky, what are you noticing here out of the side of Cafe Rose as they control on the point, maybe trying to end Tri-Z-Force's comeback?
is their control over these ultimates still. The way that they've been cycling through. Lyric has been really on point on also trying to isolate the backline from Tri-Z Force and just keep themselves alive. But here he goes with the Raging Royal Flush. Got a Mischief used up. Walting gets stunned temporarily though before he tries to get away. It's going to be Pixel who's staying alive. Respect gets that copy before him. And now as he tries to stay alive with the rest of really sticking out, jumping up with that double jump, Tree still has that Apex Predator. They're looking at Tri-Z Force, but they cannot get off the point because look who almost backcaps Tri-Z, trying to flip it back in their favor. Cafe Bros can't fully give this up.
Losing one's tough. Now Reason. What are you aiming at in terms of that, Elsa? Nothing at this point. You're sent back. Nice KO from Reason. Wild Thing now comes back with the portal after he went down earlier. Looking for that rogue. Does find him. Really sticky trades back 1 point. About a flip. Overtime now ticks down even further. Wild Thing. Portal about to fade. Counter portal coming through now from Cafe Rose. There's going to be a second later. You also have that Gambit ult though, so if they can finish up on these KOs, that'd be huge. They also commit that lamp. Deadpool goes down. Late, Large Rocks on the backside, doesn't find anybody. It doesn't matter because Raxus is just ending the entire match by himself with the Gambit ultimate. No, they commit their own. But can you live? You have the mag bubbles. Support not there. Sage is really sticky. Goes down. Oh my goodness, Raxus hasn't missed a shot either. Just flying through the sky like an absolute demon. Popping down the golden teddy bear on this inside angle. Keeps them alive. Also removes Tree. The heal is here from the back angle of the Gambit. Also, cross map goes down. No binds. Portal not going to save you now for Cafe Rose because Tri-Z has done it off the back of their Elsa. Zaraxis brings us to game number 3.
Zaraxis was playing the floor as lava. Like every single time we were looking at Zaraxis, he was flying left to right, finding these crucial picks. And with the follow-ups too, we are going the distance. Round number 3.
Yeah, I hope that guy has health insurance because that guy needs the check for carpal tunnel in probably 2 years' time. I'll give him 3 years' time, maybe. Considering how many flick shots in the sky he's hitting, Vicky, that was a little insane. And they also have ults coming into this too, Vicky. So, we talked about how Cafe Rose had that cushion the first map you did. It seems like that's completely gone now.
Yeah, put that away right now. Currently, too, with the way that Lyric's been playing this tank pool, Cafe Rose have that opportunity, but it's very close. Now, looking at these ultimates, you have the Rage and Royal Flush for that first fight. I mean, if you're Cafe Rose, you're going to have to play this incredibly patient if they've been able to ult track properly. Respect could get that God of Mischief to try to combat that, but he's got to play safe.
Got to. And for Cafe Rose, they've done it before. Tree has been phenomenal in the past as well, but, yes, Raxus is looking gross. Also, yeah, there's something you can do on Elsa, a little bit of a bunny hop tech. Generally in Rivals, it's always good to have like a mouse wheel down, bound to jump, just so you can get that extra little bit of speed boost on Elsa, in this case, coming out of spawn with the E into knockback.
And get a rollout going on here versus Zaraxis, who also has that Apex Predator.
What
Everyone's
the
grouped
hell?
up together! Everybody gets caught in! And with a Raging Royal Flush, at least to answer back from both sides. Meteor M comes all the way up, he gets plucked out. No combination onto Dingo's head as Tree is the next victim. Hammer coming in, the ultimate from Deadpool to try to at least keep this going contested because they're wasting away time and these ultimates away from Tri-Z, even though they have the advantage here. As now the Glartrox is out, he brings him right back over to him. Talk about all the extra damage as they follow up from Zaraxis.
I swear to God, every time we're on a Zaraxis POV, he's flying. You would assume that he's on a flying character. But no, not in this case. She definitely has 2 feet and she walks on the ground. Her name is Elsa Bloodstone. And she's not Ultron for sure. Now Tri-Z, though, on the defense. We've got the Gambit ult still ready to go, and they're building a ton of momentum now at this point. I mean, I'd feel bad if I was Tree, considering what's been happening so far. It's not even necessarily just on him, but we're going to need some life out of Cafe Rose right now, considering the momentum's been sucked out of their favor. Now here comes an aggressive push from that Wedge flush back onto the other team's Gambit, but he pops his own ultimate to stay alive for a little bit longer. Tree now going in, throws out the Glartrox, and now finds 2. Okay, that's a pretty big ultimate. That's what you need, Tree. Nice job. And Pixel's there with the follow-up to find 4.
That's what I was waiting for. Tree had held on to that Apex Predator for so long in that previous round. Now, actually making the magic happen this time around for Cafe Rose to flip it back in their favor. And not as much extra credit for Tri-Z. They are at 37%, but they could easily retake this. Looking at the ultimate that they have in store for them, on top of Zaraxis, whose aim is impeccable.
Beautiful stuff out of him thus far. Now, Tri-Z have to come back into it. Nice flip of the point from Cafe in that fight quick. Now they go for the copy. The counter hidden lamps, or hide in lamps rather, on his side. Now, oh my god, wait, huge eye of Akamoto. Oh! Goodbye. See you later. Wild Thing's done it. He's capped the point.
Wild Thing is actually going wild right now. Zeraxis is right behind them. They take care of the lamp. They're looking at the Loki. Respect has no chance here. And it's just a reset as Trizy flipped it right back.
Beautiful engage there. Wild Thing gets that speed boost, goes in Eye of Agamotto. We didn't play against Doctor Strange throughout the whole series, so maybe it just throws us through a little bit of a loop. Also, we don't have Invisible Woman to shove it away. Just uncounterable in that fight. Now here comes that Rogue Ultimate. Look how far back everybody is. Meteor M from Sticky. Cross map. Crystal Man! Hey! Wild Thing, how do we go down after that? That's literally insane. Cross map. Now we come back in with the Glortux. Those saves respect a little bit longer with the greens and the bubbles. They're still alive. Barely. The strategists doing everything in their might to keep him alive. Tree tries to go into the back line towards that Loki. He does find one. A nice job out of the supports of Cafe Rose to keep everybody healthy. Then come back into that fight from Tree, the duelists. Portal late from Wild Thing, but he can still delay until the Glortux takes him off the map, it looks like. And there he goes.
Oh, that looks so cinematic right there. Right over to the side. It's like you look at the corner and then he was gone. Fortunately, he gets taken out, but at least with the portal, they still recontest. It's still in favor for Tri-Z Force. They're near 90% here, and Tree has woken up, finding their picks of their own, gets a 3K real quick after the follow-up from Pixel, and Cafe Rose win another team fight.
Yeah, it's a beautiful job from Tree. Also built close to another ultimate. You know, Cafe Rose is putting up a good fight, and as is Tri-Z, right? I think that evenly matched on both teams' side. I imagine this will impact the ban phase moving forward with the Loki and the Gambit. One of those will probably be removed, I imagine, moving forward, but depending on the map, anything's possible. Copy's still available. These Lokis have to use them so early because of how fast people go down. Look at that. Instantly, Tree goes down because Respect is like 2 seconds late, and Tree gets caught out. I mean, they trade one at the very least, but Zeraxis' gang could be going to Rampage. Here comes the high ground. Nice job from Lyric. Huge takedown onto Haru. Is that enough, though? Darex just pops the ultimate. Doesn't find anything. Wait, he actually gets one. Reason trades it. But it doesn't matter. Rogue's in his face. Inevitably goes down, but it's traded by Reason, who's been doing a good job on the other side. No point clip, though. Regardless, really sticky. Too much damage coming out from him. Also, the bubbles, the securing of the point. 88% now for them.
And the portal recontest from Tree after Tree makes a swap over to the Doctor Strange. Try now have to move up because 99% is right around the corner for Cafe Rose. But Royal Flush coming in as Tree drops down. Wants to build into the Eye of Agamotto, but Wild Thing, he has it first, but with the shield, protecting the strategist, trying to help them out. Real sticky, gets sent all the way to the skies. Meteor M doesn't find its mark, but Pixel finds Reason here and Tri-Z. They're losing members, and it's only down to 4.
I mean, trying to run past the shield. Zeraxis desperately trying to find more KOs. Does find one at the very least. But no bind trades it. Can they find more? Eye of Agamotto towards point from Tree. Does catch out Zeraxis. That was the one person that could stop you from reclaiming this objective. And nobody touches now for Tri-Z Force. Cafe Rose won that round. And the series on Krakoa.
Cafe, but we'll talk about the game that we just had between the double Elsas. I mean, okay, Elsa's probably going to get banned in that next game, but Tree had a pretty, honestly, in that first round, a lackluster performance in with that Elsa, rather that second round, and then you get to see a completely different look now in the utilization of the Apex Predator and the momentum in terms of movement that Elsa has.
I was so invested in that series, I thought we were going to see like a best out of 5 just on Krakoa. That was crazy. Real. That was a banger. And now, you know, looking at the stats, taking a look at the board, it was a close one, right back and forth. I mean, Tri-Z running at the side of Cafe Rose like a horde of zombies, building up those death counts, KO counts. But, I mean, they almost won it towards the very end. Those Angela Protects didn't really come into play, you know, due to some change-ups. Eventually, Wild Thing obviously was on the Angela at the very end, just a touch because they didn't have Portal. But, damn, I mean, just absolute heroic plays out of Zeraxis. You can see with 21 final hits. But it wasn't enough because, you know, Cafe Rose came together as a squad, and that's why individual stats don't necessarily matter, because Tree was definitely putting on a show on his own, and the whole squad of Cafe Rose just coming back at the right possible time, just sort of playing a very good sort of, you know, yin and yang, kind of giving up the point for a second, then coming back with the right timed ultimates.
It's all about those micro plays, right? In terms of timing, at the end of the day, you gotta be on that point. Domination, again, it can be very volatile, but the back and forth that we had between both these teams make me incredibly excited for our next series here, too. Especially since we've been seeing a lot of Krakoa, wondering what we're gonna be going on to for our second game. But is Elsa going to escape the ban?
You see, I'm conflicted. I am conflicted.
It's both great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really good on both sides. And also, Loki and Gambit have been gross. I don't know. I mean, one of those three is getting banned. I'm with you. It's probably going to get banned. I mean, I would probably I'd probably agree with you. Elsa's probably going to get banned moving forward. But, like, is it going to be by the side that had Zaraxis who popped off? Or is it on Tree's team? Is it on Cafe Rose's squad?
Is it also going to burn another ban onto Spider-Man because that was a focus ban that we saw before we dove into that first game onto Really Sticky, who, by the way, like got a crazy out of left field Meteor M across the point and had their own pop-off moments too.
Yeah, no, I think that, running Spider-Man, I think, could be a threat as we head into the next map. It's going to be Hell's Heaven. Another domination series yet again, or map again. And this is a best out of 3, right? So we're in that round 9 at the current moment in the tournament, and upper bracket wise, both these squads are trying to keep their upper bracket dreams alive, trying to keep up into that round 10. Heading to the ban phase now. Tri-Z, they did put up a good fight on the previous map, and on domination I have every ounce of faith in them to maybe come back in this. But Cafe Rose get that Spider-Man ban yet again, like you mentioned, Vic.
And the stall potential if we're going on to another domination, especially in Hell's Heaven. Talk about the environmental KOs that you could be afraid of as well. We see usually like a lot of Angela into play here, but this has been brought out different looks with these heroes being added into the roster. You also have Elsa, who could easily use the Apex Predator to get a crazy play, but with no Gambit being involved, you won't have that Raging Royal Flush and damage output, but you could easily still have a Mantis or a Rocket with the Rocket Sia or the Mantis damage boost.
Yeah, going for that Daredevil Protect, because last time Cafe Rose banned it. They don't want to deal with the potential Daredevil side for Tri-Z. Cloak and Dagger banning the opposite angle, but it makes sense to get rid of the Gambit for even Cafe Rose, who just won that previous map. Just considering, like, come on, man. You don't want to play. It's so volatile, Vicky. Like, you walk forward you don't pop your ult too early on Gambit on the side, you're popped like a balloon. It's turning into a brutal situation at that point.
And that was right out of the portal too, right? So being able to have all that pressure just to make sure that you won't get pressured back into your spawn room gates, even more important. And how crazy you need to be on point with that timing to get to see the Venom ban and the tank pool once again skate by.
Jeff Protect coming out from Tri-Z on their side. They want to play this, I imagine, surround style with Daredevil that we saw before in the last series. So, Vic, you pointed out how good that Jeff was in the last series, too. It was pretty disgusting and hard to deal with, especially if you're against a full team of divers. You don't have to deal with the Venom, at least, but that's still annoying to deal with the Daredevil, too.
It's like a pesky mosquito sometimes. You're trying to get him, you can't even reach him, and now with no Angela, it's going to be even harder to close in that gap. I mean, with Daredevil, though, that could be a different look going into Hell's Heaven, and wondering, okay, it's going to be the Invisible Woman who is the final ban. So I'm thinking here, Loki still able to be played. It is going to be the Mantis because you still want that damage boost to come out. And in the version of Tri-Z, they're looking to rely on that Sia for the Elsa to be actually enabled.
Yeah, excellent point. Triple Strategist still making its way through the ban phase, giving Tree again that massive amount of support that he got before. And for Tri-Z, they're fine not running it on this map. Going to run that Rocket Raccoon, understanding if they're against triple, they kind of have that edge because nobody's going to be able to find that BRB. Maybe the Daredevil, I suppose, or not the Daredevil, the Deadpool in that case. But Cafe Rose looks like they want to play group together, play around this Groot, which is a very different sort of play style. I mean, it's still a brawl comp, but it's a slightly slower one than the one we just saw with the Gambit.
Thinking here too, right? At least you have the Mantis and Groot put together, the Adam Warlock for these resets. Loki, again, still able to be played, but they want to try to rely here as Tri-Z do have that Loki for themselves. Cafe Rose still trying to figure it out as Respect is going to be on that Rocket, giving everybody some of that extra shield, can jump all the way high up. And it's Really Sticky who keeps getting focused down because, again, we did see that Spider-Man ban come out.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Yeah, makes sense.
Got it?
You don't want to play against that. And Really Sticky's shown a good Adam Warlock before. With the changes now, Adam Warlock can fly on the F button for Sticky. It definitely needed that. It'll fly around. I guess he could. That's the thing, is that Adam Warlock in reality would probably fly. So it makes sense in Rivals that he can and be still incredibly annoying like he is as per usual. But they're going to play heavily around Tree.
Sometimes I think about it too. It's like a reminder. It's a bird is playing. No, it's an Adam Warlock looking to head bop me as he's trying to fly around and reposition. But looking at the way that Cafe Rose are trying to play around this corner and mention about these boot walls, something that Cafe Rose have to forcefully play around with, and Respect being on that low key has already utilized those lamps. Talk about some damage boost though as Pixel's taking a quick nap, looks like from the other side. As well things gets his focus. Mrc is still getting away with harassing from the backline side of Tri-Z Force, not really trying to overextend, and Tree's so close to having that Apex Predator already.
He's looking like he's lagging a little bit or something. Bro is just teleporting all over the place. Now here comes that Ardrox in the backside. Nice wall though, slows it down, or at least stops it for now to get the healing. And they're still playing back at the point. Meanwhile, Deadpool in the back angle. Found one. Nice job to remove Dingo, but they've traded back Thraxus with another one. Lamp Force falls back with that damage boost. Another one, actually, in that fight, too. Born again, though, by Really Sticky. So, they had to use Adam Warlock ultimate. They committed the Loki ult in the backside. Cafe Rose only that Deadpool ult. So, nice job with the Glowtrax again. Brings him back to the team. So, is that the second one he's built, or was that trees earlier? I think it was trees they built earlier. Regardless, no binds his back because now Really Sticky popped that Adam Warlock ult. You know, we talked about fights that are never ending in the previous metas. It looks like we're back. Vicky, because now another one. Because Hide and Lamp used the copy, or sorry, Haru used the copy earlier to bring it back. I have Okamoto though! That could end it. Is the follow-up damage there? No, because there was another one on the opposite side. It was traded 1 for 1. Now Amenka's ultimate's here on the both sides. And we're extending this fight even longer, Vicky.
And elongating this all started with Cafe Rose using Really Sticky to have that Karmic Resurrection to bring Pixel back just so that way they can use that Mantis ultimate. But now they're grouped up together. Tree has found Dingo, and you unleash the Apex Predator while No Bites is taking a quick nap. Tri-Z is nowhere in sight, and Really Sticky says, I don't just need Spider-Man here. I could go on with the Adam Warlock.
I mean, yeah, anybody could. This guy's just invulnerable. I mean... Oh my goodness! I will not hear from the Adam Warlock subreddit about how Adam Warlock needs buffs. Like, guys, please, this character is a problem in pro play. All right, can we not? Thank you. The Dingo walks up, throws the Ironwood wall, give himself a little bit of unstoppable and extra bonus health. In the meantime, they try to walk up, but ultimates are going to be built up again, Vicky. So this might be another extended fight.
Well, the Golden Man himself trying to be the Golden Guest. Really Sticky is already close to that Adam Warlock ultimate. No binds as well with the Eye of Agamotto, but they're going to be able to recycle this as Respect also has that God of Mischief. Cafe Rose with their feet planted on this point. Look at this pressure. Thraxus, though, is trying to close in the gap close to that Apex Predator, and Haru can help put him in that position with a God of Mischief copy too.
And it back now. They go aggressive. Bubbles off to the back line to stop the healers, but it's deleted. Green's used late, intelligently to maybe be proactive with it. Agamotto on the backside does connect on the three. They have overhealth. It doesn't matter. No bind shuts him down with Respect and the damage boost. Everybody gets caught in that eye, and well, Really Sticky does have the self-res, the cocoon, but he doesn't. Sorry, Hide Lambs had it, but didn't opt to use it. Goes back to spawn.
Maybe based off of the communication. At this point, all right, they know they've used up the Eye of Agamotto, but with ult tracking, Tri-Z do know that Cafe Rose have their own with Adam Warlock's ultimate and Really Sticky being around the vicinity here. Is it worth it? And then Zerax is making the quick swap over to the Punisher, breaking through that shield before maybe making another quick swap back.
And they have to watch out for this Elsa, who the Deadpool's in there. Now here comes that Ardrox, but they're soul bonded. For the next 4 seconds until it goes away. Walls coming out from the group, trying to find something. Not able to find the KO necessarily. It's Dingo. Going to inevitably find no binds. Red still available, though. Really Sticky, or rather Hide and Lamps was above the team. Really Sticky now goes for that res. On the height. Respect tries to walk back into it. Overtime ticks down. Cafe Rose. Can they get back towards this point with that res? Inevitably, Dingo in squad have that strangling prison. Now comes towards the main side is Free. Able to find one KO. Deadpool finds the ultimate, commits it onto Hide Lamps, able to find him yet again. And Cafe Rose actually brought themselves back in after the res, and doesn't Adam Warlock even get the res off? It doesn't look like it.
The fact that Really Sticky brought everyone back into that fight to recontest, I mean, unfortunate for Zerax, he can't even build up the final judgment. Tri-Z get wiped out fight after fight in Hell's Heaven. Bit of a different look, but even better for Cafe Rose with the way that they were able to kite away there so many times.
Yeah, I think Cafe Rose is just doing a good job marking this Adam Warlock and playing the Adam Warlock comp a lot better than Tri-Z, because Hide Lamps was just not able to find, after the first fight, another Adam Warlock ultimate and find a res. It's like you said, Really Sticky was set up And it's just really him as well as alongside of Lyric. Like, Lyric was always in the face of Tri-Z, and Hidden Lamps just never felt safe, right? Like, it just felt like he was always pressured and couldn't find a res.
I 100% agree. That's why Hidden Lamps didn't really have the opportunity to be able to self-revive and then be able to get all of Tri-Z Force right back together. That, together with some of that ult tracking here, Cafe Rose have been able to not only pinpoint exactly where he is, but really Sticky's gotten away now with these two big Karmic Revivals.
Yeah, excellent job from the macro level, as you pointed out. But do they have a good read on this upcoming fight? Because a lot of ultimates are in favor of Tri-Z. They do have Zeraxis with the Punisher ultimate. You mentioned Punisher sometimes cannot be the most fun to play in these situations. Respect goes for that copy. They have the portal. They're going for early play.
Jumping in already, immediately on the Mantis play, really Sticky follows up, they find reason. Zeraxis is the next victim, as now Lyric once again pinpointing the Adam Warlock. Where can Hidden Lamps go? He needs some help as he moves all the way back. He feels the pressure, but at least Lyric does exactly what he needs to do. Gets an XP level up before going on to the next upgrade.
Yeah, Lyric's been a standout on the Deadpool so far. Now they come in. Oh, okay, goodbye. Dingo falls before the fight's even started. We use a lot of ults, actually. Rez, Punisher, and also the Mantis ultimate. Can we find any KOs at the very least? Because this Adam Warlock res is going to run out. We want to switch off Adam Warlock, I bet. But it doesn't matter at this point because Hidden Lamps go down again. Zerax is able to find one with no binds. Realistic, he doesn't have the res just yet, but he will get the fight. Here comes Guard Trucks from the backside. Able to find it. Able to find two, actually. Nice job from Tree to open it up for them. Finally, Cafe Rose collapse on to Tri-Z, who walks in after that resurrection. And they're sent back to spawn once again. They didn't get the point at the very least, but another fight loss for them is not good.
You had a little bit of that opportunity. You didn't get that extra credit. You couldn't stall long enough as well. And now Cafe Rose have 3 ultimates coming up, including that Karmic Revival. He's got the passive that he's going to be able to use up on top of the high ground here. And here comes Zeraxis, still on that Punisher, trying to deal with the onslaught of pressure, maybe making that swap up. I would agree. Yeah, going back over to the Elsa Bloodstone, he was popping off earlier today. And now being able to see how he can play around the vertical space on getting up on that high ground if he has the opportunity.
Cafe Rose playing it back right now. Pixel, what you're looking at right now, just trying to damage boost his squad. At the current moment, kind of playing it slow, right? For the side of Tri-Z, they don't have any ults yet. They need to play it slow. They also have Luna Snowball characters. Wild Thing gets stunned because of that Eye of Agamotto. Dingo does as well. The Wild Thing will be back because of a BRB by Haru, because everybody's playing so up front. He's trying to play that like Rocket Raccoon, also hard pocket the Luna Snow, but Lyric might go off this fight. I mean, there's still no ultimates. They built the See You Later. Where are they going to throw it? This part's so open. You have the Deadpool ultimate. We're playing a game indeed at the current moment. Artok submitted by Tree on the flank, and he finds the KO. I mean, the timing was impeccable from Lyric and crew, and at this point, he's just running rampant on the back line. Goodbye, sent to spawn again. The last fight, or last map, rather, was nothing compared to this one. Cafe Rose is dominating.
And Hidden Lamps have been trying their absolute best. If it isn't on the Adam Warlock, the pressure that they feel now making us up on the Luna Snow, trying to climb with that ultimate. Reason gets taken out the hands of Tree, who pushes all the way forward. Do they even have a chance with this portal and the beautiful root wall to help protect them?
Are they portal plus See You Later? I mean, they definitely take the point. No one's there, though. They walk it out. Do they get at least one back? Wait, hello? Where did Really Sticky come? He's still alive. There's also the Mantis ultimate towards the point, so that was crazy to see the Adam Warlock there. But there's the Brutal Fit with the Phoenix from the sky.
Wait.
Reason could end all reason, but yeah, Really Sticky still can res. Cocoon, they found him, though, on the top. Does he get the res off? Does he run away? Is there a Born Again here? They can't give up the point, too. They have to play split. Lyric's found one somehow. Haru's dead. That removes the BRB. So this gets questionable, but Lordrox comes out of nowhere to bring somebody into a wall, but no KO. Born Again, Really Sticky was able to find the space to finally get that off. But Hidden Lamps, can he hide from Lyric, who has been a menace throughout so far? Lyric pops the E, removes Hidden Lamps. That's so sad for him and the rest of the squad. That Agamotto will be in vain. Cafe Rose, overtime, takes down no portal. Job done for that squad as we finish the series 2-0 Cafe Rose.
No portal, no stress, and the way that they were able to jump the strategist, no Adam or Luna. Talk about a difficult game to be present here if you're one of the strategists from the other side of Tri-Z Force. But the way that Cafe Rose did a turnaround in their performance across these last few rounds, remember, double domination was amazing.
Oh, yeah. That was a huge turnaround from them. And it makes sense to ban the Gambit. It feels like Gambit's a bit too, unless you're like ultra good at this Gambit comp and way better than everybody else, just feel a bit risky, especially playing the Gambit and the Loki. Just simply because, like, yeah, you just run past everybody and you get a KO. Sometimes it feels unreactable, right? Like if you have 2 Gambit ultimates and then, you know, you're just popping them fight after fight after fight and you're just a strategist player trying to play the game, you're like, damn, this is so unlike every other play style, and I go down instantly. So I don't know. It makes sense to ban it.
You hit it on the head too, because you were talking about, you know, the team that gets to get a lot more advancement with the Adam Warlock composition. 100% was Cafe Rose, right? That's why we had Hidden Lamps make the swap off, try to see if maybe they could get something else done with the Luna. But the problem was still going to remain the same. If you can't get away with Adam, who was flying around, I saw really sticky just come out of the portal like literally out of nowhere to survive, and then could potentially use his passive to then use the Karmic Revival. I mean, talk about being able to move around and also have the insurance at his respect in the God of Mischief to copy the Mantis with Pixel Ult.
Yeah, I think this team's looking really damn good moving forward. We'll have to keep our eye on them as they move to the next round, into that round 9. So they're moving to Sunday, I believe, right? So that's insane for Cafe Rose. And it makes sense. I think we've seen this squad play before as well. To pick up Tree as well. I mean, Tree, we didn't talk about as much as we did with Araxis on the first, Araxis on the first map. But second map, I mean, you have only 1 KO. You combine with Lyric so flawlessly. That was perfect.
Yeah, and Tree was also able to make some adjustments in the microplays that played a part into that really big second round that we saw in that first map in trying to retake the point. And rather, the third map there, and now being able to reset like that and seeing how Cafe Rose has really changed things up. We've seen an iteration of this team so many times, Dogman. They continue through the bracket in their MRC run. But that's not all the action, everybody. We got some more games coming to you on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
Seeing DK Fan Club versus Trico. So this will be a good fun match on Kukoba once again. Like you said, we saw DK Fan Club before. They played quite a wild composition, to say the least. So we'll see if we get something near that level versus Trico, which is going to be a new set of faces for our live stream audience.
Okay, Trico now looking at the pick and ban phase and how DK Fan Club going back over to Krakoa. I mean, I guess, you know, Dogman, Krakoa can't seem to escape us, it looks like. Another Dom start off as Elsa's the first thing off the table, and so is Loki. I'm already liking these bans because then you get to take away the possible chance of having Loki, Gambit rotate through together, but the Gambit still remains a problem with a lot of these team-ups that we see come out between the Rogue or Magneto.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You want to avoid playing that combination. We just saw how it can be very hard to play against the Loki Gambit combination. So at least if you get rid of it, or the Loki at least, you can play just Gambit by itself. And with the Star-Lord Protect, I think we know where you're kind of trying to head, which is that sort of Groot, heavy brawl style composition. Whereas DK Fan Club, they played a completely different style. This time around, though, going to have a Deadpool ban on the second ban. Going to be a Vanguard Deadpool in this case.
Okay, no tank pool, but the Star-Lord does get to be saved, which is the indicator with Skull and Dagger being off the table that Gambit may be the next Protect. May have to see if they even want to use it here. We did see DK Fan Club come out with some interesting compositions too. So I'm wondering what we're going to see as this next Protector is going to come out. It's the Mr. Fantastic. I was waiting for it, if there was going to be maybe a Trico who had taken some notes to not use up a ban here, but with the Protect going over to DK Fan Club and that Mr. Fantastic, the Gambit gets saved for both teams here too, as they are universal picks and bans. And we may see another Mr. Fantastic on stage here with DK Fan Club putting out a performance.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I think that they want to play that sustain, sort of have the Fantastic pop off. But the Gambit getting through is going to be kind of interesting for what DK Fan Club want to do. I want to see kind of what their changeup is. I know that we did see Slenderman pop off, playing a ton of that Elsa, but that's still getting through, by the way. The Phoenix band came through on the opposite side, and a Captain America band out of all things. So very unique band phase.
Once again, a very interesting pick and ban phase, but with no Elsa, no Phoenix, you still have Gambit and the Star-Lord to add into that extra damage. Wolverine has been highlighted a few times here, maybe with the Fastball Special, but the things haven't really been able to light anything up for some of our teams here too, as it looks like the Groot is going to be hovered over, and DK Fan Club Let's see if they can do it again here. Trico being another one of our squads now, as Tornado looks like he wants to stick over to that Jeff. A little bit of a different look considering that Invisible Woman is open.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a different look so far, but we'll, you know, they'll sort of sort things out together. Portal plays are always a potential inevitability. We saw Turbo Loser, who I kept calling Turbo Laser because I don't know who calls themselves Turbo Loser. It's definitely a wild name, but he was playing a lot of Penny Parker, right? And just absolutely tossing, you know, bombs towards the enemy squad. I mean, they couldn't even live for more than 2 seconds if this guy was just throwing a Penny Parker mine in their face. But regardless, DK Fan Club just go for that portal play without it, and Trico maybe gonna do the same thing.
Right, because they had like opened up this exact round on the same exact map with a portal play. Then Ymir going over to the Angela. This time it's going to be the portal play coming out from Trico, just so that way they can get advantage onto the point for that space first.
Yeah, too many mobile characters, I think, on the side of DK. You know, flyers and stuff, so it's going to be hard to actually catch somebody out. But regardless, Auslander already taking a ton of poke damage from the Magneto. And looks like, I mean, they're just dove upon by the Rogue already, and he's just surrounded by a Jeff. Tornado in the sky takes him down and does trade it at the very least. So that's something. You can maybe stall with the Mr. Fantastic, but they're surrounded upon at the current moment for DK Fan Club. However, they're starting to get up to some tickets at the current moment. You have the Angela sort of trying to harass the Star-Lord, who's getting hard-pocketed by that Jeff, though. And he's doing a great job cross-map, but nobody's really taking control of the point or gotten KOs necessarily. They're all still relatively healthy. We got a stall fight on our hands.
And if we get to see a lot of the battle take up to the air, too, with Ymir trying to focus down on Gexters, too, as well as isolate its Tornado. Then you have the Rogue Reset from Exton, who manages to get back, but it's a trade-up from both sides. No Mr. Fantastic or Star-Lord from the duelist side of both of these teams. Nerdy is getting very close to that Raging Royal Flush, and its Tornado does have the Itch Jeff to try to stop the push.
Nice job to duck back around the corner. Also, the Star-Lord switch off. Yeah, for Auslander Man is definitely a big play. But now here's that Gambit ult. No Star-Lord ultimate on the other side just yet. I mean, usually you see it at this point. Here comes into the sky. Auslander's the first one to build it. He swaps off to this character second, and somehow he's the one to build up. Oh! In the sky! And then Jeff is there on the low ground to eat them all. No way for Meatloaf to come through that peel, but can they find the KOs afterwards? Looks like the answer is yes. As Mrc goes down, Trico, I mean, they're losing people slowly towards the point, though.
He's still protecting his teammate. He said, "Get down, Mr. President. I got you," even through the eye of Agamotto, and they stay alive. And finally, the point goes in favor for DK Fan Club. That was a very long first fight here of contention.
Yeah, huge eat there for Meatloaf Mike. Stops everybody from collapsing on that Doctor Strange. And now Tommy switches over to Groot, of all things. So they want to play group together, come into the next fight as a cohesive unit, and you're losing out on, I think, some of that pressure that Doctor Strange could provide, because Turbo Loser already has that Doctor Strange ultimate ready to go.
Rico having nothing of ultimates to work with here. Turbo Loser go for a big Eye of Agamotto to stop the push. The Skeksis wants to get into position and try to maybe win if they can. Let's get into a great spot to use his Galactic Legend. Nice bubble to help enable him to find Meatloaf Mike. Look at the protection, the pocket onto helping him. But the Eye of Agamotto comes in afterwards and then gets Skeksis. It's a trade up from both of these teams. Eye of Agamotto may have punished DK Fan Club for right now losing out on their Doctor Strange, but they still have their feet planted on the point.
And let's see. I mean, the invisible shield kept Skeksis alive a little bit longer. And that might be enough. I mean, they bought time at the very least, but you still have the Mr. Fantastic who installed the point. Wait, he got off the point for a second. Oh, no, that was the big advantage DK Fan Club had. And now they commit ultimates in a futile effort, looks like. The Invisible Woman play out of Tornado has been huge, by the way. Dancing around his own shield, avoiding so much damage, and saving his teammate in the previous fight. Excellent job from the Invisible Woman of Trico.
These walls coming up here, too, from Tommy, building up that space and being able to finally steal this point right from the behind DK Fan Club. The group hugs the walls to block out where they can rotate from. Ymir getting that follow-up, though, at least to break right through that. It actually enables DK Fan Club, but the Raging Royal Flush could put a stop to this once and gets out of the form here of the Mr. Fantastic ultimate. And now Melkor will be able to come right back to help with the rest of the Raging Royal Flush and at the very end. And they still have 71% and climbing on the point.
A little bit too much space to disengage that Mr. Fantastic, but they traded at the very least. And Rogue going down, nice tracking from Auslander Man onto that Gambit, but he avoids back towards that portal. Walls go down towards that point to stop this Groot's aggressive engage towards this Doctor Strange, who is trying to anchor towards that point. Get the flip, maybe. But can they find the KOs? Can they zone out this support, these back lines? Nice tracking. Here comes the Galactic Legend in the sky. Keeps alive a little bit longer. The Jeff comes through in the backside, too. It looks like Meatloaf Mike captures the strategist, so nobody's going to get healed towards subjective. And that's going to end it. I mean, DK Fan Club will flip it.
99% though still in favor for Trico. And Turbo Loser does have the Eye of Agamotto. Ymir, like the follow-ups and the communication coming in once again. I feel like we said this before with this team, but having to retake a point right now. Trico do have the survivability though coming up. They have the invisible boundary to elongate this fight and wait for Melkor to have the Raging Royal Flush.
Portal play back towards the outside angle. Groot just wants to walk in. Now they come back actually to help heal though. Nice pull. Force Physics brings Ymir back in. They counter him immediately and then walk in Melkor with another one. So Strategist is doing so much on Trico's side. They come back in with their own Gambit ult though. Can they find anything with Agamotto? No, it's disengaged. But they lose Dexters at the very least. Can they find any more? They need to with this Gambit ult before it runs out. No, because the counter Gambit ult comes out now. Down a member of their squad. Can they get it done? Rogue ultimate from Trico. I mean, DK Fan Club have nothing in terms of ultimates. They have to sustain, and they can't. I mean, Ymir falls, Turbo Loser falls. Ymir going down the second time in that fight. Tornado pulls back in. Auslander Man, and nobody can portal away now. At this juncture, Trico slowly dwindle the forces of DK Fan Club, which I don't believe they have a portal play. You can stall maybe with Mr. Fantastic. I guess they do, considering they're staying on the Doctor Strange, but no overtime left. They can't get it off in time. We're heading to the second round after Trico gets map advantage.
And they use the It's Jeff at the very end, maybe going for a swap off there because, oof, now you won't have it going into this second round over to the Grove. But Trico, as you mentioned already, Dogman, having the ult advantage, and DK Fan Club unfortunately just did not have the sustain necessary to keep that point going. And Turbo Loser had what, like a 12 or so, 11 second cooldown before coming right back from the spawn room gate, so couldn't portal them in.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, there was too much pressure from their side, and I mean, definitely got to shout out the strategist play so far in this series. It's been phenomenal, but the switch offs as well, going triple tank, triple Vanguard, playing the Groot, and you can see, I mean, what's better, Groot or Mr. Fantastic alongside an Angela? It's very unique, right? We still have that Rogue Gambit team up available. DK Fan Club say no, we're not playing that, even though it is incredibly strong, right? It's a very different take on the meta, but you're filling the same roles kind of, and it's not terrible.
Helping them out here at least. See if they can try to take advantage of a lot of these entry fights now. Looking at Anne having Mr. Fantastic Ultimate first to start off these fights. And Gextra swapping over to the Daredevil. Even more important to try to call out where Slenderman is going to be located to and trying to catch Ymir up and by the sky. And now with Turbo Loser moving all the way up to isolate Tommy, that's going to be 2 out from Trico.
That's just immediate. And that's, well, the value when you play these sort of surround compositions like we would in a previous patch, although Gexers does find one who is now on that Daredevil, but it's not enough. And they're sent back to spawn. Nice job from DK Fan Club to set that up. Ymir did a good job finding the pick, and then same thing with to collapse.
DK Fan Club once again, at least with a quicker first fight. Looking at Trico, Ymir taking over to the skies, over to the right side to see if they can call one out here. Looking at the strategist now, they found the Gambit. They don't want the Raging Royal Flush to come out, and the Tornado may help him out. He uses the It's Jeff, and he uses it up on the high ground. He's on his teammates right there, right in front of him on top of the point, and this is the opportunity to retake as he sends all these 2 players between Nerdy and Osterland, man, and into the KO environmentals.
He has to, because they're too far. The KO box is too far down to actually spit them out against the Star-Lord and a Gambit. They can just fly back up. So you're right on that number. 42% of the board, though. DK Fan Club still have control, even though Tornado found those 2 KOs. It's not enough. I mean, trading his life may not have been worth it, though. And goes low. Doesn't have the shift to stay alive. And with that, that's a huge trade. But no, here's the Gambit ult. Gambit, counter Gambit ult comes out. I have Agamotto on the other side, though, with the speed boost. Turbo Loser gets stunned, though. In the meantime, it looked like from the Angela, or who was that? No, on the other, it must have been the Rogue.
From the Rogue getting the grab, it looked like.
Oh my god, what a beautiful play.
M sending a meatball to Meatloaf Mike instead to trade, but with 2 out for Trico. Jeff is trying to come right back around, but DK Fan Club are not letting go of this point. They are nearing 75% and building into those next set of ultimates. He jumps right over by the health pack here, trying to deny even more of that space.
And you're the top sign. Yeah, doing what Angela players do, flying around, being a nuisance. As per usual, this character is one of the best at it. Now here comes the dive onto the Gambit. Oh, wait, he gets him. Gets the melee strike into the right click, left click. Oh, nice job. Ymir takes out Melker. I mean, where was the support? Unfortunately, not fully aware of the Angela coming in at that exact timing. Now here comes the Galactic Legend in the sky. Whoa! Taken down to the ground, a Slenderman. Oh, my goodness. Gexers, what a play.
That wasn't very legendary of you, Gexers, with that kidnap, but the proc there on the fantastic ult allows him to avoid getting kidnapped himself, but it is too much damage output to take him out for now. And Trico, desperate times, go for desperate measures. Gexter with huge plays to save the day for Trico.
Yeah, huge cannot be overstated there. Trico, they hold on barely, but look what it cost them. Basically everything, right? They do have the Gambit Ultimate coming up and the Meteor M. Last time they stopped deny Agamotto from Turbo Laser with the Gambit Ultimate, but that was a bit of a Hail Mary from X-Ton. I don't know if he can do it again. They do have Gexers who can do it too, but Gambit Ult now has to come in from Nerdy. How do they stop what's about to come? There, oh my god, that Solar is so low and he goes down! Woo! No way! To just general damage from Ymir. Agamotto comes out, doesn't get stunned this time. Turbo Loser does get it off, but here comes Gexter with the peel, and it's enough! There goes two, immediately to the claws of the Wolverine, and they're still on the point. They delete the spear from the Angela, but Jeff misses everything. Dumped down by Gexers. He's having sushi for dinner, and it's Jeff.
He caught them all up. And Melkor, by the way, with the Purify on the Raging Royal Flush preemptively as Turbo Loser let the Eye of Agamotto rip right there. Trico, completely different story this time around. They're trying to even this up. 99% still on board for DK Fan Club, but they don't really have that sustainability for them. So Slenderman is the only one that's close to that Galactic Legend.
Fantastic point. And what do? They have to pick off Tornado. It's all on the Angela of Ymir, but now Invisible Boundary. I guess it's forced early, but they keep looking at this Mr. Fantastic. Once these cooldowns are out, but the peel job is coming through, so he doesn't have to use those cooldowns. Looking towards those Angelas again. Oh, Gexers! Wait, the healing is there, though. Everybody looking at him. Oh, it's Stone. Trims to go down. Gexers trades it, though. And Elephant goes down. Here comes the Galactic Legend in the sky. It's, oh, he almost got him! Dexter still gets deleted, though. Barely off Slenderman lives, but it was too far anyways. Regardless, the follow-up is there from Meatloaf Mike as the portal going to come in time for Drims and Squad, because that's the Magneto gone. There's more sure to follow. Overtime slowly dwindles, but there's the portal now from Tree and Co.
Going into the recontest, overtime ticking away now. Exxon does have the Heartbreaker, trying to pull it away from them, but Nerdy, out of its reach, is able to have the Raging Roll Flush. It looks like as Meatloaf Mike still finds the extras, and they get off the point.
Oh my goodness. Off the point indeed. Didn't have control. And that he just KO'd the Wolverine through the portal. That was insane. He was already, like, I guess he already got the passive proc, and then that flow of stream of water came out of the Jeff into the portal and out to the side where that attempt of a kidnap came from Gexter. So now we're tied up, Vicky. It's 1-1 between DK Fan Club and Trico. And just like the previous series we just saw, I don't want this one to end. It seems to go the distance every time in this round of 8.
Dang, but Gexter's really waking up this time around, though. Trico going the distance. Third round here as DK Fan Club tie this up, and they have 2 ultimates to work with. But the thing is, you know how scary when it comes with that Gambit, Rage, and Royal Flush, and Trico will have that advantage first on top of the Invisible Boundary.
2, 1.
Here we go. Does it happen again for the side of DK Fan Club, right? That round ended up working for them. And Meatloaf Mike came out through, ended up clutch, shutting down Gexters of all people. But getting revenge, actually, in fact, from the Sushi comment earlier, Trico. I mean, they do have the Gambit Ultimate as well. Meanwhile, DK Fan Club do not, right? Can they sustain what is sure to come from Tree and Co?
The way that Melkor now uses the Raging Royal Flush as Anna was trying to go right in. With
oh my god.
Lloyd Gexters once again gets a kidnap on Turbo Loser. Doctor Strange is no more, and neither is the Eye of Agamotto for this fight at least. And Drims does call out the high ground here, putting a lot of pressure onto the side of his back line. Nice bubble to help enable him here. And Trico just trying to move onto the point. A little bit of help as Melkor is still up, trying to heal up the Star-Lord, and Trico are able to get the point first.
Yeah, Drim's doing a good job out of that Star-Lord, but yeah, every time watching Dexter's POV, like, this guy's just weaving through angles like an Elsa would almost, right? Like, Wolverine definitely is impactful this patch, and Dexter's making the most of it right now, but they do have to go against some ultimates on the side of DK Fan Club. There's that Jeff ult to start it. They want to try to build time for this game, but to get ultimate as well.
Oh
Jeff
my.
does get neat, but shut down. Oh my goodness. Fist to the face. Exton shuts down the Jeff.
They literally beat up that Jeff. There is no It's Jeff here on the screen anymore, and they send Turbo Loser just came back to show his face in this fight, and he gets right back sent to spawn as Trico are moving all the way up. They're feeling themselves just a bit here, and Gextures with this Wolverine swap. It comes to show you here, Dogman, we have been seeing a good amount of Wolverine bans too throughout the course of today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wolverine is a top duelist right now. You know, definitely overshadowed by Elsa, but I mean, in the right situation, most situations, really, he just does so much. And in the sky, too, you can see a good Wolverine player is anti-air. But now they've played towards that point, 60% of the board. They finally built the Gambit ult. Now they pop it early from Nerdy. But can they find the KOs? Here comes that Meteor M, dodging around and finds one of Tornado. The follow-up there from Auslander. Dodges around. That Meteor M gets taken down low. Gextures comes in! Oh! Are you kidding me? But the path is procced. How did that connect on the Star-Lord in the sky? Meanwhile, Tornado walking back from spawn in a very dramatic fashion. And Elephant, meanwhile, finds Gexters and X-Ton towards the point. So even though it was a heroic play, it's not enough for Trico to hold on.
Dude, it's like a horror movie. Every time we look at Gextures, I see a torpedo coming from the sky ready to dive down on you, and it is crazy to see. If DK Fan Club, at least, they flipped the points, and they still have 2 ultimates in their pockets, but take a look at the fact that they're at 78% in favor for Trico in this first map alone.
You know, a land torpedo. I'm sure there's a name for that out there. But now, Trico plays back towards main. They have invisible boundary. I mean, last time we saw an Elephant just run in. Meanwhile, Jeff cross map, making sure it's nice, wet, and wild over there towards the main angle. Trico, I mean, they want to get the invisible boundary towards that point. I mean, I'm sure DK Fan Club know it. Are they trying to read it with Meatloaf Mike? Are they trying to read it with Turbo Laser? We'll find out in a moment as they walk in. Trico does.
Trying to break through this choke right now. Tornado does have that invisible boundary, but take a look at Meatloaf Mike, who could use the H-Step against them. Stunned onto Ymir, trying to stay alive, taking too much damage. It cost Ymir to go down, but a huge Aya Bakamoto gets 4, but saving the day is H-Step.
Tommy!
Yes, it's a sacrifice. Meatloaf Mike gets taken out, but he tried to save him originally from the Aya Bakamoto to no avail as he had no support.
Oh my goodness. Nice shots cross map. 80% board too. Portal play surely going to come. Do they go for the stun? Who can go for it? Is it going to be the Jeff to maybe like CC him out of it? It looks like no, not for now. 90% of the board, they're just going to walk up. They are not in too bad of a situation where they would need to portal anyways, so the Angela is probably going to touch last second. Regardless, we could see a 4-6 away from the point. Never mind, there is the portal. Okay, so they come through that main side angle, diving deep onto the backline with the Gambit ultimate into the sky. It's Auslander, finds one. Can he find a second? Yes, he does. There goes Gexters, but it doesn't matter. It's just a ship in the night passing each other as Auslander takes down so many that that Meteor M is going to do nothing. And DK Fan Club flip it.
Slenderman just wiped everybody. The Galactic Legend, the damage output of the Rage and Royal Flush. A little redemption out here after Turbo Loser had tried to get the Aya Bakamoto that we saw earlier on now for DK Fan Club to finally retake that point. But 99% still in favor for Trico here before we see some swaps.
Wait, they're okay, they switched over to Ultron and did some stuff. Swapping some things. Tornado, the one to switch over to Gambit. Oh, to give more Gambit ult charge. That's why. They switched off the higher ult charge to get Gambit range and roll rush in the middle of the spike because they just used it. So that's so smart. Now here comes the high ground with the E from Drims into one more. And that might be enough, actually, too, with it. They'll build it soon into the sky. Drims goes. He's so low, though. He is anti, but gets the heals in this last second. It is against Turbo, who shield breaks. And last moment as well. Here comes that Mr. Fantastic to sort of stall at the point a little bit longer. X-Stun taking a ton of damage, but still healthy. Tries to dash back away onto the Angela, but that Gambit ultimate is up. Now there it's Pop. Meatloaf Mike close to that Shark ultimate. It's Jeff is up in a moment, but can he get it off in time? 90%. Getting chased down by the Rogue. Nobody's down. They get to the point right now, temporarily. Somehow DK have lived, but Drims, he finds 30 coming back out. for some sunlight. Back to touch the point and also goes down. And Gaxers is here to slow down Turbo, Laser, and crew. Overtime ticks down. Here's that Jeff ultimate, but it is far too late, sadly. Just Auslander and just Meatloaf Mike. What can they do by themselves? The answer is nothing. Trico wins map number 1.
And they were so desperate and had swapped over to the Spider-Man at the very end. But can we talk about the big brain play of making the swap from like the Jeff over to the Gambit at the very end there to get that Ranger roll flushed out, enable them to even make that push for that fight?
Such an intelligent play. And these players reading it last second. Tornado MVP off of that, in fact. And I think well-deserved for sure. Definitely good comms, good communication. You can tell this is a well-oiled machine. You need to be versus DK Fan Club based on what we saw in the last series they played, Vicky, considering, how wild they can make the series. I'm curious what map we go to next, because that could dictate a ton of the pace next map.
Look at this, 46,000 healing, by the way, in favor for It's Tornado after swapping through what we saw, like Invincible earlier, Jeff, then we saw like Gambit at the very end there. You said that they swapped over to the Quick Ultron. And then looking at Gexters, the playmaking ability of Gexters on that Wolverine, 15 final hits. Yes, we saw Auslandermen also have their opportunity to take to the skies, but even with some of the It's Jeff and just trying to help reposition his own teammates when they felt a lot pressured, it wasn't enough because he still had Tommy and It's Tornado coming through with some of the antis and the purifies that we had seen between both these teams.
Yeah, really a cinematic game, a one for the ages so far. We'll see if it keeps up that pace, though. Right, going on, moving forwards, we're getting deeper and deeper into the tournaments. We're in the round of 8 between both of these squads, both teams that have, definitely proven a lot so far for the series. Trico as well coming in, beating DK Fan Club, who, a couple of matches ago, I'm sure gained a few fans, and now they could be losing them to Trico, coming through with Gexers out of, like you mentioned, the tornado, just flying around like a maniac, as a torpedo rather, hunting people down in the sky. Really beautiful work out of a Wolverine player, which we've seen in the past.
Hey, we literally unafraid, like looking straight up at the Galactic Legend in its face and then going down for a deep dive. Dealing with Gexter's Wolverine, imagine being Turbo Loser from the other side and constantly getting kidnapped. It was really rough. A different look of what we had seen from Turbo Loser from the last series that we saw them in. But it's not over just yet. We got another map on our hands right now here, Dogman.
All right. Uno more map, or maybe even 2 more if we...
or 2 more. Yeah, 2 out of 3.
Yeah, we might go the distance. We'll have to find out as we enter the second map, Vicky. And it's going to be Celestial Husk. We're heading to domination yet again between these two teams. I wonder if anybody's tired of Gambit already again. To be honest, this might be another situation where I'm okay with the Gambit getting through. What do you think?
I like it too, because I feel like right now both the Gambits that we currently have had on our screens have been really good at conserving their cards and trying to get these purifies. That's why I was like, man, Turbo, it's tough, because not only are you getting wrapped up like a ping pong ball by Wolverine, but also your Eye of Agamottos that you feel like you're hitting right there on point are getting purified. And the It's Jeff also came in to really try to help him out after getting him out of a bad situation. He did land it on 3, and the purify could have come out at the same time. I think going into this next game though, Dogman, are we going to still see the Gambit? We also saw Elsa being prioed, and it looks like a very similar pick and ban phase once again here too, where it both started with Loki and Elsa.
Yeah. I think it makes sense. Gambit's a problem, don't get me wrong, but Loki seems like the catalyst to why Gambit's so annoying. I just feel like the fact that you just have 2 Gambit ultimates on top of the crystals, sustainability, it's a little insane. So makes sense they want to ban that Loki first, and then go for that Vanguard Protect onto the Deadpool this time around. We saw incredible Deadpool play earlier, Vicky, and it looks like focusing that is going to be a priority for the side of DK Fan Club.
Okay, and then with no Loki on board, you still have the Gambit possibly open, and the Phoenix getting taken off the table. No pressure from either the Elsa or the Phoenix, the 2 duelists that we usually get to see, but the protection on the Namor, what are they cooking here? Ooh. Expecting something different from the other side.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It makes sense, I think, versus DK Fan Club, if they want to play Spider-Man, if you want to let that through, or if you want to play Mr. Fantastic. I think there's a lot of validity to playing Namor in the current patch, especially since you banned the Phoenix, you banned the Elsa on your side. You're getting a lot of hit scan out to stop Auslanderman. But I'm curious what Auslanderman's going to play on his side then. Is he going to play something else, or has he been a bit of a hit scan one trick? Because I think we saw him play like the Phoenix.
Yeah, I do like this too, because if you really think about it, the high to low ground too that Celestial Husk provides, really does help out the likes of like Angela, where Ymir has been rocking that Angela from the very beginning, and will be able to displace themselves quickly as the Invisible Woman is the next ban, and no Gambit here left too.
That took a while. I don't think we've ever seen a last ban Gambit. That's
It made it this far.
I mean, it did, and it still got shut down. So I guess you might as well at this rate. But it's gonna be. I'm really worried. I think for some of the Trico strategists, at least they do have a Jeff player. It looks like with Tornado, but you know, Meatloaf Mike on the opposite side still has the nasty Jeff in his back pocket.
Makes you wonder, though, that if Getchers is sticking to this Namor, Mir, who was trying to fly around originally, now looking to opt for that tank pool, but Turbo Loser was the one that I was having a difficult time. So if this doesn't work out, we could possibly see the return of that Wolverine to continuously harass Turbo Loser. But we see the Penny, and it looks like it's going to be another one of those Penny plays and trying to control the high ground that we saw from DK Fancom before, because this was one of the maps that they did very well on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This was a DK Fan Club special for sure. And, you know, I guess once we slow down the pace of play of the game, once we get rid of the game, but once we get to that, like, Loki out of here, you know, you can play that Namor Hela. Maybe you can support your group, but regardless, you're getting rid of some of the team ups. You also aren't playing the Mantis on your side. Meanwhile, for DK Fan Club, they're going for it. So they're going to have so much damage output, Vicky. I mean, they've got the damage from the Storm and the Mantis.
Everything stacking up together. I mean, if you don't have Gambit, I guess you make your own version of Gambit in the best way that you can. Turbo
Build
Loser
the
already
Gambit.
getting settled there. Yeah, literally just building the Gambit themselves. And now Tommy getting stuck, though, by the Rogue from Anne. Going to be able to also go over to the high ground when they can to try to reset. Nice little stun, too, as Exxon taking a good chunk of the damage, but no one's looking at the Animal Crossing backline up on the high ground.
And Deadpool trying to find the Hela, and Drim's too far away from everybody else to get healed, but he does get brought back from the BRB, close enough for that. Also comes back for an Elephant, who is now on the Rogue, off of the Mr. Fantastic from earlier, looking for the Storm in the Sky. Goes to the jump pack. Oh, nice job avoiding it, but you're still going to walk into the shots. Drims misses one, and that actually saves him. Regardless, Penny Parker still trying to touch the point, getting the hard pocket. Everybody looking at them. These Groot Walls need to section him off from the healing. It's there in time, yes, as well, because the Deadpool ultimate in the back. But now, Deadpool ultimate in the backside angle, shut down by Dexters, who has been making a name for himself on other heroes like Wolverine. Now on Namor, looking clean.
And you have the team up between the Hela and Namor, so you get the ante at the very end to be the nail in the coffin, forcing DK Fan Club back to the gates. They have 3 ultimates to try to break this chokehold, but Trico, they didn't really burn anything themselves, right? Tommy's coming in with the tank pool, building up his own ultimate, but they have everything still ready to go.
Yeah, Groot ultimate. You got Storm and Jeff. Can he go for it? No, because everybody's caught now in the Strangling Prison. Goodbye. See you later. Sent to the spawn. Nothing else you can really do about that one. Ymir did pop the ultimate, but at what cost? It looks like his life. Trinco, hold on.
He said, build a house, and then he sets up all the walls as everybody is stuck together, nowhere to go. But still, have the ultimates. They're going to have to be forced to use it to break through this choke. There's that Omega Hurricane. We were expecting this. Maybe not baiting out a Stratus ultimate as Trico could back away. They do have the Cena, though. They can burn her out. And now we see the It's Chef following up, but not going to be able to get the follow-up that they were expecting. At least trying to back away. And now Drims, uncontested, is going to be able to just get that for free. So, yeah, no team up.
Well, yeah, he tried to do it without the team up. Yeah, that was a little interesting, but they avoid the Hela, they just walk away. Actually, everybody just said, okay, ignore the Hela, walk away. Here comes a death, though! It's into the mouth of a big shark. How many did he get? I can't even see on the screen because it's Tornado inside, or Nerdy inside the death. It was just him, it looks like. No, and the Mr. Fantastic, but An Elephant, after switching off the Rogue, shuts down his Tornado just by clicking one button, flying towards that Jeff, and removes him out of the lobby.
I guess it's stay contested here because with Trico still having such a dominating performance on this point, Skechers and Drims, the duelists of this team right now, are holding it down. Different squids at different angles. The group walls preventing the back away. No exit entry for Turbo Loser.
It's definitely about time we've seen a little bit of Hela Namor, and you can see exactly why. One after another picks for Trico. Even though they get that first pick, like you mentioned, Vicky, they keep, you know, losing a member, going 5v6, and then clutching up. I mean, Trico looking phenomenal on Celestial Hand.
It's not one map, it's going to be the other. Another Dom map here, going into Celestial Codex next. But talk about the way that Gexters and Drims, with the team up, followed up with the fact that Gexters has that Horn of Proteus ready to go. trying to harass, maybe call out a backliner from DK Fan Club, but and does also have that ultimate to keep the stall going.
Yeah, this is an exciting team if they can close out on DK Fan Club at the current moment. I mean, just like the comeback potential is real. Like every situation you think they're out of it, you count them out. They just come back, right? A huge whale, like you said, Hornet Proteus in the previous fights, or does the pick off from either him or Drims. Beautiful stuff out of that squad, but DK Fan Club, they're still in it. They do have the Mr. Fantastic Ultimate, although I wouldn't say we've seen success out of it so far in this specific matchup.
Yeah, change up here instead. I mean, the group walls were just so dominating as well.
Yeah.
As Turbo Losers taking a page out of their own book. Xton, though, is close to that strangling prison before closing in the gap, and Slenderman going over to the Punisher. A lot more Punisher plays, too, that I was expecting before fighting for this high ground position.
Oh, my Groot ultimate. Yeet it. Follow up.
Oh, my God.
Goodbye. See you later. Eat my whale. Ymir does get spawned back by a BRB, but can they come back in off after that? They're trying. Wait. And Elba commits the Mr. Fantastic ultimate. Shotgun out to walk with it. They do delete the Deadpool. No, he's still alive. Barely. Grexers falls in the opposite angle, though. However, you still found two iframes. Gexers comes back. So despite all of the work that DK Fan Club are trying to do, they're just getting shut out by pure hit scan. Like, I don't know what you do versus Drims and Gexers when you just kind of surround and get shot at.
And also, oh no, trying to get away at least from this. You are Jeff, so you get back to the safety of your team for right now. No piercing damage here. As you can see, a tornado taking off angle. But Gexers really with the over KO on that ultimate, getting the follow-up between the Groot hug that I don't want to be part of. And here comes the final judgment now to try to break through this choke of pressure. And they're just going to walk away. I mean, if anything, they just wait for this to end at this point and waste it away from them. And now the Sia from Melkor is going to be able to answer back as Drems moves up and finds Ymir.
Yeah, I mean, Ymir thinks he's playing Angela, basically, right, with his play style off these off angles. Unfortunately, gets tracked down, but nice job with the See You Later. Also, the BRB actually gives them the advantage. Walks in with the shotgun. Couple pumps to the face, but no KOs just yet now. Finds Gexers. Tries to duck around to get the health pack. I mean, his job might already be done, though, by finding one KO. And unlike the series earlier, we're not having an Adam Warlock here. That means DK Fan Club control that point and Sentry go away.
And Turbo Loser doing a lot better, too, on this group. Now they'll be the ones that have control over this high ground here. Finally picking the point. Not as much as your credit here, as Trico was able to run away with in that last map. So having two ultimates ready to go. May want to wait, though, for that ultimate from the Namor to combo that together with the group hug of Xton.
And they're trying to shut the off angles right now. Auslander doing a good job tracking this Hella. Trying to shoot him through a wall, in fact. Brutal. Eat it cross map. Does that connect? It does. There's two people in there. A little bit of a disco dance party as well. Takes down Meat of Meatloaf Mike, and even more fall too. So nice job from Xton. Cross map. Just eats the grenade, and that sends everybody away for DK Fan Club.
And the ante too on top of it. Xton is going crazy right now. Drims with the follow-up. Not only did he beat that ult, he gets the follow-up here, and then he gets a reset with the rest of Trico. They retake that point.
Man, Ymir's not having a good time right now, Vicky.
Yeah.
It was a late ultimate getting picked. It's just tough. Like, it's a change of pace based on the Gambit being out, right?
I mean, you wonder here, at this point, would you want to go back over to the Angela if the Tenko isn't working? But now you're going to throw everything together as Ann follows up, still holding on to that Mr. Fantastic Ultimate. But the BRB brings Dexter's back. And again, he also has the Horn of Proteus. Going over to the high ground, though, the Punisher from Slenderman as he isolates him. The Namor, the Gexters, literally throwing everything at him, too, just in case if it didn't work, the Anti at least will be the nail in the coffin. But we have our other individual 1v1, by the way, on the other side of the points. Versus Ann and the Groot.
Wait, Ann's a little crazy with it, though. On the Fantastic, he's whipped out the big old fisticuffs. And it's enough with the Groot, right? Just walking on forward, the classic brawl style. And somehow Auslander comes back to get a KO, finally gets his revenge on Drims. And, okay, they're going to get the point back. Nice job from Ann in that fight. Perfect timing for Mr. Fantastic to start doing some stuff.
Also isolated Xton, too, right in the cave. So taking away more of that attention. Ricates has to come in from Trico, and Ant's still holding on to the ultimate to help keep this point going. Nerdy with the Sia, looking back at what Trico has for that sustainability, but they may want to wait as Xton does have that Groot hug, and we already saw how far he was able to yeet it before.
And he's ready to go with it. Everybody's playing split. This is the most wild split comp we've seen. Mr. Fantastic goes in with Ymir, finally able to combine with them, but Drim's not bought by BRB. I think that was still on cooldown, actually, or just not thrown out. Nice job with the Namor, though. There's no way blocked! Blocked by the Deadpool!
No.
Oh my goodness! Huge job by, was that Namir in that situation, or was that Tommy, rather? No, it wasn't Namir. And DK Fan Club walked towards that point with the see you later. They're getting so much damage down range. Here comes the counter Groot ultimate. Onto the back. Exton gets rid of him, though. Even though Turbo Loser hit it off. Dexter's with another one of the nerdy. And they're getting surrounded and have this Punisher ultimate, but everybody's avoiding it.
I mean, everybody is stuck in the other side, but with the final judgment, Slender Man gets revenge. He calls out the Punisher. He's jumping in. The Horn of Proteus finds one, and he's going wild. The team here cannot. It's Jeff, Meatloaf Mike, now sending everybody to the deaths. It's just going to be Gex's picked up for right now. This is doable as the contest DK Fan Club.
What tracking as well. Oh my goodness. Meatloaf Mike coming through in the clutch, but there's a portal from the side of DK Fan Club. That'll get it done. We are tied up 1-1 on Celestial Husk, heading to a round number 3. Wouldn't have it any other way, as this is our closest series of the day.
Dude, the Punisher and then the It's Jeff at the very end right there to keep it going, bringing life to DK Fan Club. Talk about timing, though, on the It's Jeff and having the cliff right there to be able to take out 2 of those members from Trico.
I know I'm breaking the fourth wall a little bit, Vicky, but Deadpool's in the game, so I think I'm allowed to. Do you give me the pass?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I'm like out of water, you know, and like we see all these Jeff ultimates and all this like water. It feels like I'm watching like the Django, you know. It's like I'm like in the desert and I just need like a glass of water, but like all I have is Namor taunting in my face, saying I'm the king of the sea, and he doesn't even want to offer me a glass of water, only a glass of salt water right now. So pretty brutal. That's all I'm saying.
I just imagine like SpongeBob, water.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally holding on for dear life. But I mean, if anything, this gameplay is also making me a little thirsty. We got the fastball
exactly
possibly out, and Gexters is back on the Wolverine.
Yeah, they're trying to cut up the Jeff yet again, like he did. We saw Meatloaf Mike turn into a shark Meatloaf, which I don't think sounds the most appetizing, but for DK Fan Club, they played well around Oslanderman. I mean, he was playing incredibly strong on the Elsa, but on the Punisher, he's somehow finding something out of nothing.
I'll patch you up.
Make the magic happen, though. Slenderman making this Punisher work as now Ann opens up the gates. Fantastic ult, gonna open the floor, but it's gonna be the seal from Melkor first. He waited for this opportunity, that's why he was holding on to it to make sure it wasn't just gonna get immediately destroyed. And Gexters finds Turbo Loser. Exton follows up, puts up the wall right in front of him. It's gonna be Turbo Loser trying to at least maybe rotate over to the other side, but it's gonna be the Groot 1v1 as he's stuck by the wall. He climbs up, but no support as the support was blocked off with those walls.
I mean, yeah, Gexter should go hard against the Groot. The swap makes sense. Punisher ultimate comes out. Meteor M from Tommy doesn't connect. It does, but he has too much HP. The Meteor didn't get big enough. Not enough damage. And now Oslanderman just gets to clean up house on this objective, making sure all the spider webs of Celestial Husk are removed, and everybody of DK Fan Club control that point. Trico trying to come through, trying to claim the point on Venom of all characters. Try to run around the point, do the annoying Venom stuff that can be done on this map. It's working for now.
Got him to 40%. You take the extra credit right here before you get a reset on your own, and it is Venom, so he'll be back into the action just as quickly with the rest of his team. But take your eyes on Gexters. Has that Wolverine ultimate ready to go. Drims too with the Horn of Proteus. Waiting to see what their exit point is going to be, as Exxon did make the swap, by the way, over to the Captain America.
Interesting swap. I guess we saw it banned before.
Yeah.
Namor comes out of the shift. Oh, Tornado gets hands to the face. Stretchy hands this time instead of the Rogue. But, oh, Dexter's again with the pickoff.
Wow.
Brings back Ymir. Nice job. The BRB also brings back the Jeff. So even though they were down one initially, it's turned around. Oh, but Ann turns it again.
Yeah, I was going to say, resetting, literally going back and forth, resetting in terms of numbers, and then Ann gets the next pick here. And now looking at DK Fan Club, they got 4 ultimates. As Trico could answer right back, looking at the positioning of where Meatloaf Mike is. He's got the It's Jeff. They want to enable this Punisher. Coming out to see it to add into the extra damage. And the It's Jeff, it's Tornado. Doesn't have a chance to even have an opportunity.
I wonder what he was trying to do with that ultimate.
He couldn't get the Punisher even if he landed it.
Yeah. Or I guess we're in the Jeff ult and he was trying to like eat him to save him or something. It was going to be tough regardless for sure. Meteor M coming up now for Tommy, though. Also, you have that Namor ult, but they've not had the chance to use it because of these pickoffs. So it's these staggers that are enabling DK Fan Club, even though they're the ones sort of getting picked out sometime. They're trading it now. They're doing what Trico was doing on the previous match.
Oh, they jumped the Punisher, though. They try to help
BRB?
him out, and BRB is right there. Does he get it in time? Is a question. He jumps out. He survives. He survives the BRB, ends up working. It brings back a Slenderman, and he finds Exxon in the process. A little bit of revenge after he was trying to isolate him.
Carbon copy Punisher has been spawned out of the Winter Soldier creator that for some reason Rocket Raccoon has. Now Meteor M comes in from late. Tommy, just a bit of a Hail Mary at this point. Right, here comes Dexter's. Wait a second. One. Does he have the pass? If he does, finds two. And in the spawn to counter the portal. Did he counter the portal too? So they got the KOs, but nobody's going to be there. I mean, you can touch on Venom, maybe? Hold on. They can actually do this still regardless of that portal getting canceled due to the Mr. Fantastic going to spawn. Yeah. Trico, hold on and cap the point.
Wow, they get off and the Final Judgment gets activated. Tommy's just going to be able to fly away instead here as Drims still alive on the point for right now, but they needed to flip that. You mentioned Ann being right close to the spawn, maybe trying to get something done here, and DK Fan Club were forced to get off this point. And now Tommy gets a shish kebab off the Punisher and Jeff, but there's only one BRB and it brings back the Jeff.
I feel like they're doing a good job countering this Punisher now. I mean, it's been 2 fights in a row. At the beginning, I'm like, oh my goodness, Slenderman's Punisher has been some of those terrifying I've seen with the Final Judgments with these speed boosts. But here comes that Venom, chasing down the tiny Jeff, but he's able to avoid him. Slippery and diving away from the Feast of the Abyss as he lives to see another day. Maybe set up his own It's Jeff in a moment against It's Tornado, who has their own.
Going up, though, is going to be Turbo Loser back over to the Doctor Strange. Here, close to that Banhammer. Trico still here on this point, but it's going to be the It's Jeff first. Turbo Loser flies up to the high ground here, taking to the skies with the Sia also activated. DK Fan Club have some of that extra damage here together with Melkor to try to match that. As the Angel is the first to go. Dexter's trying to build up into that ultimate, but that is 2 out for Trico.
I mean, the amount of peel right now for this Punisher is insane, but it's not enough! It's Dexter's again! Instead of it once, finds 2! BRB brings back the Punisher, but is it enough to shut him down? It is! Oh my goodness! Because of the BRB, he's still in the fight, and Dexter's is no longer, though. They can stall on. They have Angelo coming in a second. Drim's trying to counter a potential portal. He knows Turbo Loser's there. Did he hear the Spider-Man? He comes towards the spawn, but there's a Jeff on the inside angle. Eats his own Punisher. The Punisher ultimate to come out now. Can he track down this Venom, who's going to try to duck around the tree out of all things? Dexter's coming back onto the Psylocke of all things because I think he got countered in the spawn by Drims, who's back onto Spider-Man. X-Ton as well, though. Slenderman and Trico. They want to end it out. There's no ultimate, or there's no portal from Turbo Loser, who I have Okamoto's, but is the follow-up damage there? It's not. It's Trico who closes out in overtime to reclaim this objective and to stave off DK's push because they don't have a portal play. Nobody can touch, and they get it done 2-0.
The game-winning Spider-Man cancel off the portal. They were going to go in with everything, but DK Fan Club didn't have enough numbers, didn't have a way to get onto this point. Trico, with a performance, keep themselves in this tournament.
And finally get water. But that was... Oh, no, not more water! Not more water. But Psylocke MVP, not really. He came through on a second, last second to touch, but... My goodness, what a play out of Trico. Definitely one of the most fun series I've seen in a while. But great job out of this squad. And we'll see if they can keep it up right moving forward.
Man, I mean, looking at the stats alone, if it wasn't the Wolverine that was scary, it was the swap real quick at the very end, even for a few seconds over to Psylocke just to secure that point with the rest of their team. 18 final hits, 25.2k damage in favor for Gexters, and that's with Trico swapping out their composition consistently. Slenderman had a great performance on the Punisher. You and I have seen a lot of Punisher throughout the course of today, but it's to help control more of those flanking angles. As you had mentioned actually earlier on, especially when you go over onto Clintar, it gets really good in making sure that you put in pressure to make sure that also your supports aren't getting dove on. With 16 final hits, it just was not enough.
Oh yeah, that was some really insane kill job out of basically everybody to play around the Punisher that hard. Like, it was just constant. Everybody kind of coming back to make sure Auslander was okay with the Vanguards, with the Strategists. But I'm sure we'll see more of DK Fan Club in the future as, you know, they're going to continue on. But nice job out of Trico. I'm happy to see them continue on in this tournament because they're a phenomenal team, Vicky.
And we had the double portal cancel, by the way, from like both teams, right? We saw
Yeah.
that from Ann on the floor, and then we see it together with Drims on the Spider-Man to cancel the enemy. Like that was chef's kiss. We've been having such great games throughout the course of today in the Mrc.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll continue to do so as well, but that will be soon to be found out later on, right? So we have a few more series to go, Vicky, right? We're going to still enter that round of 9. I believe we might have another round of 8 matchup, but regardless, we're going to enter the later half of this tournament, the latter half of this tournament, and even after our broadcast, we're going to come back with with Pack and get some final matches on Sunday. So that's going to be super exciting as well.
Yeah, literally nonstop action happening throughout the course of the weekend here in the MRCs across all regions, guys. So we missed MRC, we missed Marvel Rivals going live with some awesome tournament action, and we still have more action to go, Dogman.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we'll continue this on. In that series, Vicky, specifically, I feel like we saw, a ton of crazy stuff out of DK. It was great to see them again. But for this other team, for the side of Trico, right? Like, what was the biggest thing that you think they did a great job at? What were they, S tier at that's going to excel them in this tournament? 9, Vicky. We had some bangers, but we're getting even deeper in the tournament, and this is where things get a little spicy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, aside from the spicy food you may be eating right now during our short break, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in with us again. But we got some more Marvel Rivals Championship action coming to you guys soon. And we are moving on to round number 9 now, Dogman. And we've already started seeing the games really start picking up. I want to see a pickup on maybe some different modes, maybe different maps here. I don't know if my wish will be granted as we get set up for our next series.
I mean, it definitely might. I think there's a lot of different variety in terms of domination maps. And, right now, we've seen how good some of these teams have played. We're going to go see Tri-Z in a moment versus Silly Hamster. Heading to Celestial Husk, though. So we're ending up on the map we just ended on in the previous series. And we get to see them for the first time take the stage on this map. I think Tri-Z we saw on Krakoa last time. So
yeah,
that's a little bit of a different change for them.
We saw them versus Cafe Rose, so it was like Krakoa and I believe like Hell's Heaven. We've seen a lot of Hell's Heaven today, but I also just feel like Clintar is just chasing me around every time we are on the desk too, because I'm always seeing Clintar when I'm casting with you, casting with Cozy. I mean, now looking at this though, this also means though a lot of these teams have gotten a fair amount of their own practice getting started with our very first game going into that round 9.
It's a sign. It's a sign, dude. You're literally you're actually Emma. You're not you're Phoenix. So it's like you gotta this is a Celestial Husk. It's our map. Alongside Venom, kind of a little bit. But or maybe it's a sign that Black Cat's coming. Who knows? That's not actually nothing's confirmed. All right, I'm just a caster. They're gonna fire me because I said that. I hope I didn't. I don't know anything about the inside of that room. I hope she comes. To the game. That'd be sick.
I personally have always wanted a Ghost Rider, man. That would be so sick. I know that's one of the beauties of Marvel Rivals too, right? Where a lot of our fans have really looked forward to the different releases of so many different heroes that Marvel Rivals has come out with. One of them being Elsa Bloodstone, who has definitely made a statement upon her release with a safety pick going over to her, allowing both of these teams utilize her. But we've also seen a lot of teams prio ban her from the very beginning.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think she's just such a good hero. But the protection comes through, and then the Gambit ban. We've seen Gambit be dominant, although Loki seems to be a big catalyst there. A lot of Vanguard focus right now. Magneto banned, Venom banned, and then so far some protections towards. I'm assuming something that can support the Elsa playstyle for Silly Hamster. It's going to be Invisible Woman.
Okay, and actually. Looking at the nerfs that we've seen, with Gambit being still very, very strong, and obviously that's why you see him getting banned in the beginning too, unless we get a lucky ban at the very end like we saw in our previous series. Looking at Invisible Woman, Dogman, I want to get your opinion. Like, with the nerfs that have hit Invisible Woman, what do you think the state of the strategists are with Invisible Woman still being around, Cloak and Dagger being utilized more, and the Protect over to the Angela?
Oh yeah, no, she's broken. She's broken. Every strategist is broken. You already know my thoughts on this, Vicky. I'm gonna ruin the vibes with the strategist players. No, I think
I love it.
Invisible Woman, she's still really strong. Like, that's the thing, is that Gambit and Loki are also really good. And then Cloak and Dagger is also good because the ultimate lasts, so long, like you mentioned earlier. And there's so many, Cloak and Dagger players have been getting better and better, I think, throughout the series of the game.
Pick your hero.
So there's a lot of really strong strategists right now. And I think Difficulty is you can kind of play 2-2-2 style compositions with most of them because the amount of healing output they can supply even each other in a patty cake, especially as strategists have gotten better, is insane. Like I feel like strategists sure are getting buffed like every patch every now and again. Like they're at a very high level, but strategist players in general are just getting better. That's the biggest thing I've noticed is that just strategist players in Marvel Rivals have improved to such a level that they realize, hey, I'm playing a hero that can keep my other strategists alive. All I have to do is look at them, and I can keep them alive most of the time unless I'm in a very coordinated environment. You know, like, it's really just a matter of strategist players have gotten so good at the game, and that's a huge shout-out to that entire role group in Marvel Rivals.
And something you pinpointed to that we're seeing a lot go down, and with the amount of damage output that we have had in our previous games, I mean, you talk about maybe having a Mantis involved with a damage boost, Storm as well with another damage boost that could stack if a Gambit is banned, or even if Gambit is there, together with like Sia from Rocket ult. It's a lot of damage output, so we're seeing a lot more Invisible Women actually try to double jump away after utilizing their ultimate just to not even be involved. And you talked about that earlier on in the day, and we're seeing that evolve more as Tri-Z-Force, a team that we saw just earlier versus Cafe Rose. Despite it being a 2-0, it was a very close game, and we are already opening up the gates with a portal play into maybe getting a trap done.
And we'll find out. They go right to the point in the meanwhile. But yeah, Hiding Lamps, I believe, in the last series was having a hard time hiding.
Doing the same.
Ooh, counter. Yeah, counter portal play. Gonna be late. Here it comes on the exact front. Seeing that Elsa trying to find her. Trap available if they want to use it. There it is. They delete it, though. Nice job. Target focusing that. The Loki's out. Can they set up their clones, though? That Elsa's going to look for that back line. And you can see the support dive comes in from the Angela. Brings the Invisible Woman away. No green to save her.
Ayúdame! The screaming! The Invisible One left alone after getting shish kebab, the isolation that the Angela provides. Angela's still so good on this map, too. The high to low ground is Araxis, a player that we talked about a lot on the Daredevil, is cleaning up shop for Tri-Z-Force.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Zaraxis is not... By the way, it's interesting that Reason is the one going to be playing that Elsa this time around. That is definitely very interesting. But if Zaraxis doesn't get any, like, shout-outs or hit-ups from any Ignite squads, I'd be very surprised. This guy has been a standout on basically everything throughout. And if he could pick up Daredevil along hit scan, that's kind of like the catalyst for a lot of hit scan players, and getting picked up in Ignite squad right now is picking up, like, a melee hero or two.
And they only got so many bands to work with, and it's all about that flexibility and keeping that consistent here. As you can see, hide in lamps rather. It's gonna be up on the high ground, getting some of that piercing damage, putting in some pressure, while able to get right back. Also noting what Swapsy may be saying. Not Tyrell is gonna have that Phoenix ready for them, and Sir Dutchinson is also on that Elsa, just looking for an opportunity to at least maybe harass one of these strategists if they can get them.
A constant flank angle by the Angela, slowed down. Greens utilized. Nice job by not Tyrell to find Zaraxis, though. And then also on the Dingo, so they're finding pick after pick. Here comes the Elsa charge, though. Nice job to bring back two into the arms of Wild Thing, but it's just Dougie to go down, sorry. And, you know, nice job by Haru to pull back in, not Tyrell as well. So all the damage removed. Tri-Z, you talked about the damage output of these strategist players. Haru showing full force right now.
And uncontested, unbothered over to the side. It's not like anybody's taking a flanking angle to try to harass them at an off angle, and still having the invisible boundary ready to go, as Zaraxis also can let the devil out as they send out the Apex Predator. Reason looking to try to avoid that, hanging out in the back line, and Zaraxis lets the devil out as Haru calling out the possible Eye of Agamotto, but through the invisible boundary, it is too much damage to work with.
Yeah, nice job by Silly Hamster to walk it into that point. Eye of Agamotto was massive, like you said, in the middle of the invisible boundary. And, you know, it kind of was started from Sir Duckington. I mean, he was able to connect onto one with the ult, but it ended up getting deleted. Regardless, they all had to walk towards that member, baited them into it, and I plus plus the Groot was big. And we saw how important Groot has been in these series, especially if you have that team up with the Loki, compared to Tri-Z, who don't have it and are also not trying to counter it with a Wolverine.
Exactly. I mean, right now, with the Daredevil working 92%, may not even need the Wolverine. Wolverine's not banned, so they could try to flex over to it if they need it. Now Tyrell taking control over the high ground for now, trying to get some more poke pressure going in, but look at Wealthing. He does have the Eye of Agamotto. Vikingo's gonna group them all together. Hid in Lamps is gonna be able to get the It's Jeff, but Zaraxis stops him. It's Jeff does find the Loki, though, and off he goes with nowhere to save him.
I tried to kind of portal back on, but unfortunately could not. Joey trades back Wild Thing, but Zaraxis able to find everybody back here. 1v1 now. Meanwhile, Invis still here. I mean, look at this. Haru's just been free the whole time. It's dinner time. Loves into the mouth of everybody else on the point. TriZ are going to recap that point in a pretty quick fashion, and they're going to have the portal play or touch with the Loki. But the Loki has to green. 3%, 2%. Somebody's going to have to touch. Nobody can, though.
Oh, no. Can't even TP back in with the way that TriZ took control so early of that point. I mean, like you mentioned, too, the Invisible Woman from TriZ left uncontested. It's Jeff to get rid of the Loki when he was grouped up originally on the point, just so that way he was backed away and he was forced to use the lamps. They really weren't able to control any space there if you're looking at Silly Hamster and trying to get back.
There's floating chair. Yeah, it is very smart, right, of the Jeff to do so, considering everybody's trying to group up into those Loki lamps. You know where they're going to be. And then has the big eat every time. It doesn't even have to be that big, right? He's found one every time, Vicky, but it's been enough, right?
Just enough here. Seeing how now they're going to try to maybe swap things around because, as you mentioned, too, seeing the flexibility with Reason being the one on the Elsa, we had seen Xeraxis really pop off, but Xeraxis also had swapped a few times in that previous series that we noted. Haru going into that next match, though, with a bit more of an advantage on the invisible boundary if you compare it right now to Silly Hamster, but Loki here from the Silly Hamster team could get that God of Mischief copy.
Yeah, a lot of focus towards the Lokis in these series, right? Once you allow that to go through and focus on the Gambit. You get in situations like these where the peel is insane from Invisible Woman and Loki. Here comes that Angel into the sky. Obviously, a lot of the vision through the walls with Sir Duckington, who is switched off of the Elsa. It's going to be not Tyrell instead of the Phoenix on it this time around. It doesn't matter. Joey able to find one. Nice job grabbing onto Haru. The follow-up damage is there. Too much. They maybe didn't expect all of this damage to come through. Not even an ult required as TriZ may get cleaned up. Surely find one on the Tyrell, but I don't think it's going to be enough at this rate, even if you did let the Devil out. They're sent back to spawn maybe in a second. Actually, no, he's going to use it. And he's dead. Okay. Yeah, all right, man. Yeah, all right.
So that would also, it also highlights like the swap up really helping out for Silly Hamster because Sir Duckington was on the Elsa we saw beforehand, and now trying to match that with the Daredevil. If you're going to be running double Invis too and getting that information just comes in clutch. And we see the marks going down. Sir Duckington was kind of stalling out on those walls, but holding up now as Loki here from Silly Hamster. But careful with the back cap though. TriZ were trying to get a little cheeky, and Dingo now is trying to soar in.
Yeah, Dingo kind of going for the divage. Now here comes everybody towards that objective, and Tyrell takes down Dingo. Cross map, nice job. And you do actually, he came into the Devil, let the Devil out in the side of Sir Duckington, but did not find a KO. Here comes Tyrell's ult in the backside, does find one onto the thing, but can they get the KO? They do, yes, coming back through with the Captain American ult, plus even more damage from an aggressive Invisible Woman. They're able to find even more.
And they're not done here because, unfortunately for the Loki players from both sides, they keep getting caught in the middle of them trying to reset. The hide-in lamps get staggered in together, and Silly Hamster already nearing 55% here on against this TriZ who were dominating that previous round.
Yeah, I mean, they know everybody's coming up towards top. The clone's kind of baiting them out at the current moment. Everybody just wants to group around this thing, right? They have so many ults. But, oh my god, very aggressive! No! Hide-in lamps did not even hide in his lamps! They're all gone. He had his copy too. He could not use it in time. What a fast fight from Silly Hamster.
And that he just came back. Heidelands just came back and cannot catch a break. Look at the ultimates that they're still holding on to. Well, not Tyrell. It's just hanging out, babysitting Seth in the back here, and before looking at the rest of what TriZ is trying to do to get in.
Yeah, it's just like they completely forgot that Sir Duckington has been playing Daredevil this whole time, and they could see him through the wall. But now, surely he used the ult earlier, or they didn't go for a longer angle, but okay, Angela's out early. Dingo falls low, is still alive though, and oh, wait a minute, it's Seth who goes down. Reason, without reason, has found two. Joey falls, so did Seth. What an off angle to take for this player, and make it three. Huge plays by Reason on the SWAT of TriZ.
Is it going to be enough though? Overtime taking away still in favor for Silly Hamster. TriZ finally flip it in there. Oh, because I say Seth finally gets now the invisible boundary. We gotta be careful because Xeraxis is on the hunt, marks down the Invisible Woman, and sees where the Angela is trying to fly over to. Yeah,
man, this is just both duelists on either squad doing an incredible job. At the moment, we'll see if Silly Hamster can do much, right? They're going for what the same thing Tryz did, right? Set up on this far side, add some pressure on the back angle. I mean, they're playing the full surround comp, not the Venom this time around because it got banned, but with the Angel, it's kind of the same thing.
Does get the copy, though, on the God of Mischief. I do like the approach right now coming in from the bridge. They get the double jump, and as Heaven Distribution comes crashing down, the Savior, get down, Mr. President. The Apex Predator comes through to push them away. The invisible boundary now being answered from Seth. He's lost out on Sir Duckington, but guess what? Nobody from Tri-Z-Force are on the points. They flip it, and at 99%, it's going in favor for Silly Hamster in overtime.
It is, but Reason has just been kind of going off, man. Like, this guy's been crazy. They flip it back. They gave it up for a moment. They also used a ton of ultimates. Tryz also did commit the invisible boundary at the very end, but regardless, I mean, huge plays from Reason. You talked about it. Get down, Mr. President. Reason has been doing so much as the Secret Service for Tryz.
Apex Predators, sometimes you gotta consider what the food chain looks like, and with an Angela hunting about, taking a page out of the Jeff book, they cue the John Williams music before Joss comes and shows his face, letting the devil out. Reason backing away, trying to give space. Haru doesn't really have that sustainability and hide in lamps. Neither does he. No lamps for him, and no God of Mischief to help them against Sir Duckington to come through with letting the devil out.
Oh yeah, might have been too many ults in the last fight, and Reason special sort of has ran out. But you do have the portal play maybe coming through. Is it going to come through in time? Traps are out. There it is. Pushed away from the point. Takes overtime. They find Haru too before Lamps could even make it out. And it's also Hidden Lamps, the one that does switch over to the Doctor Strange. So it's Reason, the duelist player, who is on the Loki now and gets tracked down by Sir Duckington and sends them away. We're all tied up 1-1 now.
Man, that's the slight body block, too, before trying to exit out of that choke. I mean, not much you could do. You're going to get slowed anyways, the invisible boundary being on the other side. But the back and forth, once again, Dogman, we're seeing this because we consistently open up on domination, but we've been going to the third round, even despite seeing more of our previous series go to a 2-0.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, I think, for Tryz and Silly Hamster. You know, both teams have very solid Elsa players, and you know, there's been like tiny plays that has resulted in, you know, Tyrell popping off, and then same thing with Reason. So we'll see how this goes to the distance. Sir Duckington as well has done a great job switching back over to the Daredevil off of the Elsa, playing a hero that he looks phenomenal on for Zeraxis. You know, I'm curious if he comes back online because his Daredevil, you know, was non-existent obviously since Sir Duckington has taken over.
I agree. I think Sir Duckington's been doing a good job at stalling and adding in the extra pressure to get these follow-ups together with Joey being on the Angel. Of course, Wild Thing make a change-up of their own to try to reciprocate that. For moving up, you still have Hidden Lamps, though, and Haru have made also some swaps. They're over to that Animal Crossing backline now, and looking at Hidden Lamps to see what they could do to try to pull everybody out of the invisible boundary that Seth has once he has the itch depth.
Yeah, they're just going to try to poke and prod, but the Jeff, oh no, he's been chained! Prod! Oh, he cannot escape, but the BRB is there. Do they find it in time? No, the Jeff does go down because the BRB got traded out. Now here comes Tyrell, though. Huge job from Tyrell to trade it back. Or actually, no, with that, sorry, because they did find the Jeff earlier on. And with those few KOs and a huge ultimate from him, that should end it for the side of Tryz. Silly Hamster takes the control first.
It always feels so volatile looking at the amount of damage that the Glartrox does, but then you get to see the piercing damage together once you see the Elsa recall the Glartrox in the middle of that ultimate. So we'll talk that damage here from Silly Hamster now holding control of the point first. Seth's still holding on to that invisible boundary too. The Captain America trying to split more of that attention, but with everybody stuck in the cave, Reason has something to answer back to shut down Sir Duckington.
And Viz is actually there in time, though. Nice job with that ult. Seth stays alive. They hold on to the point. BRB is taken out, but it might cost their life. Oh, 1 HP. Are you kidding me? He was alive with 1 HP. That's crazy. Also, Hidden Lamps find the 8 on the other side of the map, so nice job to live in that situation. Regardless, Tryz slowly work it towards that point and control it again.
Also, Wild Thing going crazy there, right? 3K and gets the environmental KO earlier onto Pudgy, who was on that Captain America up on the high ground. He will have that freedom charge soon, but Dingo already has one himself. And as they try to hold up, it's a very similar situation to that last round, right? They finally flipped the point, but not as much extra credit for Silly Hamster.
Assembling now. Captain America freedom charge. Seth is far away from it, though. Gets the peel, though, from the Loki.
No.
Brought back to the team. Can she live? She needs even more help than just that. Greens are out, pushed away, but there's that soar into the greens. Invisible boundary, though, to stay alive. Meanwhile, 1v1 in the skybox. Yes, it's an anime battle. Reason wins again. He's done it so far throughout the series. We'll see if he can keep it up, though. That's just only one KO. No BRB to bring it back. Here comes Heaven's Retribution, and it lands. Slam dunk onto 3. Reason gets removed by Joey. And who needs your Elsa if you're going to have an Angela player do that alongside Sir Duckington, as they're going to flip the point inevitably here as well.
The shish kebab buffet right there. Everyone's eating inside that cave. Now, nowhere to really run, unfortunately, as it was landed right behind them. As Silly Hamster reclaimed the throne on this point. Tri-Z-Force are trying to brute force their way right through, but still sticking to the same composition. It worked out for them. It's a lot back and forth here, and that control over the high ground while distracting the strategist. Oh no!
There's the Glartron.
Oh no!
It missed. Ooh, that's not good, but they do find the... Oh, they find Haru, though. So it created space, and they found that animal backline you talked about. That backline was looking more like a front line, considering they were so caught out there. Terrell finds Araxis as well, and 80% on the board. Silly Hamster are gonna maybe close it on Tri-Z if they go a bit aggressive here.
I'm not gonna lie though, if it did land and they got that side environmental KO, imagine how sick that would have been there. But it's still the extra pressure allowed them to keep their feet on this point for now. Here comes D'Angelo, Wild Thing, trying to make plays happen, trying to get another shish kebab themselves, and hiding lamps with the itch. Jeff is gonna start things off with a nice up angle on the Glartrox.
Ooh, Vinepexel gets caught out. The Dingo, Reason, they're able to find it. Early Glartrox able to result in that KO. Nice pull back force by Seth. Why are you running? Wild Thing gets taken out because of that. And, you know, these Invisible Women players have been stand out. Here comes that Devil's Rage on the inside, but I don't think there's enough follow-up. They're all going to fall. Silly Hamster get it done on the first map to win on Celestial Husk.
Talk about Seth 2 popping off at the very end there. What, like a really quick 3K? Just enough to follow up off of letting the Devil out, but securing the first map win of the series.
Beautiful stuff. We'll see if it can continue, though, as, you know, we did let Loki through Invisible Woman, but there was a lot of focus towards that backline, towards strategists.
Yeah.
And a sick MVP for Vinepexel. I think it's the first Loki one we've seen today.
I love it. My favorite skin, honestly, from Loki. I feel like it's almost everyone's favorite skin. If you missed out, gotta look for that again. Hopefully it'll come right back around. But Loki's showing up even without the Gambit in play. Instead, it's gonna be the double Invis Woman, the double Invis Boundary, 27,000, 20,000. It's just like you said, by the way, Dogman, looking at the healing output and the differential between healing, when your backline's getting harassed the way that it was, it's very difficult to help with the sustain. You're taking a lot of that attention away, and even though Reason did have their pop-off moments, Reason cannot sustain all the time by themselves.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, like you said, it's just the backline they were running. They couldn't do it, and it was available too. That's the thing. But, you know, maybe they feel more comfortable playing around, you know, just being all over the place, right? But when you see Joey, I think that you talked about the Angela play earlier. We mentioned it in the other game with Ymir, but I think Joey was a big standout as well on that Angela. Like catching out the Jeff was a big standout, memorable moment out of him. And it's those type of things that Angela players can adapt to, or if they do adapt to, that means they're like definitely a really good Angela player for their squad, keeping them in it for sure.
We also saw it against Haru when Haru had swapped over to the Rocket. It was still a problem, right? The Angela was marking them down, and then you get some of these stray follow-ups together with the damage output from your Elsa. It just leads you to profit here, and also splits more of that attention to a way Sir Duckington could pop off, because Sir Duckington was out here with those 15 final KOs.
Yeah, I mean, Sir Duckington was popping off on the Daredevil. We'll see if it can continue, though, right? Like, this always leads to discussion, you know, about the ban phase. Elsa, is it something we want to get rid of, you know, considering Reason was popping off, even though we won? Maybe something that you want to work on, maybe ban out. And then the Daredevil, too, like you said. I mean, like, Xeraxis, I wanted to give him credit for the Daredevil, but, I mean, it was hard for him to live because of everything you mentioned. But I'm not sure if we're going to play that composition that we want him playing the Daredevil. I mean, I'd rather have him back on to that Elsa like he was popping off on before.
Yeah, I agree. And then seeing maybe with some of these swap-ups, you know, if you're going to have to contest a Daredevil because your backline's getting harassed together with the Angela, I mean, you got to start peeling, you know, a little bit better, or maybe make some swap-ups for the strategist to have a better time in that sustainability, because Loki without lamps, at that point, you're also getting baited to also try to force out your lamp. Sometimes you can't match that, so you make the swap. We see the Rocket coming out. We see the Jeff at one point, and even that didn't get the sustain that they were looking for.
Yeah, we'll see if they can adapt in the next series, in the next matchup. We have to see the ban phase, right? Like when we see that Loki get banned, Gambit got rid of first. I think that actually might not change, right? Like I imagine both teams are fine playing the Gambit. We'll see as it changes as we go into the next map. We're going to another domination. We're headed to Krakoa of all maps, right? So going to be another domination game for both of these teams, and that means we might see a lot of the same thing potentially in the ban phase or a direct change up based on what we just saw. We already know Elsa's really good on this map, right? And a lot of that flank comp. I don't know. Do you think they stick with the Animal Crossing backline?
I mean, I guess it depends on how volatile that Apex Predator has been too, because you also talk about taking off angles, and you can make some pretty big plays if the walls aren't available, and maybe call a support in the backline off guard from being by the health pack over to the side of the point. We've been seeing so much Krakoa too, by the way, and as Gambit doesn't get to see the light of day in this next game either, and neither does Tank Pool.
All right. I mean, it makes a lot of sense considering what we've seen out of Deadpool so far throughout today. I mean, Deadpool is just such a menace in the lobby, and then Gambit, same thing. But where do we go next? Right? Are we going to see those Loki protects come through now out of Tri-Z, considering, or rather out of Silly Hamster, considering it went so well for them, right? Elsa protected this time, and it makes sense for Tyrell, I suppose, but I don't even think that Tri-Z want to ban the Elsa, no? Considering how much they've liked to play around it.
I feel like it benefits them too, and that's kind of like the issue, right? Because when you have these universal bans, it's a bit of a different pace than what we're used to when we take a look at how the MRI bans go back and forth to help elevate, your team versus their team and go for more target bans. This time, though, like if you do try to commit to that, yeah, it's a double-edged sword. But the protect over the Elsa means we will continue to see her and Glartrox up on the field. No Captain America, but the Venom is out, so maybe we could get some anti-ultimate shenanigans.
And they go for the Jeff ban next up, considering we saw Jeff in the previous map and they don't want to play against it. So at least they're getting rid of a hero here that's crucial. Meanwhile, Daredevil protect for Tri-Z? Oh, okay. I mean, Zarax, show us what you got, man. I'd be curious to see if things change. They do get rid of the Cloak and Dagger at the very least, but no Loki, or rather, Loki's still going to be in the game. And they didn't play it last time. We'll see if they want to this time now that Jeff's banned.
Maybe forced to play that Invisible Woman again, so that way, with the Daredevil being protected, it's going to be a very similar case to what we had seen in that first game.
And you know that Tri-Z wants to do these like surround full dive comps where we want to ban. It's going to be the Mantis. Okay, all right. I mean, yeah.
Pick your hero.
If you're going to try to play like a very hyper mobile composition, you'd want the Mantis to, damage boost and survive and set up those dives. But no, this time Tri-Z going to go back to their tried and true with the Invis alongside the Loki to start off alongside Reason, who's popping off on the Elsa.
Well, thing too, something else that we have to mention is the new team up that we have with Doctor Strange and Invisible Woman too. Just trying to pull them together, trying to get that output that Thing likes to put himself into whenever he gets aggressive. And with no Mantis, at least with the Loki and another iteration of the Invisible Woman, if you do want to enable these Elsas, Sia being on the table still with the rockets, try to get that damage boost because you won't have the Mantis or the Gambit to really back you up there. If you feel like your Elsa needs to be enabled and they may be lackluster, leaving a lot of these enemies one.
There's a lot of decisions that need to be made. We know that at least one of them is to keep the Invis and the Loki after the last map. Tri-Z. Well, maybe not, actually. They're going over to the rocket for now. Maybe that's just for a jump pack boost. We'll find out in just a second. But the Venom also did make it through. And, this squad, in terms of Tri-Z, I'm sure wanted to play that, considering it was banned on the last one. But they might go for that hyper-aggressive dive comp again, but this time with a more sturdy backline.
Capture the mission area. Got it?
Getting set up now. Silly Hamster with some back and forth in our previous map. Another look at Krakoa. Always trying to chase me, trying to make do for what Clintar does to me too. But now Zarax is being on that Daredevil is going to be able to call out where these Invisible Women are located. And this could also allow P. Dougie to try to get the dive opportunity too. Find an isolated strategist as the Kiki did come out before from Wild Thing just to set them up. But P. Dougie is taking a lot of that damage from the backline here.
I feel like he just bear crawled at him. Not Tyrell trades out Zaraxis. Meanwhile, can they find any more? The Venom goes low back here, but he swings around until Tyrell tracks him. Huge shots from him. Both of the Elsas actually sort of strutting online at the very beginning of the game, but that bullet bounces around. Does it find the KO? No! Ducking, diving back around, and Viz keeps the Loki alive. Somehow that Elsa is still up, but regardless, Silly Hamster in control of the objective.
taking it first, and that was with, by the way, P. Dougie getting taken out. Yeah, there was that early trade beforehand, but even with the no Daredevil from Xeraxis, you need some more of that extra pressure to Mark. And they also over to the other side, but that's the side of the health pack that we were mentioning before, but they find out where the Invisible Woman is, and they don't even look at her to help with the peel. Sir Duckington taking that for free.
I'm kind of starting to see maybe why they wanted to play the Animal Crossing backline. Maybe they just don't have too much confidence in keeping their backline alive, but maybe that's just a few, accidents, a few mistakes, right? You could have maybe even booped towards that front side. Regardless, losing somebody in the mid-fight like that is brutal. You have that Elsa ultimate available towards that point, but surely they're going to be aware of it on the side of Silly Hamster.
And look behind you here. Side by side, both the Loki and the Invisible Woman get caught. The Apex Predator bringing them into not Tyrell's sights. Is going to be able to call out Reason, who goes down the ultimate of their own. Aya Bagamoto hits Sir Duckington. Seth is right here with the invisible boundary, keeping this fight going. I like this position, playing extremely aggressive, pushing it to try Z-Force, who are trying to cycle through their own ultimates.
They're trying to watch out for the Glowhawks now. Invis falls low. Bipixel does go down. They trade another. So both strategists gone. So Duckington does fall to Reason, and another one falls. So Z-Force did lose their backline, but finding Silly's earlier ended up too fruitful for them.
Reason just answering right back too. We saw Reason get escorted out, comes right back. Let's get a trap in, gets to delete it though before the rest of Silly Hamsters comes right back around. But usually Reason's right there to try to help clean up as they find the opportunity. Lartrox sending them all into the rest of Z-Force. A great team wipe to help elevate their points, now nearing 40%.
Yeah, excellent job with Reason. Just one ultimate. That's about as clean as you can get. 40% is on the board now for the side of Z. We'll see if they can continue this momentum and this staggering, because Invis was just using the previous fight, so we're not in that bad of a situation for Z-Force. They can also set up that Doctor Strange ult again. We've seen how important Doctor Strange ults can be when people aren't expecting it. But right now, Silly Hamster's already trying to get in here with Sir Ducky.
Letting the devil out though. Sir Duckington, Joey trying to help with the follow-up. Currently, the Loki from Silly Hamster tries to bring everybody together because you've got the invisible boundary out of the cup with the God of Mischief, and Joey calls on Xeraxis as he lets the devil out, putting it back in the Backrip lungs.
Let's work to zone up the objective for now. Here comes that dive from three members of the side of Z-Force. But can they find the KO? Sir Duckington comes back for the peel, does find the invis. Maybe some more hidden lamps or hide lamps does go down. You have that Avagonda, but it is a little bit too late, right? Like, they don't have backline. Reason does find one. Can they find any more? I don't think so. That's interesting, because now that ult is gone, but regardless, you're trying to stagger on this point, just build up some time bank, and they do so, but it's switched now for Silly Hamster.
Flipping it right back around. Sir Duckington just getting the information, but Z-Force put up a good fight. Winning the back-to-back fights right there allowed them to get the extra progress that they have right now, but it's going to be the Portal recontest this time from the high ground.
They're walking on in. 92% on the board. Basically last fight territory in this first round. We'll still have portals maybe from this defensive angle if needed. Vipixel, okay. Just do damage. And you get KOs as a strategist. Sure, Vipixel, why not? Nice job with the clones to do that. And with that, Haru's not going to be in this fight with that invisible boundary. Wild Thing goes down. They have no copy at this point for Vipixel. Reason does go get one, but he's going to have to go freaking absolutely nuclear. Like, there's no way they do it without one, right? Without their invisible woman. There's the invisible boundary. They do come back and get that off, so maybe it was late, but well timed, because it was too far forward for Silly Hamster, and Z actually look like they're going to go flip.
And lose out on that invisible boundary in the process too. Talk about a recontention as Z-Force. They come right back around. They're the ones without the Doctor Strange portal, but Silly Hamster still has theirs. They got to try to escape right through it. They're looking around, waiting to see if the Shish Kebab is going to come, if they can predict where the heavy contribution could land. But Z-Force, they don't have it just yet. Letting the devil out. This time from the other side as Xeraxis is looking for the opportunity, as Hidden Lamps still has the invisible boundary. But no one's looking at the strategist as they need some help on the peeling, as Joey's just running away with harassing them.
Was 2 for 2 so far. The Daredevil going off on the front lines. Xeraxis able to find a little bit more, but it's traded by Sir Duckington, who's now back on the Doctor Strange. Artrox, where is that? Does that actually connect on anything back there? It doesn't look like it necessarily, so Tyrell's ult not able to get much, but It does commit a little bit of zone. Nice job from Tyrell to clean up on that KO. High lamps over the top side, though. Did come back with the BRB of all things. So the Venom's back in the fight.
Coming in clutch, the Eye of Agamotto now from Sir Duckington before coming right back, but it's only about one. Dingo comes in, Beast of the Abyss, and with so much damage, Reason letting out the Apex Predator. Dingo follows up, no Loki on the table. It's only up to Seth, who is still alive for now, doesn't have the invisible boundary, and they're continuously elongating this fight. Zerax being another one, but Wild Thing's taking way too much pressure. No Heaven's Retribution, but Z-Force may not even need it, because a duelist here on this team, together with the Beast of the Abyss reset, have kept them here.
What a chaotic series so far that we have on our hands. Portal, this maybe touch over time is going to slowly dwindle. You come back onto that Spider-Man at least. He's going to touch for a bit longer, but you need to follow up. The greens are there to keep the Spider-Man alive. Invisible boundary. Okay, so they're still in it on this recontest. Tryz can reclaim the point, but they might lose it again because of the invisible boundary. But no, here comes a little bit more follow-up on the inside. Invis boundary available. Here comes the see you later. Is anybody else here to save anybody? Doesn't look like it for the side of Silly Hamster. No Stratus ultimates, and it's far too much damage. Tryz will actually hold on, even though it was a quick last-second touch from Silly Hamster to tie up or to win the first round on Krakoa.
I mean, how long did that overtime fight go on for? Even from some of the beginning part of our Dom map starting things off, the end fight right there lasted so long with the recontest. I feel like I saw Sir Duckington, we saw the Daredevil, then we saw the Doctor Strange portal try to recontest, and then we see the Spider-Man right afterwards. And now Silly Hamster down that round after being up a map.
Yeah, they've done well so far, but I think on that specific map, well, we can see, you know, try to see how good they are when they're playing Invis in Loki, right? Like, going back to the map, I don't even know if we needed Jeff, right? Like, or the Mantis. I feel like this squad was doing very well with the Invis on Haru and Hidden Lamps on the Loki. They've really figured it out. And for Silly Hamster to go for that Jeff ban, I think might have been a mistake, but who knows if it ends up biting them. They still have a chance to come back here on this next round. It was still a very close first round.
See how close it's going to be this time around, because Haru does have that invisible boundary. But so does VY Pexel, who's about to have that God of Mischief to copy his own invisible boundary. So we'll look at the Venn diagram in a moment, but let's see how we can compare and contrast the way that Dingo's going to also be able to float in there with the Piece of the Abyss. Saw a lot of damage output coming out from Dingo, and no Piece of the Abyss necessary. It's really P. Dougie, who was in a lot of trouble, taking most of the force of this opposition, but look at the damage output. He dives right in. He pops the armor. He can reset too with his ultimate while Zeraxis clears a point.
Hey, huge work by Zeraxis to chase down Sir Duckington, right? Just towards the point. Nice collapse. Now they're down one. I mean, huge amount of damage. You go for the copy. Invis boundary now committed on the outside. They do have a strat ult to end up there later with Haru. But what else can come out from Silly Hamster to keep this fight in their favor? Because they're going to be against a Daredevil. Okay, never mind. You didn't need his ult. Just smack two of them. Get that deflect bouncing around. And that's 3 down immediately. Sir Duckington able to find 1 and 2 with the Venom. But again, these KOs are far too late, it feels like, for the side of Silly Hamster. The zone comes out. Can you take the portal on Angela? Oh my god, he got the health pack. So he doesn't even need it. He does eventually fall to Sir Duckington, but I mean, there's too much damage now for the side to try Z-Force, surely, and to send them away.
The fact that we finally now flipped the point, it's try Z-Force, and we were still seeing back and forth is wild. A repetition of the end of that previous fight. Tingo just hanging on for dear life onto the wall to be in the line of sight of those strategists, and Zeraxis, and as you mentioned too, still holding on to letting the devil out for this next fight, which is going to be crucial against Seth, who does have the invisible boundary.
Here comes the dive towards that Loki. No greens committed, though. Just back towards the team. Angela sent back. Here comes the Daredevil on the back. Will they find anything? It looks like everybody he's targeting is a bunch of, you know, Loki clones. But now, finally gets on to a few more. And his boundary just a little bit too late from hides and lamps. And, you know, now what more can they really do? They do have the Daredevil ultimate. A little bit too late going to be in terms of ultimates now. Joey able to find Wild Things. Zeraxis takes down 1. But he's going to commit the ultimate. They look for that invis, and okay, she just gets deleted instantly.
2 Angelas in the plains of the sky right now, just going back and forth, but it is Joey who is coming out on top of Zeraxis. Is melting them all down. The Daredevil to wipe out the entire team.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know how people play Daredevil. This character is crazy. I feel like he's on a roller coaster. He's sitting at a mouse and keyboard right now. Like, this is insane.
He looks so fun. Like, just being able to move around like that and jump from one target to the next and still have that extra information with good comms that goes so far here. And now, going into this possible final fight territory, if you're looking at Silly Hamster trying to recontest, they make some swaps, and they have Adam Warlock and not Tyrell.
Playing towards main at the current moment. Seth trying to pocket the squad. There comes the Greens early on, able to find Diraxis there. Nice work to bring him alive. Oh my god, the Soul Bond keeps everybody alive for just a second since Tyrell switched over. That actually kept that Loki alive for just a second longer. Joey also brings out that Haru gets removed out of the invisible boundary that they created. Unfortunate for them, but at the moment, Tri-Z slowly gets staggered out. 99 on the board, but still he should take control.
That must be so tilting if you're Haru trying to double jump away, and then you get shish kebab by Joey being on the Angela. They retake the point, but this finally, for the first time at least in this round, the difference maker between Tri-Z Force rolling off that momentum for the previous game.
All right, let's see how it continues. Silly Hamster do have the res available. We've seen teams mess this up before, right? If you're against a super hyper-mobile composition, it can be difficult to keep your Adam Warlock alive. On the defensive angle, they're going to try to surround. I guess there's not as much room to do so on this round specifically, but I mean, Tri-Z Force might try all their might. Here comes the goal. Oh my god, the peel? No way! Back into themselves, able to take down Sir Duckington, and that is a huge removal because he had the Daredevil ult up.
Oh, but that's why not Tyrell is here. He brings them back together, and Sir Duckington is still holding on to it until he unleashes the devil. Seth, also with the invisible boundary to try to match up with Hide in Lamps that also enables Zeraxis. We're literally seeing the mirror ult match go down, but it is Risen through the cracks of the boundary, gets to see where they're currently situated. Good luck trying to double jump away from that, because you're not invisible to the Daredevil.
Yeah, that's a tough fight, I think, to win. In fact, the Adam Warlock, well, maybe. I mean, they find one. It's kind of hard to run the Adam Warlock, though, right? They're missing a lot of that Elsa damage, I feel like. Sir Duckington able to jump back away, though. They portal played back in, so they're not going to have that for later on. Able to take down Haru and Hides and Lamp, so able to bring it back, even though it's a bit of an awkward fight. They actually do get off of that Adam Warlock, and he's back onto that Doctor Strange instead.
Force out here for those three contests too, because you're nearing 90%. Silly Hamster, they've lost out on two thus far because Araxis will keep coming back, but they finally take him out. P. Dougie having to back away after getting hit with the anti. Can he manage his way? He's so low, but Reason finds him out. And taking to the skies is Joey!
Are you kidding me? What a perfectly timed engage there by the Angela, but now they're into the Angela ultimate. Oh my god, and Reason's here! Woo! No way! Wait, but Sir Duckington finds him in the sky. You may have found so many, but the BRB brings back Seth, and with that, Daredevil is going absolutely crazy on both sides, considering Sir Duckington let the devil out, but now it's Araxis' turn. It trades back and forth, one for one. They're deflecting at each other. It's crazy, but the Angela brings him back to the side, back to the portal. Can he duck back around? Get a little spicy, go back into the spawn for a little bit of HP. Now Reason comes down from the skybox to shut down Sir Duckington to put an end to these Daredevil's reigns. As though they have to stay to the point, potentially the Venom does get stuffed away. And Tri-Z get it done on this round.
Dude, these fights have been insane between both of these teams. Tri-Z, they close it out. They tie up the series, and we are going on to what I believe here, Dogman, our first game 3.
All right. Yep. First game 3 of the day. It definitely felt close, but now we can see maybe another map to go. Reason going to be the MVP. I think he had a standout performance in the last map as well, but unfortunately resulted in a loss. Now you come back with this one, and what a performance out of the squad. I mean, Tri-Z bounce back game for sure. First of 3, so the next map will take it, but 30 KOs for Zeraxis, who was playing phenomenal on the Daredevil. And the follow-up by Reason. This duo is crazy, and everybody else on the team keeping them alive is incredibly impressive.
30 final hits, clearing out the whole team with the Penta is crazy. Like, Zeraxis popped off earlier on the Elsa. We understand with Reason now slotting in, getting that MVP title off of the Elsa themselves, 29k damage. I mean, even looking at the healing output from both teams, right? Like, Tri-Z Force, they're holding their ground, but it's not easy when you're also dealing with Sir Duckington with the 22 final hits, trying to call out these Invisible Womens.
Yeah, I mean, Duckington was almost like a one-man army at points, right? Like, it did
Yeah.
feel like he was just kind of bringing the team back into it randomly out of nowhere. But regardless, an incredible series between these two squads, and we're treated to another map. Going to be a map 3 between these two teams, and I'm wondering, what the ban phase is going to look like, if things are going to change. Does Silly Hamster feel not as confident about banning the Jeff that last time, and the Mantis, considering they also went over to the Adam Warlock comps towards the very end. So, like, that was very interesting, and it just seemed like there's a little bit of indecision in that squad.
I definitely agree. I think it's the difficulty in having to deal with the duelist lineup from the other side, right? If you are currently trying to help enable and fuel for your team and you just don't have a way to reset, it makes you wonder, all right, like, did we have a way better time if we could try to utilize the gambit here? Maybe we should try to focus on this if we were able to use this in our other previous series, and then seeing what kind of different bans, pick compositions that we may have rolling out for our first game 3 of the day here in the MRC in Americas region. Don't go anywhere yet. We have our final game on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Dogman, joined by Vicky Kitty. We're back from our first map, number 2. We're headed to map number 3 now, Vicky. Heading to that map point to see who continues on in MRC and who can still fight for that goal to get top 3 qualifies them for Ignite in North America. So this is a banger, Vicky. Third map of the day. Thoughts so far as we head into this next map?
I mean, Elsa being strong, the Daredevil is still a problem, and that is what it looks like in this series. Even if you try to go in for a mirror match, the strategists are trying their absolute best. But I'm loving the different action we've had across the entire day. So many different series to dive into, but different compositions too that I've really enjoyed.
Yeah, there's so much variety. I think it depends on the team that we're seeing. I believe we still have some other teams that are still alive in the tournament that we might still see later. Also doing equally as crazy things. Like, there's still some Magic that we haven't seen today. Literally Magic, the character. We might see some of her potentially later on. There's a lot of difference that we could potentially see as we continue on in this series, because this is going to be our first map 3 of the day, and I feel like we've had close series earlier, Vicky, but this happens to be the one that went to 3 maps in actuality.
Yeah, I love it. Then finally getting a game number 3, right? Take us out of that Krakoa or Clinton or wherever we're going to see as we move on to another map. I'm wondering, where will we be moving on to, though? Because if it's going to be a map that has more of that vertical high to low ground, we've been seeing a lot of these Angelas be a problem. I mean, talk about Joey. By the way, even though they had gone down in that previous map, Joey was popping off on the Angela. Very disruptive, able to follow up with Sir Duckington. That was on the Daredevil themselves. But it is the Elsa that gets banned out.
All right. That makes sense, I think, for both squads, honestly. Like, we saw some nice plays out of both teams. Reasons was doing well on it, but specifically for Silly Hamster, they're done playing it, right? Like, Terrell was solid on it, but I think definitely Zaraxis and Reason, both of them were just having phenomenal games on the Elsa. And not that Terrell was playing bad necessarily. He had good ultimates and stuff, but you can see that this team would value anything else besides Elsa. But we do have the Cloak and Dagger Protect coming through. Keeping that alive in this matchup is going to be a different take, a different spin on things. As you know, you still have that Invis alive, you still have the Loki, and you have Gambit removed early on.
And the tank pool coming back as well,
Right.
being protected. So changing things up a bit, because beforehand we did see the Elsa get proud on the safety pick because a Silly Hamster, I believe, had gone ahead and banned Gambit first, while Tri-Z-Force also doesn't want to deal with that. They ban out the Magneto, followed up after protecting the tank pool, and no Venom from the other side. So like you mentioned, different play. You have the Cloak and Dagger, tank pool, and group being protected. It makes you wonder if they're also trying to force out a protect on the Wolverine here to try to deal with it, but now they would rather just have the protect onto the Loki to focus on the strategist.
Yeah, neither team has shown any Wolverine gameplay just yet, so that's a nice change up, I think, from Tri-Z to maybe enable themselves with that department later on. Also, they played the group too. Like, they were totally fine playing it. Neither team actually wanted to try to counter that in terms of a hard counter. But you do get that Loki Groot and the Deadpool still available alongside Cloak and Dagger. And honestly, Loki does feel like the catalyst for a lot of these things. Like, we did have the Gambit ban, now a Phoenix ban after all of that to make sure that character gets removed. So moving a lot of hit scan is going to be an interesting choice for both squads.
Especially when you have to take out the Mantis out of the equation of the team up with what the Loki, Mantis, and Groot could provide just in case on top of the damage boost. No Phoenix to add on to that too. So now looking at the damage boost potential, Rocket with the Sia out here, as well as Loki getting these copies onto the Cloak and Daggers to elongate these eternal bonds, and Tankpool making an appearance within this series.
All right, headed in to Central Park. First game 3 of the day, everybody, and we're deep into the tournament as well. And there's still going to be another week left of the tournament as well after this. But, you know, if you were to lose here, you could be gone for quite some time, as Ignite isn't for a bit, and same thing with MRC. So you got to wait for the next one, basically. But for Silly Hamster and crew, they're looking to try to come back against Tri-Z now, as Tri-Z did phenomenal in that previous map. I mean, we saw Reason pop off and stuff. There was a lot of really strong plays out of them. The huge change up to get rid of the Elsa is going to be the mix-up. We'll see who can come out on top as we enter the third map of the series.
Final map here as Reason hinting at the Adam Warlock. I mean, I've been really enjoying the different compositions too between the strategist and trying to elongate the karmic resurrection that is to be expected between the God of Mischief and keeping more of these fights going. We've seen it time and time again in the past between MRI and MRC, and we see it happen again, whether it be with the Gambit or the Atom.
Yeah, very interesting to run triple strategist alongside a Moon Knight with the Groot. Oh my goodness. Being God Isle, sorry, is going solo. Both greens forced out on either side, but who's going to build up the straddles first? Soul Bond here. Also with the Terra Cape. Nice connection, but the walls slow down the damage output from Zeraxis again. And everybody's backing up. That means we're going to have a huge ult fight coming up, and Daredevil's the first one to build it. You want to use it early. It looks like the answer is no. We're going to play it slow until just about now with Wild Thing. And oh my goodness, wait, one already goes down.
Oh, B Dougie just went crazy, and Sir Dunkington to max that with the Moon Knight together with the Lunar Force as well, and get the team up. Silly Hamster have just walked up for free to take control over this point and get this payload moving.
Yeah, brutal pick off to Dingodile that happened there. Now the pull comes out though. Can they body block the sides? The answer is no for now. Moon Knight ult available for both teams actually. So we'll see which Shrouded ult comes out. You're gonna have a huge sustained fight here. Cloak ult available. Wait, everybody just goes down. Wait, don't even get the ult off. What are we doing?
No
How is
way.
everybody gone? There's no res either because the Adam Warlock hasn't built enough ult charge. Reason's gonna be back in the fight. Here comes the Moon Knight ult from the top. Oh, Sir Duckington collapses on everybody, and that shuts him out. We're heading to second phase.
It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's the hand of Khonshu just hailing from above. I just feel like you're just Defoe just looking up and you see the shadow of all the arms coming down at your head. As he clears out the point, Silly Hamster now together are going to be able to move up. You can already see P. Dougie controlling more of that extra space, getting rid of the terrain here so that way they can have more sight.
I like that. Smart plays from them. And at the moment, Silly Hamster's going to keep moving forward. I mean, they're happy playing alongside this Moon Knight now, that Bucky. So Joey commits that sonic seduction. Does it catch anybody out? It does. Oh man, that's terrible for Zeraxis. What a horrible spot to get caught in. And with that, I mean, you're getting staggered in such a horrific situation. Let's see if they can come back from it. They might have to even come out with ultimates, but they haven't built any. And they want blood. They want more, rather, at this choke point, but they're not going to get it till now. But we're almost at the end of second phase already.
I mean, pretty upset after how that game 2 on Krakoa went, but this is also a really difficult point to find yourself getting staggered once you're so close to that second checkpoint. Zeraxis does find Zoe, but you currently see Sir Duckington now slowly wrapping up to get that hand of Khonshu on their own. Tries the force stuck over to the side as P. Dougie just walks up and gets a 2K as Seth keeps everybody alive. Eternal Bond, a 3K coming up. Can it be a 4K off of Reason? Now Tyrell, he takes that from him, but they also take the second checkpoint.
Yeah, honestly, this is like kind of a crazy change up from the Domination series. Like the Domination matches, I don't know if we were finding like too many early pickoffs. The Elsa maybe brought things through also at the Super Mobile comps, but man, both teams, they just keep feeling that, like somebody's going down for no reason, Vicky, it feels like some of the times. And tries to use Zeraxis earlier on. Traded by Silly Hamster, though, and they're still moving on forward. 4 minutes and 30 seconds is a ton of time in third phase, but Tri-Z could maybe string something together here regardless. The odds are now stacked against them.
Especially here on Central Park, and they have so much momentum going up this bridge. Can they make a play to get some environmental KOs? We're going to have to see if that's even possible here. Azaru does have the Eternal Bond ready to go. Sev doesn't really have anything to reciprocate though, but then you look at the God of Mischief from VY Pexel, and being in the form of the Cloaking Dagger is just enough to allow the rest of Silly Hamster to walk up.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, the bleeding has just continued. It just feels like Tri-Z-Force have not found any semblance of stability. I mean, yes, they get a hold on to that Loki ultimate at least, but that's going to be their saving grace. Seth already has... Wait, they're not even going to touch. Oh, my goodness. We're almost at the end.
No way!
No. They're trying to fly in. Oh! My goodness. That was a blazing fast time, Vicky. That is 3 minutes and 38 left on the clock.
Do you know how insane the staggers had to have been? And back-to-back dominating fights. I feel like Central Park making it with that amount of time, it's easy to snowball, but having to recontest, reset is so important to prevent those bad spawns too.
Yeah, I mean, you can see why for the side of Tri-Z, they want to play that like flanky style, maybe with more like mobile characters. Because man, in this like traditional front to back style, they were just terrible. Like I hate to bring that up, but they were bad. Like there's no other way to phrase it. We'll see if they can change it up on their attack. Maybe they're an offense team, but that was one of the worst defenses I think I've seen in a while.
On Central Park too. I mean, it also. This highlights, you know, with so much domination that we have seen in our previous series, the importance of playstyles and working that into either be convergence or convoy, aside from moving away from the volatility of domination.
It's change up, man. This is brutal, Vicky. We'll see if they can maybe come back, though, right? They've switched over to attack. You know, maybe Zaraxis could pop off on the Bucky or something. There's some ways forward here. For Silly Hamster, they're playing the Adam Warlock comp, and that wasn't that good for them before, so they can maybe make the same mistakes that Tri-Z did.
Very true. See how they're going to be able to hold this with the triple strategist. Joey up on the high ground onto the Emma Frost to match that up Wild Thing, too. And taking their time, you can see Sir Duckington looking around just to make sure he can call out where Reason is positioned, so Reason doesn't get a cheeky pick off with the Yonk.
You right click over the height, maybe. But there's that first on coming out of the offense. Fourth there from Seth, though. Everybody's looking towards it.
Oh.
Nice hook, though. But the diamond form potentially could come out. And Zaraxis, how many times have you gotten picked first? But this time it's traded by Reason. Nice job from him. So they can come back into it, but the defensive Moon Knight, oh my goodness, what a position from Duckington. Just sitting there. He was popping off earlier on the Daredevil, and now on the Moon Knight, just having his way with the side of Tri-Z. Already built the ult.
So
and no
much
rings,
damage.
I think, right?
You look up and you're looking at a Moon Knight, and then the Adam Warlock, who is charging his attack to also just unleash all that extra damage from the high ground, with them being forced to tunnel through that bottom end of the canyon through these two buildings. Currently trying to cut off their exit route. It's going to be Sir Duckington. Just going to be able to buy some space and time, but not Jarrell is holding it down.
I don't know how Zaraxis didn't die there. That was like the most aggressive, I'm just trying to clutch up for the team right now type of play. But they come back into the Groot ultimate, and the Conchu is there. Adam Warlock not going to evade with the... Well, he doesn't have the ult either, by the way. Hasn't built it up in that fight. And Sir Duckington does... Wait, how does he find one? Wait, wasn't there a close one out here? Oh, my goodness. And wait, Vipixel finds one as well. So... Wait, Tri-Z just fall apart out of nowhere? I mean, they're still kind of fighting on the point, but they're losing people they shouldn't. Maybe we have to use an M ult now because there's a Groot ultimate, and they're getting wiped. This is awful. What is Tri-Z doing? Or rather, what is Tri-Z doing?
Yeah, and they had the Eternal Bond too. Maybe didn't want to like let it go because they had lost out already on those two crucial members from the beginning. I think what they're trying to bank on is the win condition between the Kraken Impact reset. Combine that together with the Eternal Bond to help with the survivability. But is it going to be enough? Sir Duckington is ready to go to unleash the hand of Conchu again. Can they catch him out though? He's creeping about. Zaraxis is looking up. He's waiting for them to get cheeky and go through the choke. He unleashes it on top of their heads. He needs some help for some follow-up damage potential, and VY Pexel's able to find Wild Thing.
Yeah, this is bad. They're tilted. They're just losing people in the middle of ultimates. We have something we could do here. Maybe they didn't expect to die. Maybe they could disengage it. And now Zaraxis is super low. He goes down. Man, okay. They might have just given up. Like, genuinely, this is brutal. We'll see if it continues. 1 minute left to go. You have ultimates, but you gotta regroup. You need some, firm heads right now. You just need people to, you know, kind of keep it together in this last second with Silly Hamster almost having every ult again.
Makes you wonder, like, are they considering, okay, we got a burnout on our ultimates. We have less than a minute now on the clock. We can't really change things up as the group wall right there in front of them, but it's fine. They go right around it. As Hidden Lamps is going to be able to have that Eternal Bond, and Reason follows up Eye of Agamotto wear from Joey, but the Born Again brings him back as the insurance policy that they needed from Not Tyrell.
Yep, everybody picked now comes back into it. They do give up 2 ticks, though. Here comes that Eternal Bond. There goes the counter Groot ultimate, but it's met by an Eternal Bond on the opposite angle. It doesn't matter. Sir Duckington, goodbye to the other team. That's 3 for you, buddy. And with that, 18 seconds left to go. No more ults for Tri-Z. In fact, they've held on to a Loki ult on top of all of that. They're going to portal play. Last second, they block it off so it doesn't get stunned. They could potentially do it. They might have an ultimate mid-fight, but it's going to be close.
Gotta be worried, though, about the impact of damage that we're seeing from Sir Duckington, but maybe not anymore with Wild Thing focusing on him to help enable his own Loki, to prevent Loki from taking so much damage after being next to their clones. Here's Reason, too. No one's looking up at Reason, and Not Tyrell does get the passive off. Self-revive coming in, and we get the copy from Hide in Lamps, the God of Mischief in the form of the Eternal Bond, as Wild Thing is looking to go all the way up. Eye of Agamotto ready in the pocket as they try to clear out against Silly Hamster.
And they're doing so far. And right now, you know, you have the support, but eventually Sir Duckington is able to find one. Eye of Agamotto gets faded away. Nice shot by the Cloak and Dagger. Zerax is able to find one, but Sir Duckington still doing everything here. Dodges the Eye of Agamotto somehow, or rather just walked around it. Maybe nobody even saw him. Even though he's getting as much value as he possibly can, his teammate is gone. Everybody else is dead. And he's going back to the spawn door as Tri-Z Force moves on to second phase.
First Eye of Agamotto missing the mark, and then we get the retaliation on the Eye of Agamotto from Wild Thing to then land it on P. Tuggy before he's forced to swap back over to the Groot. Kraken Impact just does enough at least to try to clear up some of that space up ahead, and it's going to be another ult charge for Zeraxis before getting into position. He calls out P. Dougie right here, and Sir Duckington does have the hand of Conchu, and Reason can answer back, especially by this bridge.
It is a little crazy. Okay, Groot ultimate coming in. Here comes the hand of Conchu. Green's gone. Everybody else removed. Counter Moon Knight ult. Very late. Not a KO found. So the defense potentially choking away, but they, you know, you could switch off maybe Moon Knight because, I mean, there's a few things open right now, Vicky. Like we have Daredevil, or we have, we have Deadpool. We have Deadpool, Daredevil open. We also have Wolverine open. Like, there's a lot of heroes that can potentially counter the Groot here. You can play this Moon Knight Bucky comp, but at the moment it's not working for this defense or the offense, honestly.
Nice. Now diving in, too. You force out the lamps from Hide in Lamps as you move out with the Daredevil in Sir Duckington's hands. Seth, Eternal Bond, looking on the other side. Haru doing the exact same thing, painting the floor purple. But can these resets happen? As Sir Duckington does find Reason, BY Pexel has a God of Mischief. Silly Hamster has a sustainability, whereas Tri-Z Force do not, and they are also lacking time.
All right, 56 seconds left to go. I mean, they did get it quite far, honestly. Like, considering all things, the fact that they're almost at the very end is impressive. Haru's trying to take themselves off the map. Oh, no, they couldn't make it over the corner. Regardless, they still finish him off. Honestly, they could maybe stagger him a little bit longer if they wanted. But 40 seconds left. We're entering basically last fight territory here. Vicky is... They've got some ults ready to go. They do have that Shrine in prison. Dingadal does have his own. He could end as well. So Duckington waiting over the top.
Creeping and watching. What the dog doing here as he's going to be able to jump on their heads. May not be Deadpool, but it's going to be a different look with the Daredevil, the hand of Conchu, the Groot hug to bring them together. But VY Pexel was right there with the Eternal Bond. It is not enough healing to help them with the onslaught of damage. Eye of Agamotto to follow up next, and there is no Devil being let out here from Silly Hamster.
Is Joey still in this fight as well? It looks like the answer is no. So he might be able to get a portal play off last second. I mean, overtime, 3, 2, no portal. So we're heading to third phase. Tri-Z, they've done it. They move on to second after that Groot Moon Knight combination. Silly Hamster not able to do it on their own side. And we have 1 minute and 22 seconds left to go. Tri-Z, after their, honestly, nightmarish defense, offense has looked a lot better, at least in the second and third phases.
Sometimes all you need is a little bit of that extra time here, and controlling that bridge early on really helped them out. Making some of these swaps though, and swapping right back, looking at Silly Hamster, Sir Duckington back on that Moon Knight. Trying to see if they can get the combo done again. Sep is right there, though, close to the Eternal Bond, but his Wild Thing finding Feed Ducky, a huge! Vagamoto does find two. Looks like he found Dingo in the back there as well, as Haru now has the Eternal Bond to reset this fight right on time, as a Kraken impact is unleashed and shut down by Reason.
Nice job the shield blocks as well to make sure they didn't get any healing, and now that Loki goes low. Angela off the map onto that Loki. Here comes that hand of Khonshu. You do trade 1 for 1, and now actually both Lokis removed. But Syraxis does get the final blow on the Joey. Everybody going a little bit too far on Silly Hamster's side. They get reset again. Tries Z-Force have won another fight. Back to back to back.
Wild Thing is waking up out here together. They're feeling the shift. Going into the finish line, try Z-Force, looking at Reason, having the Hand of Khonshu. Wild Thing going crazy with the wombo combo of the Hand of Khonshu, and the Strangling Prison is going to be what they need for the win condition at the very end here.
Damage incoming. Wild Thing takes a ton of that damage, but they're healed up. Brutal Ultimate goes out. Who does it catch out? Everybody. The greens get deleted. Oh, wait, no, it's not actually everybody. It's only Wild Thing, or rather, not Terrell on the backside, but now we're coming back in with the Cloak and Dagger Ultimate. Eternal Bond deep onto that Loki. Can she live? No. Syraxis closes out on Joey. Can they find another reset? They do. Make it 3. Make it 4. Oh, my goodness. 5 potentially in an overtime. Well, despite how awful they looked on first point, didn't end up mattering. Wolverine, why are you swapping Wolverine now? Doesn't matter, buddy. We're entering overtime of overtime. 1 minute for Try Z-Force. Meanwhile, Silly Hamster gets some more time in the bank to 4:38. This is an interesting matchup now. I think that we now have a lot of questions here, Vicky.
This series is insane. Some funny plays coming out, but also the comebacks have been amazing. Overtime, but then you have so much extra time from the other side. You're looking at Silly Hamster here and what they got to work with. And then you look at Try Z-Force. I mean, Dogman, you talked about it, right? You talked about the Adam Warlock. It wasn't working out for them. Maybe it wouldn't work out for the other side. I mean, now faltering through, and how Try Z-Force were able to approach on their attack now and swap the way that things have worked. And Wild Thing sneaking to the Groot, it looks like, and Dingo also on the Angela.
All right. Still no Wolverine and stuff as well, but that's okay, I suppose. And yeah, I mean, Wild Thing has done well, like you mentioned, also with the Moon Knight combinations. But you have a minute left. Imagine this goes to 6-6. It could be a possibility, but we'll have to find out, right? Like Silly Hamster, like you mentioned, they're not going to build up that Adam Warlock incredibly fast. It could be the same situation as before. I mean, Silly Hamster were able to get some stuff done on defense, but you know, now we have to take into account, I think, the emotions a lot of these players. You know, there's a lot of pressure as the series continues. You know, it could be mounting the amount of pressure on both of these squads.
It's literally could just winnow away so much of that extra time that Silly Hamsters had. But starting things off on the defense and looking at Try Z-Force and their limited time bank, less than a minute that they have to work with. I want this to go the distance out here, Dogman. Imagine that in a different look of the map as Nico tries to make a play onto the Angela. He manages to escape, but just barely, while taking a lot of that damage from the Unk at his feet. It is Sir Duckington getting set up to on the right side.
Wild Thing wall. Green's actually forced early. That's huge, but no Moon Knight with an ultimate just yet. A lot of Onks flying in, forcing the Greens potentially, but that Moon Knight up top needs some help.
Oh.
Reason. Oh my goodness. They shot the Onk in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Angela, maybe an off map onto the Loki, forcing up a Soul Bond at the very least. And a little bit extra. So, nice cooldown forces out, but you're still not going to have the Loki Greens in the middle of this fight. Yo, Reason just walked into his demise. Oh, jeez. Syraxis trades back one, though. So Duckington went a little too far. Here comes that Bucky ult onto the backside. Now comes Joey towards the secure that point. Greens again. Come back up, so it slows down that Bucky ult, but he gets another reset. Somehow, some way. Syraxis finds Seth. Copy out. Now they try to go forward. The Eternal Bond. Syraxis is somehow getting resets. Joey, he's like, what happened to my team? Goodbye. Syraxis, he's got another reset too, and he might hold it for that portal back.
We all know what Joey feels like in a moment like that. At 100 charge on the Emma Frost beam, you do so much you can't stop the Cloak and Dagger copy ultimate, and Syraxis still has another reset.
Brutal. Okay, Way. Way. Winnable. Syraxis is dead. Where's the help? Everybody's in the Groot ult. Everybody's holding hands. Nobody's gone. The Adam Warlock is off the ground. He gets the resurrect. The car's still pushing. They're missing Xeraxis, but he got close. Bond! Ah! How are we going down with Eternal Bond? Haru! What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh my goodness. You have the Adam Warlock res. Everybody's now here. If Haru didn't go down with the ult, we could still be in this. Try Z-Force, give up the cart. I literally, if I speak anymore, I'm getting fired from this job, Vicky. These teams are terrible.
Dude.
What the back style? I can't believe it.
Switch things up.
Dude.
Including which side
The
you're
way that all played out at the very
on.
end.
Need a top-notch
If there was caster reactions, like on camera, I probably look insane. Dogman's gone. Dogman's gone. The moon haunts you. They came out of that portal and they recontested. I cannot believe. And then the way they came down, the Groot ults too on top of the walls, lifting them both up.
I don't want to watch
We've
this game
lost
anymore.
Dogman.
I don't want to watch the game anymore. I literally can't. Like, these teams are great at playing like the surround comps, but I mean, listen. Whew, they need to like talk to somebody who used to play on goats, maybe like Kaluge or something, like Gator, you know, like guys, how can we play like this front to like 100 Thieves are great at front to back style. Let's just go one-to-one conversation, pay for like $1,000 session with Coach Remix. You know what I'm saying? Sit them down. Hey guys, how do we play front to back style? Why is Terra so good on Na'Vi now at front to back style? Like, you know, try to learn a little bit or something. I don't know, man. I just don't like watching like bad gameplay right now. These guys are just really good at other comps, but can't play front to back style, Vicky. You get what I'm saying? Is this a little too overboard?
I think more so. And I feel like, you know who's a really good person who's broken this down extensively is Moxie from EMEA. Has done such an amazing job at explaining the strengths of so many of our MRI teams on the front to back style and how that also allows you to take control of the momentum, especially on maps like this. You teleport right in though, and Reason, he jumps at the opportunity, whereas Dingo, he peeks right through the mouth of that portal to take another one out, literally splitting up Silly Hamsters. All that extra time bank is now starting to slowly dwindle away. Of course, you still have less than 4 minutes on the clock coming up and counting, but you needed to take control just like that, at least in the very beginning, to prevent them from trying to build up those ultimates early.
I mean, they're mixing up. They got Dingo off of the Groot onto the Angela. And I like that. I mean, it's kind of like that Wolverine. You can kind of get that early pick off, give your team an advantage if they're, you know, caught out, which a lot of times I think both teams' Buckies have been. But now here comes Thrill, smashed by the Angela. Though it gets traded out, so never mind. In this case, it's peeled off. Dingo gets traded. And there we go. Silly Hamster might have broken the choke. They do have to use those lamps to walk a little bit further. Wild Things found P. Dougie, though, so great job to kind of play around that wall. Hook, though. Nice job from the Bucky to bring it back into the team. Also, Eternal Bond. They find Wild Thing.
And with the Eternal Bond, just trying to go over to
pulled
the
out of
side. No! No! VY Paxel in the middle of the Eternal Bond gets pulled. The Eternal Bond is no more on the pathing. It's Haru's turn. And now we go again and again, if we can. Reason following up. No Moon Knight from Silly Hamster. All this extra time now, you're down to less than 3 minutes on the clock. And Joey follows up to find Xeraxis.
Moon Knight, oh my goodness, no greens either. Reason just threw a sort of pinhole on the left side. It might be happening, you're right. 2 in that fight. And they're sent back to spawn. Angela taking the slow flight back home.
I'm just still thinking about that Adam Res here too. You know, we won't be sitting down here. No Adam Warlock to recontest. But maybe, it may be forced looking at the way that Tri-Z-Force is holding this defense. They heard Dogman crashing out. They said, we cannot let him down. There is no crash out allowed. We have to work on our defense here. As the Sonic Seduction comes out, Joey catches Xeraxis, but the moon is nowhere to be found. It looks like Sir Duckington is actually the one over to the side, as we saw Reese disappear, and nobody left from Tri-Z-Force as D goes to try to hold on for dear life, but then falls into the spawn room gates.
Good take there, I think, onto that objective. You know, with that Moon Knight ultimate off the back, and, you know, Tri-Z not able to react again with Hidden Lamps' copy. But, you know, look at this card. I mean, it's in such an awkward spot to retouch to, especially without the portal. Like what we saw them do earlier. I mean, they might lose somebody early. Here comes the Heaven's Retribution. It makes it awkward. Here comes the Bucky, too. Cross map, reset twice, even through the Eternal Bond. It's too late. And hides his lamps. I mean, he might be able to sustain. Pulled out of it. No, he's still alive, though. No reset. They might get another one. Haru needs to build it right now, though they're about to lose their group if they don't get it right now. They need those greens as well from the Loki in a second. Dingo finds Joey somewhere on the front line. Nice job by him. Here comes Moon Knight Ultimate. The ult. Brutal. On the backside, Eternal Bond here, but P. Dougie brings out Highs and Lamps. Haru also falls. No more strategists are here. And Silly Hamster clean up Tri-Z-Force. Even though it was looking scary, they had a 4-minute time bank. Finally, they get it done. But I think we know the weakness of both of these squads. Silly Hamster move on.
Look, you went from having a 4-minute plus lead, though, and look how close this was. 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. They clear out the point, but that extra time, the savior to keep them in this tournament was crazy. What a series we just had. And hopefully, Dogman, you got to reset just a little bit.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. These are actually they're two phenomenal teams, I think, at like playing these dive comps and surround comps. So definitely full credit to them for being absolute consummate professionals across the board. And Vipixel, by the way, I think this is his second MVP in the series as well. So both Lokis getting on that board, and you can see how vital they have been to both squads. But man, that is one messy freaking scoreboard, dude. Like I feel like if somebody's scribbled a bunch of numbers on a notepad, this is what we would get. This is insane.
The fact that you have 26 final hits, too, by the way. Sir Duckington came out to farm. 55-11, 53-10. I mean, it did go the distance as well, 5-4, right? And then you look at Tri-Z-Force. They were trying so hard. Reason out here, making another, by the way, late night swap over to the Wolverine. 20 final hits. But Silly Hamsters, they won the start of the series, and they closed the end of the series.
Absolutely deserved by them. We'll see them moving on forward. I can't wait to watch them, I think, especially on Domination. And we get so many Domination maps that, honestly, if you're like kind of a Domination one-trick team, that's not that bad, right? I mean, you're always playing Domination no matter what, at least once. And if you head into another, like, that is definitely a solid map to be good at. And a lot of these super hyper-brawly teams that are really good at surround comps seem to be very good at Domination. We'll see them moving forward now. But we got more series today, Vicky. That was an exciting one for sure. Best one of the day, I think we can both agree.
Yeah. My voice isn't going to be thanking me.
Really, on that last map between two squads, ending up with a solid team moving forward. But we'll see if they can continue on in the tournament. We have even more today, Vicky. Another series ahead of us. Thoughts so far on the day? I mean, who knows how many more we have left? I think we have about one, but we'll see how it goes moving forward.
I mean, now we get to see Server Admin versus Trico, another team that we've already seen before. I think you mentioned Server Admin earlier on in the broadcast. Yeah, we've seen Trico already and like how their pick and ban phase has gone. So I'm excited to see them again, see how this is going to be able to be played out, because Trico was definitely one of those favorite teams that everyone was looking at their different compositions as they were pretty unique.
Yeah, heading into Krakoa again for the day. We're going to see Trico versus Server Admin, like you said. And yeah, Server Admin, we talked about them versus, Arius. So they actually, before we ended up on broadcast, beat Arius in 2-0 fashion. And honestly, Arius looked like a pretty solid team. So, I mean, Server Admin is a really good squad. I think they have a lot going for them right now. And we immediately see a Jeff ban first, which is, I think, very unique.
I don't think we've seen it too often. It's happened before. Same thing with Tank Bull being protected, Venom being banned next. Daredevil is not going to be let out, though, so he'll be sent to jail at the start of this series. Can't ever escape Krakoa, though, it looks like, as Elsa is taken off the table. I like how this pick and ban phase is going already, but this still does leave open Gambit and Loki.
Yeah, a lot of, two very important characters in the current meta, so yeah, good points all around. We'll see what they're going to go for, right? Like, you have these two last protects. You get the Elsa ban early, and you get the Wolverine protect, too, even though you protected the Groot. So, bit of a counter, I guess. But we did see how good Gexers was on the Wolverine. Maybe that also throws Server Admin through a loop. They're like, why would these guys ever protect a Groot and Wolverine in the same draft phase? But they go for the Gambit protect.
Actually, true. They have to wonder what they're cooking here. Maybe even having enough time to look at that previous series of that D-Fan Club versus the Trico series that we had. Just to be able to go. It feels like it's been a while because we had our first game 3 actually play out in our previous series. And it's the Namor getting banned out. So Okay, trying to enable some plays going on, but if you wanted to try to hover over the Namor and maybe a hell of team
Pick
up, it's
your
going to be
hero.
off the table
Or
here.
Lord,
Now having
I'm
to
not judging.
flex over to the Gambit that is still available, as well as the Loki to rotate through those Rage and Royal Flushes.
All right, let's see how it pans out for both these teams. And yeah, with the Gambit out on the field alongside no Loki bans, means that we're going to get those two back to back. And it is interesting that both teams are fine playing it. It is always like it's that first kind of game, I feel like, that you see the Loki Gambit comp, and then your like backlines like, guys, can we just ban it, for a game? And we'll see what happens after this. But we remember, I mean, back in the last series, Trico did look very good, but Server Admin also has been a team that has kind of constantly been on the come up too. We haven't watched them on the broadcast initially just yet, but they've been a great team. I mean, they made it through the round of 7 in the upper bracket. So, this is a good squad to be up against right now.
It's great too, because I love looking at these names as well. Like, I'm looking at Rocket being IM411, and Rocket kind of wishes, but then we had a team earlier on called the Height Div. It's been fantastic to look at all of our teams that have been able to compete within the MRC Season 6, vying for their spot within the top 3 slots at the end of this event to try to get into the MRI and compete with some of the best in the world. Trico getting one step closer. That is to say, if they end up taking out Server Admin with kicks. Being on the Hulk is interesting. You talk about what I'm surprised to see here, Dogman. We haven't seen any Thor. And I think we saw like Hulk for like 2 seconds, maybe not. This may be the first time. As I was playing last night, I had a Hulk in my game and I haven't seen Hulk in so long. But Kicks is rolling out here on the Hulk.
Yeah, Hulk can be definitely really strong in the right hands, also in the right squad if you're trying to brawl it in. And they get so much damage too down range, right? They get to play alongside the Deadpool. So it's unique that we do have the Wolverine alongside the Star-Lord, but it immediately pans out.
Oh, yeah.
Hulk gets deleted. I don't even think they expected that, right? Most teams have been playing that triple Vanguard comp, and then these guys are like, let's just play Star-Lord alongside the Wolverine.
Still protecting on the Wolverine. Now they understand exactly why. Kicks is like, all right, well, maybe I got to reconsider here. Herb being on that Star-Lord, they're just going to have to really rely on the WinCon being that Rage and Royal Flush to put Herb into position so that way he can fly up to the top and try to use that Galactic Legend. That is to say, if Gextras doesn't kidnap him, as we have seen him do to other Star-Lords.
Yeah, I imagine we saw Gextras in the last series when we entered Central Park, but they back on out. Hulk stopped for now. Meanwhile, it's interesting they want to stay on it too. I mean, you got the Iron Fist out. There's a very sort of unique style going on right now. You go for the copy, you go for the Rage and Roll Flush. Countered by its Tornado, though. Now here comes the Galactic Legend in the sky. We've seen how much damage this can do in the sky, and yes, I mean 1, maybe 2. Removing 3 potentially. The answer is yes, because they've cleaned it up. I mean, they lose only 1 with mediocre in the backline. It's hard to live sometimes from those Raging World Flushes, so that's a good trade for Trico.
And you have the team up too with the Rogue being into position, something that we saw Trico do right before. And Gextras does have a final stand ready to go, see how he's going to be able to take advantage of that, because Herb has a Galactic Legend. And if we've seen something before, it's Herb possibly at risk of getting taken down here. They don't have that Magneto and the bubbles to protect him as easily, but they do have Kicks right there alongside them as a Rage and Royal Flush starts things off with Server Admin too.
In the sky, somehow still alive, though. Nice heals, Meteor Ram. Could you connect? Tommy! That was disgusting with how fast everything was moving because of the Raging Roar Flushes. I mean, this guy just put his name on the frickin' map. That might be one of the best Meteor M's I've seen. And I don't think that's an understatement. That was beautiful from him.
He put the highlight to the heat, and now we see Drim still being able to get overextended and find the Loki in the back. Yes, it's a sacrifice. Is it worth it as Kicks could keep this going overtime, taking away at 99%, but it's going to take everything as Trico also trying to stall. You see Living Chi activated too with the portal coming into play. Diamond Eyes setting up Server Admin right back to the points because they know Trico still have Gextras waiting around. Drim's taking a lot of that damage as well. And they have its Tornado that's close to them. Oh, they gotta miss it, but it's Gextras. And with the dive down with the follow-ups.
They're still losing people. I mean, Herb's still here on the Star-Lord doing work. Same thing with the Iron Fist. I mean, he's just been throwing fists. Definitely looking like 1,000 fists right now as Gextras gets tracked by Herb, who had a really good push and retake on the Star-Lord. So maybe they can work themselves back into this so far, as 99% was claimed by Trico.
Honestly, looking clutch too is that portal right there, helping them out, kind of giving them some extra protection on blocking out the vision and looking at where Geshus was going to try to pull up from. Over to the other side of it, as Server Evan, they made that swap back. Diamond Eyes onto the Mantis, by the way, so you will still have that double damage boost stacked up together with the Raging Royal Flush. It's going to be Pearson to get that God of Mischief. He gets the copy, but the Magneto Bubble, it protects him. The Raging Royal Flush has Dreams, tries to drill from above. He finds Diamond Eyes. Herb goes down next, and it is just too much pressure as a retake is coming through from Trico. They have the number advantage, and they have the point advantage too.
Overtime spawns now are gonna start ticking if they find the stagger, so that Loki is gonna be in that, and I don't think they get the portal off in time. It's over, and we're headed to the next round. Trico has won on the first run on Krakoa in a really solid fashion, honestly. That retake was nice with that Gambit ult.
And the way that they're being able to cycle around this now. Groove is done. Going into Carousel next. Lots of Krakoa around. The team-ups available. When you have the Mantis, Loki, and Groot, if you're looking at server admin, yeah, they're going to be changing things around here. Not really trying to rely on that. If they wanted to, they'd rather have that Gambit ultimate going into this first fight. And I like the reset, right? You get it back down to 50%. You should be able to get it for this next upcoming fight, but you still have to deal with Melkor, X-Ton, and Tommy having their ultimates up first.
Yeah, that's insane. And based on what Tommy did in the last game, that's going to be... in the last map, we'll see if he can do it again. It's always tough though. Like those meteor M's are almost like a hope and a prayer. And for Herb, they don't have the follow up though with that Raging Royal flush this time. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe Trico just walks at server admin with the Raging Royal flush, tries to get out those greens early and find picks. I mean, they're onto that thing now as well, so they want a hard group as a cohesive unit. We'll see if they can outlast the upcoming damage that is gonna surely end up in their face with Trico.
Yeah, the biggest issue here, too, with Kicks now going over to Thing, right? We had him on Hope earlier, just trying to fight more brawly here. As X-Ton has the Heartbreaker, chasing down Herb, nowhere to fly to. Herb thought he could get away, but with the Raging Royal Flush, you could get exactly up into the high ground, even better than what Rogue's mobility allows her to get to. And they take the point first.
It is interesting that so far we're able to get that off. And no, it is also interesting that we're not getting any thing matched up with the, a potential combination with the other Vanguards, with the Vanguard pool, right? But we walk on in. Raging Royal Flush is here now, finally for the attacking side. Galactic Legend in the sky from Herb, able to find some more. Nice job. And just able to find everybody else on server admins, on Trico's side. They had no Stratus ultimates. They didn't even want to use the Meteor M, interestingly enough. They give it up for now.
Waiting for the recontest here, too. Also tracking down these ults. They do know the God of Mischief is online. They saw that Diamond Eyes had used the Raging Royal Flush first. And they have answers going into this. It's Tornado, Drims. They want to try to enable this play going in as Drims is going to get into position from the Raging Royal Flush laid out by It's Tornado.
Walking in, Star-Lord over the top left angle. Injectors does not have the signature play just yet until now. Okay, just pulls at the claws with that Raging Royal Flush. And there was a counter on the opposite side, but, well, nobody else is here to use it. There ain't no Royal Flush anymore for the side of server admin. They're back to spawn.
Funny looking at their name and the way that they're forced to reset here. Trico retaking that point just as quickly and without burning. Still the Meteor M and Gexters with that Wolverine ultimate still ready to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a big call out, I think, by you. We'll see what happens. I mean, he's been big before, but can they live this Groot ult, right? Can Tommy eat the Groot ult on the opposite side? Herb also very close to another Galactic Legend. Nice kidnap, though, on the Groot, but that does bring that Groot in with that. Oh, did he get eaten? It got eaten by Tommy!
No way.
Oh, my goodness. But Herb's still in the back line, getting rid of Strategist. Nice job by Herb. They could actually bring that back with just those picks alone. Galactic Legends down here from her, but he has no heals. Oh my goodness, he's 1 HP. Ooh. He goes down. Oh, what a play by the rest of the squad on Trico. They only lose one strategist, which it looked like Herb was going to get multiple, but he doesn't. And Trico holds on.
I don't think Mag's name is Eric. I think it's Tommy now, because Tommy, with the timing on holding onto that Meteor M, man, to just negate the Groot ult. Talk about the timing, Trico. are holding it down for now. They're waiting for the contest on the high ground. Look at Jim's positioning right now. And Dexter's still having onto his own ult. Exxon could take that away from a server admin, but it is Kicks to start things off. Clobbering time, a little bit of a taunt to add. You talk about tank pool, and I am 411 is now right back to the spawn. He dives down, he finds two, and Drims is cleaning up the rest.
I mean, Wolverine in the hands of a professional is formidable. Trico has just won map number 1 and now put themselves even on map point because we're in a best out of 3 series on Krakoa. And what a map to do it on as well. I mean, just so many plays. You called out Tommy, and I just can't help but whenever I hear Tommy, think of Tommy Wiseau. You know, I did not hit her, I did not. But huge plays out of Trico. This squad's looking insanely good. Another Loki MVP.
Because you look at what the other team is trying to provide here, and you have a Gambit, but you're rocking Thing. You want to brawl out, looking at the character selection from Kicks. But imagine the Magneto plays with a bubble onto Herb, had their moments to shine. They went 15-8, I believe, looking back at it, but didn't have the bubble that we currently saw Drims take away from Melkor, cycling down that Rage and Roll Flush together with 8 Tornadoes, who gets MVP, by the way. Look at this, 15-3, 5 final hits. It's the 10 final hits from Drims, as Getchers is right behind him, 18-3. But it's all about shifting away that focus where Getchers feels like a force to be reckoned with, but then here comes Drims on the other side to clean up the team that felt pressure to back away.
Yeah, a lot of decisions now need to be made for server admin. Like let's maybe we go for that Wolverine ban, the Jeff ban. I don't know how necessary it is. I mean, its Tornado definitely had a good Jeff, like we've seen in previous maps. But you know, maybe that Vanguard dual Deadpool protect didn't really end up doing much, right? Like they played it for the first little bit. He got kidnapped by a Wolverine one time and said, "I don't want to do that anymore," and they switched comps entirely. So. You know, that might change a lot of the future outcomes of this game because Trico just got whatever they wanted. I mean, they got the Groot Protect if they want to play the Groot, and then they also got to play the Wolverine. So it's almost like the Groot Protect was a bit of a bait to make sure they didn't ban Wolverine or, I don't know, maybe to ban Wolverine out. That was definitely an interesting play. Regardless, it ended up working out. Look at that replay. Highlight from Tommy. That man could make it into an NFT, and I probably would buy it, even though I hate NFTs. So huge play from him.
Honestly, one of the best mag ults I've seen in a very long time. We saw one, a cheeky mag ult earlier from Really Sticky, but that one was a difference maker. Straight out of the sky, sniped and taken out as we finish off that first map. And like you said, best 2 out of 3. So wondering, are we going to see a different look? Is it going to be Dom going into game number 2?
Yeah, a lot of questions, I think, for both squads. Does the Elsa get banned? You know, again, potentially, not even in the first bans that happened last time. It was Jeff and Daredevil. We'll see if that continues, right? I don't know if either of these squads have shown. Well, I mean, obviously, one of the squads we haven't seen just yet with server admin hasn't shown us Daredevil or Elsa just yet, but obviously they don't want to play against it potentially. We'll kind of see how it continues moving forward. We're heading to that second map, like you said, Vicky. It's going to be on Midtown, so we're headed back to a convoy, and I think that's our first Midtown of the day, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So let's go.
Yeah, it's been a bit since I've been able to also cast over Midtown. Goes back to what we're talking about on certain heroes that you could expect getting involved in these maps that have more of that verticality to play off of. Elsa could come in clutch, but that may be a prio ban starting things off. I wouldn't be surprised. Or if it doesn't get through this first time around, oh, they found the Wolverine to be a problem. They took it out. But that's also a use-up ban. I'm wondering here if they feel more confident maybe trying to protect the Elsa for this game specifically. Daredevil has to be something else that you have to consider if they wanted to run the Invis. And yeah, there you go. It's going to be the Daredevil as that next ban. And seeing what the next protects are going to be.
Yeah, Wolverine's tough. Oh, it's going to be Rogue. Going to be Rogue? Okay. I love Trico just does some wacky stuff for their first protect. It's always a Vanguard, it feels like. It was Groot last time. Now it's going to be the Rogue. Yeah. Gambit ban comes out on the other side. Honestly, Trico looked good with the Gambit comp, but I guess they don't really care about what their strategists are doing. They just want to set up a Vanguard ban. It's coming on to Tank Pool.
Tank Pool off the table. I do like the ban onto the Gambit, though. The back-to-back, they saw that Rogue Protect, and they were like, no, not again. And so they have to ban out the Gambit, take away the team-up. The Mag, too, right, from Trico, was able to not only get that huge Meteor M, but combine that with the damage output that Magneto puts out with that team-up. It's so scary. The Venom being the next ban for our Convoy map.
Does Trico go for that Phoenix ban now at the very end, potentially, since that Elsa Protect came through. Actually, no, probably not. Yeah, El Loki ban comes out. They don't want to play against the solid backline. This is kind of interesting because I feel like I do sort of agree that Wolverine is very hard to counter, especially, you know, really only super coordinated teams do well against these Wolverine comps, but Wolverine just hard counters characters like Groot and stuff, right? So it's going to be always hard to play that character or against the Wolverine. But regardless, like, once you get rid of the Gambit and stuff, it slows down the playstyle a little more. Maybe you could play like that Hela Namor comp or even Phoenix Namor or Elsa Namor if you really want to. So it's kind of interesting. They go for a, like, I would say a correct ban and then immediately into the Gambit ban, which is maybe a little bit over commitment in towards that like specific sort of fast-paced comp that you struggled against. But, you know, we'll see how it pans out because Trico could also struggle with this comp.
I definitely agree. Seeing what that strategist lineup is going to look like, the triple strategist perhaps to expect it. We've been seeing a lot more out of Warlock in play. Obviously, we don't see any more Loki as he's been banned out, it looked like there at the very end. And taking a look at Midtown for the first time since I've been on the broadcast last with you, Dogman. It's been since like December. It's great to be back. I got another MRC season here. And let's get this going as both these teams have been going back and forth, but it's more so Trico that has been in the driver's seat to start things off.
I prefer teams of
You know more than anybody what happens on Midtown first point. Maybe a first hole. You know, this could happen. It's always a possibility, but not today, says Herb. They pull in X-Ton with a nice force physics, but he's brought back by a BRB. However, I mean, Gexter gets the hands of kicks down on the low ground with that purple. He gets the Derrick Cave on him, also the follow-up damage, or rather the anti on him. And they're all going incredibly low, but the healing output is a lot. I mean, they're maybe able to build up that invisible boundary in time, but the Moon Knight close up, 411, finds those first picks, and they actually clean them up.
The double duelist to break through these chokeholds. The Moon Knight and Herb being on the storm. Look at this hand of Conchu is already near 90%, but Piercing has been putting in the support and resustaining server admin. They TP back in. I like the approach from the high ground. They have to be careful. They have to expect that hand of Conchu to come out shortly before they're trying to clear up the space. But it's these group walls that are a problem.
They have to worry about him. Oh my goodness, the Moon Knight trying to fly back in. Here comes that Groot ultimate. Hand of Conchu, the Moon, is it low enough? It is. They all go down to a nice right click from Kicks. Sends them away. And they're keeping it moving forward. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. And it's always these sort of like newer squads, I think, that struggle at playing 3-3 comps on defense. We're at 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, which is not the best situation to be in if you're Trico.
To make sure you know how to approach it too in terms of your positioning. Try to isolate some of the players that are trying to distract your strategists. Pull that attention away from them. The recontest could come in though. Nice push off. As you see, the clobbering time coming out from Cakes, but he takes so much damage. Drims. We mentioned the Adam Warlock. He takes him out, and Herb tries to answer with the Omega Hurricane, taking a lot of damage himself, trying to find the Adam Warlock. All that though for Drims to still have the passive.
I mean, it's smart. He might track him down. Actually, he walks away for now. We're using the Capel. Oh my god, right into Naya Bagamoto. But nice shield, invis, and Cloak and Dagger, making sure that Storm doesn't go down. So excellent job by the strategist to keep their Storm, who, you know, accidentally walked into Naya Bagamoto. Almost close to that Moon Knight. Drim still has that ult on the backside. Storm takes some damage, but there it is. They needed to pick off potential. Drims finds it. Herb not going to be in this fight. Moon Knight ultimate by itself. Wait, they almost had the brutal combo, but they don't use it.
I guess he didn't want to wait. He got thirsty. He was hungry. Or maybe they're just trying to wait out on this Adam Warlock rise because they could have also just used it for that if they could force it out. But Drims is still holding on to it. He got his little revenge earlier on versus Herb. And Urutekamui has that ultimate too with the Strangling Prison. See, together with Cakes also having its clobbering time. They need to get these follows once I am 411 gets a hand of Conchu.
A way better job, I think, for this defense now. Aya Bagamoto again, Meteor M from Tommy. Doesn't connect necessarily just yet. Drims again on the flank, finds another one. I mean, he's just been at this cheeky angle for the entire end of this first point. And it's panning out. Clobbering time comes out. Doesn't connect onto anybody. Doesn't look like it. But does it do enough to give them any space? The answer is no, because they lose Urban the Sky to Exton, who gets the damage boost from the See You Later and finds Piercing as well.
Finding both of those members in the back allows them to retake this defense. Beautiful way to give server admin some space, but split their attention to the window to the right side once they're forced to be on the back end of that payload. They've wasted so much time. Less than 30 seconds now on the clock, but server admin, they do have that survivability with the invisible boundary, but they need to get the wombo combo that you mentioned before, Dogman, between the hand of Khonshu and that strangling prison.
Yeah, what do they want to do? They want to have somebody maybe go down to it. They do have... Oh, the Moon Knight's found! He's found early!
No.
Huge job by Xton. That removes the combination. So they have the Storm Ultimate. He takes damage. There goes the Storm Ultimate. Invisible Boundary. Knock doesn't come out, actually. Just frame the prison by itself to force out a straddle. So that's one to be forced out there. But I'm over here on the backside from Gexter. Herb able to find one with the damage, but it doesn't matter. Tommy, cross map. He did hit her this time around. Piercing goes down. Diamond Eyes also falls, and everybody's securing this objective at this point. They're just saving Hand of Khonshu for next series, I guess, at this point, because that's not going to be here anymore. Overtime takes down. Trico have held at the end of first phase.
Held that until tomorrow. Now you won't ever see it again. But now I'm also understanding with some of the homework that these teams did, Dogman, why we saw some Captain America bans, because Xton is also doing so much to that back line and trying to prevent the Storm from even getting set up at times. We see the swap up now, as now they're going to be the ones moving up on the attack.
I feel like Gexter's is like shooting him a ton, but either the strategists are doing a good job keeping him alive, and then nobody else was shooting him, or rather server admin side. But yeah, man, what a play. It feels like every team we've seen so far, at least in MRC, like they're really strong on domination, and then once we go to Convoy and Convergence, we just throw everything out the window. Like it just feels like they've like practiced so much domination because you play it so often, and then you come over to these maps and it's tough. It's tough to transition, I think, from the playstyles.
It's very true, especially like trying to know when you have to swap over, so that way you have enough time to build up a second ultimate that may be better to help with the composition before recontesting. A lot of things that go into play. I mean, you can say technically the same thing for Dom, but again, we also know how volatile it is in getting that first point flip versus in a situation like this here, you're on Convoy and getting held back before that first checkpoint is so tough when you can still get rotated on from the right side up on the high ground.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Well, let's see what happens if server admin can hold, doing a similar thing that Trico did, right? They're going for that triple. They have Herb going over to that Adam Warlock instead of his traditional, like, duelist, Star-Lord type heroes. And Elsa did get through, by the way. So we're not seeing any of her necessarily at the current moment due to the fact that they're trying to break this 3-3 comp. So that character getting protected ended up being kind of useless.
The 3-3, though. Server admin taking a good amount of that pressure. Tommy having to back away, give up that space before getting called out and sniped by Kicks on this Magneto.
Yeah, he's trying to find the hooks, trying to go in, but they played it slow. Nice job on this Mag to also take the space in the high ground to negate Gexter's getting a little bit too high up and finding a good angle. And also to maybe find those early picks and maybe build up towards those ultimates. The Terra Cape, is it too early? No, they find one, but the BRB will bring them back. Also, Soul Bond to keep him healthy. Here comes a Brute Ultimate, too, from 411 on the defense. Goes, eats out there. They find Tornado and Exton, so the characters that were needed in this upcoming fight with the Storm and the Jeff, not there.
I am 411. With many words, I'm Groot is all you need, but getting that really quickly. Exxon did get it at the very end, but there was so much pressure coming out from server admin there. And a nice highlight is that BRB too, right? Diamond Eyes bringing back that member from server admin right together. The Omega Hurricane to break through this choke, but you can't get away. You may be able to fly, but then you get bumped by the Angela. The Sharknado from Gexters together with its Tornado, pretty fitting in terms of the name. You have to imagine though, hiding out after trying to utilize that passive, you are able to at least pull up the Karmic Revival in the hand of Khonshu.
A nice job by Drims to wait patiently for that. Able to get 3 to see it later, too late. I don't think it would have saved them either, but maybe they want to swap off it now. They have a potential to actually transition to something more normal if they do want to, but no, they're just going to stick to it. They need to close out right now because there's 2 minutes left on the clock, and this could be it. This is the tournament life on the line if server admin can't touch this cart. They did swap off it for a second, but here's that portal. They want to come back in 3-3 style against the Storm damage.
Oh, this damage output. The damage was coming out from Gexters. As Melkor has the Eternal Bomb, Herb playing musical chair with the TP. Gonna be able to back away to get together with the rest of the strategists in the back line. Looking for that Eye of Agamotto kick, taking a lot of damage though. So look at them as I am 411 groups them all together. And Herb He is knocking them down one by one. The goal man himself putting on a performance at server admin hold this defense.
Yeah, excellent job by IM411 to connect with that friendly prison. The follow-up was there, but Trico now has that ult, and actually it did a lot of work, I feel like, for the Jeff NATO. And they also have Brutal ultimately. Here comes that tornado first. Okay, where does it go? They actually use it now. Oh, nice fade to get away, and also the Avagamoto, so they trade 1 for 1. At the current moment, you're right, no straddle ults in this fight, but that actual Jeff NATO didn't get that much value. I mean, it was negated by the Doctor Strange on the opposite side. Also, the healing is here. Everybody keeping him alive. All focus of heals straight into this guy's backside. Now they try to walk in. Soulbond want to go forward now that you have that sort of health combination. Angela comes back to peel, but again, does he die? Yes, he does. Okay, nice job before that ultimate comes out from the Eternal Bond.
That takes of their own medicine with a goes-on-go action, though, before trying to send it down. The Brutal gets stopped. The Born again from Herb brings back kicks and piercing, and I am 411. He's close to his own Brutal, but just in time for him to get resurrected thanks to the Adam Warlock ult.
Oh my god, a Jeff ult's been built. 16 seconds left to go. Wait, they could maybe get a combo with Tommy if Tommy doesn't go down. What do they do here? Tommy, do you go for it right now? They go for the Heaven's Fall, but no, they get hit by a Brutal again. I am 411 built another one. Are you kidding me? They all go down to Gexters though, and Tommy with 1 second left to go. Server Admin can do this. Urban gets Gexters. Oh no way. Grim falls low. They're all so low. Tornado's still holding onto that Jeff ult. Now gets the pop it. You also use the Eternal Bond. They're on the card. Grim's able to find Herb. He comes back with the Cocoon though, so he'll be back in the fight. But they don't have any Shadow ults until Invincible Boundary's too late. It doesn't save one member of their squad on defense. So they're down 1, but they have the meteor from kicks. They also have that Doctor Strange ult. Tree has nothing. They have only neutral fight. Can they get anything? It connects? Maybe? No. They have the Soul Bond too. They just fused it, and they're dead to Drims or Dims. Again, Meteor M. It has to go big for kicks, but he's getting punched in the face by Gexters, who dodges. He bobs and weaves back and forth, goes back towards that cart, has to follow up on the kicks, and in last second territory, they pop the hand of Conchu towards the cart. They get it done with no time left.
1, 2.
There's no way. Swapping over to the Iron Fist 2 to prolongate that fight. Try to build up that living chi. The back-to-back blue ults on top of it all. The whiff on the Eye of Agamotto. Trico win the series.
God. We're just getting all the bangers at the very end, and you know what? That goes to show what's in store for our viewers as we continue on in MRC North America, right? This is round 9. Imagine where we get into that semifinals. We need to get those legendary matchup in the finals coming up, you know, like next week. But what a phenomenal showing out of both of these squads. Huge shout out to Server Admin and Trico for putting on a very fun matchup.
It was. I mean, even some of those targeted Eye of Agamotto onto specifically Drims after he just came back from the respawn gates. And then you look at Piercing, we try to keep them alive. The SVP, 35k healing. But you have the 13 final hits, the chokehold that Drims had on Server Admin with this Moon Knight to try to counteract that of the Adam Warlock reses that sometimes came through, but specifically that one big res up on the bridge that was met with the Hand of Conchu.
Yep, beautiful stuff out of them at the very end. And it's getting tense. It's getting more intense as we continue on in this round of 9 into the next rounds. But man, Trico looks like a great team at points. Every team I think we've seen today in MRC has, you know, probably some weaknesses, I would say, on Convoy and Convergence. I think that's fair to point out. But other than that, on Domination, like every team today has just done phenomenal, right? Like I feel like this is the best I've seen MRC's Domination maps at least, even if we have taken a step back elsewhere. But we'll see how these teams are moving forwards. Trico do get to move on in a 2-0 fashion. You know, that looked like that could have been a map 3 even, Vicky.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. You know, you're running out with some of these comps. You want to get the full hold. We see the 3-3 lineup coming out from both sides of the defense. And Trico, they win another 2-0, though. This is definitely a team everyone needs to keep their eyes on as we progress through the bracket. And it's only going to get better from here, Dogman. Yes, it's the end of the day. We've been going at this for like 8+ hours now at this point, and it's just been banger after banger, though, and a different lineup of the pick and ban phase 2 that elevate what we've been seeing on our screens.
Yep, absolutely. Wouldn't have it any other way. A great way to get back into MRC after an extended break for North America. You know, obviously we had the vacations and you have all the holidays and stuff, but You know, it really feels like a true holiday when you're back watching MRC Season 6. And what's to come in the future, right? We already noticed, you pointed out how strong Elsa was today. She was getting banned later on in the day for very good reason, right? That was a standout, I believe, that you pointed out at the very beginning of the day.
Yeah, we saw her get banned more and more, and we saw what happened if the teams didn't end up banning her. But you know what? Captain America. We just saw some Captain America action right now because the Cursed Captain skin is currently out in the store right now, and it's a super sick skin. I really like more of these darker skins too. Like, they've really performed on top of like the voice lines that you sometimes hear them come out with. But this Captain America Cursed Captain skin is once again available. Don't miss out and head to the store and get this for your own Captain America skin.
Yeah, absolutely, just dropped on March 5th, and as did our other skin alongside it, the Psylocke skin, right? In a moment, we'll mention that. But like you said, the Cursed Captain skin, beautiful. Captain America, he seems to always get a lot of those strong skins. But if you want to get this one, the new Psylocke Once Captive Corsair, break the chains, claim the stars. Jeff, your bravery is inspiring. The Collector's Museum is pure torment. It takes real courage to step inside once more. Sail into battle with the Psylocke's Once Captive Corsair costume, first appearing in Marvel Rivals Season 6, a warrior shaped by captivity, now cutting through Destiny with psionic steel. Was available on March 5th. Same thing with that Captain America skin, but freedom isn't given, it's taken, and you can go take and claim your Psylocke Once Captive Corsair skin today, as we have a lot of Corsair skins. You know, you get the Deadpool one, you get the Emma Frost as well. A lot of awesome skins you can check out in our shop, and like you said, Vicky, they just dropped a few days ago, and obviously we've got ours already in the books.
Oh yeah, and Psylocke too, always coming out with some fresh skins. I have a lot of Psylocke skins myself,
I know.
and I don't play her too often, but it's really hard to pass up on the opportunity when you see something like that.
Yeah.
But it's been a great day of matches thus far, Dogman. It's been great to be back here casting alongside you for another MRC. You highlighted before, 2 years now already into this game. It feels insane to even think about the distance that we have gone between the MRI, now looking at the MRC, and the teams vying for their own opportunity to make it to the top 3 so they could shoot their shot in the MRI.
Oh my God, there's so much to look forward to later tonight. If you want to check out the APAC, that's starting out the PAC region tonight in a couple of hours. And then after that, we go EMEA and then Cozy and Shiv. We'll bring you guys the action tomorrow on Sunday. But that'll be it from us over here in North America. Huge shout out to the NetEase crew working behind the scenes late in China, and everybody, all of you guys especially, thank you for coming and watching, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.